I can get everyone to start taking their seats and get this meeting on the go.
I have no idea. I have no memory. I have no memory. Listen, I work with you.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to the April 29th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 Territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba. The original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The city owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for May 6th is 12 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2026. A written submission is required to be submitted at the time of resignation for all the delegations to City Council meeting agenda items. Okay, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? The addition of the registered list of delegations and to add item EX 26-39 Real Brant Proposal. Add delegation Dan Neer, Western Hockey League from Calgary, Alberta. Add communication EX 26-55 Tathagata Das, Regina, Saskatchewan, and replace communication EX 26-42 Patrick Book with revised communication. Mr. Siklis, I'll call the question. Are any opposed? I see no opposition. It's carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the April 1st, 2026 meeting? Councillor Rasevich, anyone note any omissions or errors in the minutes? I see no hands up. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Okay, we will now consider item EX 26-35, special events grant allocation, first intake. I'll ask Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden to please introduce the report, and I'll ask committee members to hold all questions to administration until after we've heard from the delegations and the report is properly moved to the floor. Ms. Bryden, there you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina has received 3 applications for the first deadline of the Community Investments Grant Program Special Event Major Grant Funding, for which Executive Committee is the delegated authority to approve or deny the grant requests. The City's Community Investment Grants Program is used to fund and partner with community nonprofit organizations to deliver programs and services to Regina residents that align with city priorities, have a clear community impact, and respond to community needs. One of the grants available through the CIGP, or Community Investment Grant Program, is the Special Event Major Funding, and the annual budget for these grants is $122,700. This funding support ranges from $5,000 to $50,000 for nonprofit organizations that are producing events that build community pride and spirit, such as promoting the values of citizenship and identity on Canada Day, National Indigenous Peoples Day, and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. They're one-time and first-time events that celebrate, preserve, and enhance Regina's identity by commemorating notable people, places, and events, symbols, and anniversaries, or recurring events that have an established history of City of Regina service support for items such as transit. There's an internal adjudication committee with experience in community and cultural development, recreation, finance, events, and branding that reviews the applications based on established criteria and provides a funding recommendation for each event. With that, we are more than happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the two events in front of you today.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Now I would like to call upon delegation John Findera, Terry Swarich, and Christopher Jacku from the Regina Multicultural Council. Please make your way up, introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may pose to you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, Mayor and members of council. What's your name? Hold on. Okay, Terry Zwarich. Sorry, thank you. Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Terry Zwarich, and I'm this year's Mosaic Chair, as well as Vice President, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Regina Multicultural Council. We're here to request that the city's sponsorship for transportation for the pavilion visits during this year's Mosaic Festival, which is happening June 4th, 5th, and 6th. Mosaic is Canada's longest running multicultural festival and a signature Regina event. It brings together people through food, music, dance, art, and cultural pride, while supporting community groups and volunteerism citywide. This year, we will be hosting 19 pavilions across Regina. To make Mosaic work well for residents and for the venues hosting the pavilions, we need a safe and reliable way for visitors to move between locations. Organized bus services reduces barriers for families, seniors, newcomers, and anyone without a vehicle, and it helps maintain and manage parking pressures around the venues. It's also a public safety and traffic management measure. With a couple 100,000 pavilion visits over the course of the festival, shuttle bus transportation helps reduce congestion, supports safer pickup and drop-off patterns, and helps keep our roads safer with everyone visiting Mosaic. Accessibility is core priority of the 19 pavilions this year. All but one is wheelchair accessible. The shuttle service adds another layer of access, helping visitors plan evening with fewer logistic barriers and helping more residents participate fully. Our request today is straightforward, and we ask the City of Regina to sponsor transportation costs for pavilion visits, as the city has done in many years past. This is a practical, visible partnership that supports inclusion, helps the festival run smoothly, and strengthens an event that reflects Regina's diversity and community spirit. The return of the investment is real, higher participation across the city, a more inclusive experience for residents, and a stronger profile for Regina as a welcoming community. The shuttle also encourages visitors to attend multiple pavilions in one evening, supporting volunteers and improving the success of each pavilion. So due to the printing logistics and deadlines, we need a decision on this so that the City of Regina's logo and the bus routes can be published in this year's passport. Thank you for your continued partnership in Mosaic and with the Regina Multicultural Council. We respectfully ask councillors to consider this sponsorship an important and vital part of this year's Mosaic success. We're happy to provide route, schedules, budget details to work with the city administration and the transit on implementation. So thank you very much, and I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zwarich. Sorry for butchering your name at first, and I do see a question for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
Hello, thank you for being here, and thanks for putting on Mosaic. It's always a great event, and thanks for preemptively answering my question about accessibility, as you knew I was going to ask about it, but you also probably knew I was going to ask about paratransit. Are we including paratransit in the ask as well, or just regular transit? And what
paratransit as well, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then I think it was with you guys last year before, there was some talk about maybe sensory bags or headphones being available, or was that just a side conversation somewhere?
That might have been a side conversation. I mean, we do have signage at every pavilion just warning people about loud noises, flashing lights and everything else, but no headphones. Yeah, we're not part of it, sorry.
Okay, Well, thank you so much. And I guess accessible parking and accessible washrooms are important too, and I think you're aware of that. So thanks so much.
All right.
Thank you, Councillor Trimble. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Welcome back, former Councillor Findura. Good to see you. I just wanted to ask about something in relation to the environmental impact. So first of all, I guess prior to that, you said that the Mosaic is the longest running multicultural festival in all of Canada.
In Canada, yeah. As far as our records have shown, yes.
That's great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
In terms of, I just want to ask a question in relation to environmental impact. We have this outlined in our strategic plan of one of our guiding principles. I know we don't have requirements in relation to, that I'm aware of, waste diversion at events. So I'm not asking, for you all to do something that others aren't doing, but would you be supportive in the future of working with the city to ensure that for your event, just like any others in time, that we have better waste diversion? Like, would you see that as a benefit and something that you would be happy to help the city to realize in the future?
You know what, that's a great question. And tell you truthfully, what we tell all of the pavilions at all of our meetings is that we're putting on, for lack of better words, we're putting on the biggest restaurant, entertainment, nightclub that weekend in Regina that it's ever seen. And we have to follow all rules, all regulations of fire, health, everything. And so if this is one thing, I do not see a barrier there at all. If we'll certainly work with the city, learn the guidelines. I know nothing about it, but we would certainly be happy to learn about it. I know I shouldn't say all of them. The majority of the pavilions do the recycling, and I know that's not, do the recycling. The waste management is something that's part of their responsibilities. Yeah, if it's something that's, I don't see any problem with it, and I don't see any pavilion organizations problems with that either.
Yeah. And to be fair, I don't think that's appropriate this year, but like for the future, that's something you would be happy to be involved in those conversations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're always looking ways to improve. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I see no further questions. Thank you for appearing today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I believe we've had someone move the report already. I think I got Councillor. No, not yet. Okay, can I ask for someone to move the report, please? Councillor Bizo, do you wish to speak to the report?
I'm going to say I'd like to thank the people that presented for the great job they're doing on keeping our mosaic and cultural events alive in the city, and all the volunteer efforts. I know Councillor Ventura sat at this table for about 18 years, and he's still giving back to the community. So thank you very much for the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Do we have any questions from the floor? I see Councillor Zakiniak has her light on. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So in the report, it does mention that within our current budget that we have each year, I guess like for clarity, each year is it 122,700? That's the amount that is in each yearly, whatever we call this, special event major grants fund. Is that accurate?
Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is accurate. That's the annual operating budget for this grant program.
Okay, and while this would bring that budget for this year down to 12,700, because we have reserve funding available, there is still, I think it's 134,712 available for the remaining 3 intakes that we have. So there's a table here that shows what's happened in the past. It looks like we're still in good shape for these other remaining intakes. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate. And historically, we pulled from reserve last year in just over $8,000. So historically, we haven't funded more than 4 to 6 events for the last few years, so we feel comfortable with the funding available.
Great. Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, and through the chair. So I wanted to ask about the Canada Day event specifically. Last year, several people with wheelchairs were turned away because there wasn't any accessible parking, including my own family. I was turned away at Canada Day because there wasn't any accessible parking spots. There's only accessible driveway, and that currently is what's here for accessibility as well. So I do not, as someone who actually couldn't attend last year, who was turned away with the same accessibility plan, this isn't acceptable. So I would like to know if this is going to be amended or how we're going to change that.
Thank you, through the chair. So there is accessible parking available for Canada Day, and there is also the opportunity for the drop-off. But there is available accessible parking for Canada Day event, and it's not explicit in the report.
Okay, will every accessible parking spot, which it replaces with a food truck, whatever, will be replaced? Will there be communication notified for this year?
Through the chair, could you provide some clarification? So there is going to be accessible parking available
Yes,
for people who want to participate in Canada Day.
I'll try to rephrase the question. So for every accessible parking spot which is removed for an event thing such as a food truck, will that be replaced with another one? How many accessible parking stalls, I guess, is the question. Is there going to be one? Is it going to be 2? Is there going to be a fight over those 2?
Through the chair, there are 20 accessible parking spots that will be available on site on the PCC lands for the Canada Day event.
Okay, and then all the volunteers will be communicated to be able to point people in the right locations?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And will there be the curb cuts and everything for them to not just park, but be able to get up onto the sidewalks and things?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that correction this year. I can approve it.
Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Through the chair, just noticing like funding in 2025 for Regina Multicultural Count was 40,000, and this year it'll be 50,000. I'm just wondering, is that just increase the costs to deliver, I guess, transportation?
Thank you, through the chair. It is due to increased costs and due to eligible expenses and the funding request.
Okay. I guess the same for for Canada Day, it's from 35 to 50,000. Again, is it just for transportation or is it for something else?
Through the chair, I would ask Ms. Burton if she would like to speak to the specifics of what the funding is for.
Ms. Burton.
Thank you, and through the chair, so the funding for the Multicultural Society for Mosaic is specific to transportation costs, and it is an up to $50,000 amount. So that is specific to transportation. For Canada Day is actually sponsorship of the event, and so it is $50,000. They have to submit a report and eligible expenses to get the full amount, but it is $50,000 for putting on the event.
Okay. So it's, I guess for Mosaic, it's up to 50,000. So
That's correct.
It might not be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. I see no further questions. Councillor Bizo, would you like to close debate?
All good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Can I just vote verbally?
You sure can. I'll look to the clerk to take your vote in.
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Flores,
I got it. Yeah.
are you good or do you need to verbal?
No, I was able to log.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. We will now consider item EX 26-36, the 2025 annual submittal from Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. I'll ask Corporate Controller Kim Kurlik to please introduce the report, and I'll ask committee members to hold all questions and to administration until after we heard from delegations and the report is properly moved to the floor. Please go ahead, Ms. Kurlik.
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina submits the 2025 annual report for its service partner, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. In 2003, the downtown bid was created within City Council and passed down the Regina Business Improvement District bylaw. The purpose of the district is to encourage the development of a vibrant and prosperous downtown. Section 11 of that bylaw requires that on or before May 1st of each year, the board shall submit its annual report for the preceding year to City Council together with a complete audited and certified financial statement of its affairs, with a balance sheet and revenue and expenditure statements. Some of the highlights of key successes in 2025 include increased downtown residential population and create a 24/7 neighborhood. 2025 saw progress in this direction with the development of Metro 1827, which converted former office space into 29 brand new residential apartments. The 11th Avenue Revitalization Project, collaboration between the city and SaskPower, entered its third year, focusing on critical utility and streetscape upgrades between Broad Street and Albert Street. As SaskPower concludes underground work, the final stretch of revitalization from Lawrence Street to Albert Street is scheduled to begin in the 2026 construction season. Regina Downtown also set a goal to invest and launch of the City Center Incentive Program in July to create new opportunities for downtown businesses. Downtown's biggest vacant lot, the Gordon Block, announced a $920,000 in federal funding through Prairie's Can and demonstrates strong federal confidence in the downtown in Regina. This 3-year investment, made possible through partnerships with Harvard Developments and the city, supports the transition of the Gordon Block site into the square. Frost at Downtown was featured as primary festival hub of Frost Regina through partnership with the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. The partnership brought a winter array of activities with approximately 17,500 attendees to downtown in the 4th year. Financial highlights for the year ended December 31st, 2025 include an operating surplus of $250,000, largely due to an increase in revenue from the levies and grant funding for special projects such as the Gordon Block. An overall increase in the revenue of approximately $817,000 year over year. This is offset by an increase of $532,000 in member engagement and placemaking expenses over the prior year. The expenses are well below budget, creating a surplus within the year. Net financial assets of $33,532 compared to a net financial debt in 2024 of $204,470. The change in year over year is due to recognition of deferred revenue in 2025. The decrease of accounts receivable is due to more timely collections and lower accounts payable. Subsequent event, at a meeting in City Council on November 19th, City Council passed a recommendation from administration to move the Regina Street Team operations
to an external third-party organization. Regina Street Team has been moved to an external third party as of March 31st, 2026. That is a summary of the highlights within the report, and this report is submitted for approval.
Thank you very much. Up next, I would have to call upon a delegation, but as always, Judith is on point. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if any, the city or town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which there may be questions waiting. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Councillor Mancinelli and City Council. My name is Judith Farasak, Executive Director for the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of my Board of Directors to present our 2025 annual report. In your package, you would have received a copy of today's, of the annual report. I guess a hard copy was dropped off at your desks, and then our audited financial statements are also in your package. As a quick refresher, Business Improvement District was an entity created by City Council in 1981, and we represent the commercial property owners within our boundary as they provide funding for our organization through a special levy. Our purpose is to enable a sustainable downtown neighborhood where entrepreneurship and cultural vitality flourishes, and all Regina residents are able to thrive in an active, safe, accessible, inclusive, and beautiful public realm. We will work very closely with the City of Regina. However, our services are intended to supplement, not replace the services provided by the city. Our boundaries go from Angus to Halifax, from the railroad tracks to 13th Avenue, and then along Broad, south to College. Pre-COVID, over 35,000 people came to work downtown every day, and over 20,000 people live in downtown Regina and the 4 adjacent neighborhoods, Center Square, Cathedral, Heritage, and Warehouse. However, the total population of downtown proper is approximately 750 as of 2020. It's important to note that downtown Regina is 1% of the land area of the city, yet it accounts for 44% of the assessed value of Regina and 8% of the property tax capture for the city. So we definitely punch above our weight. Some of the highlights of 2025 include, as noted, the production of Frost at Downtown, which was 4th year last year. 2025 saw a few changes to our traditional Frost activation. We partnered with Real District to expand activities in Victoria Park to include the Grind, which brought in 16 professional snowboarders competing for a $30,000 prize pool right in the middle of the prairies. The snowboard ramp was made of 6 shipping containers and 2,700 square feet of scaffolding and created quite a sight in the heart of our community. This event welcomed over 17,000 guests to our event site in Victoria Park and Pat Fiacco Plaza. We continued operations of the rink at City Square. We welcomed over 2,300 people for the 2024 season, and we loaned over 2,000 pairs of skates. We debuted Food Truck Wars in Victoria Park, attracting 17 food trucks and over 11,000 attendees. We continued support for the Regina Farmers Market in Victoria Park, including their 50th anniversary celebration in July, and we look forward to welcoming them back downtown on Saturday, May 2nd. We completed the home court mural on the south-facing wall of the Canada Place building. This mural measures 2,600 square feet and is a continuation of the 1,200 square foot mural installed in 2024 behind the Canadian Legion building. Our clean team provided enhanced maintenance services, which included cleaning the bus shelters within downtown and servicing the 70 public waste receptacles across downtown and along 13th Avenue from Albert to Elphinstone. In 2025, our clean team collected over 3,800 pounds of litter, removed 2,000 graffiti tags, and we disposed of 728 pieces of drug paraphernalia. Our team also worked with both the Hotel Sask and the Doubletree to plant over 400 plants and flowers in both spring and fall throughout the downtown. We hosted our 8th annual Fall Cleanup Day, and we introduced the 2nd annual Earth Day Corporate Cleanup. Special thanks to our sponsors, both Stantec and Cornwall Center. In partnership with the City of Regina, we hosted the City Building Speaker Luncheon with Mitchell Cohen, President and CEO of the Daniels Corporation. We hosted 2 community-based panel discussions in partnership with the RPL, including one focused on safety and community well-being, and the second on arts and culture. Most recently, we hosted a city building luncheon and evening session with Mary Rowe, President and CEO of the Canadian Urban Institute. Last year, we also introduced our Lunch and Learn series, as well as the Downtown Social series, allowing the community to come out and learn more about what's happening downtown and to connect with the Artie Bid staff. Our gift card program has over 110 participating businesses. Last year, we sold over 1,000 gift cards, which led to over $37,000 in spending at downtown businesses. Last year, we had our 10th annual tree lighting in Victoria Park with over 1,500 attendees. We celebrated our restaurants with Beef Week, festive beverages, Pasta Week, and the Taste of Downtown Restaurant Week promotions. We also continued to oversee the Regina Street Team until its recent transition to the YWCA. We continue to work on the development of the Square, an interim use event space we hope to have operational in 2026. And we continue to provide support and information to downtown businesses through the 11th Avenue Revitalization Project. When complete, this generational investment in the heart of downtown will benefit our entire Regina community. And we have many other programs and initiatives that are detailed in our annual report. As we continue towards economic recovery, Artie Bid will continue to evolve our programs and introduce new initiatives to best serve our membership. Thank you for the opportunity to share our annual report with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding our organization or the annual report in front of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Versick. Looking to council for any questions. It's okay. No questions anyways. I see no questions. You've been clear in your presentation. Thank you very much. I'll look to someone to move the report now. Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Any comments or questions?
No, I'm good.
No comments or questions? Any questions from the rest of council? No, looks like a straightforward report. I guess I will. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to say, like, I think this is, I think the reason we don't have comments or questions is because this is exceptionally well done, and I think that the Downtown Business Improvement District is doing exceptional work. So thank you to them and the board and all the folks involved in that organization.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Definitely a lot of hard work put forward. And with that, I'll look to the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Radens, will you need to vote verbally?
Yes, in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. We will now consider item EX 26-37, the 2025 annual submittal of the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. Once again, call on Corporate Controller Kim Korlick to please introduce the report. And once again, please hold questions till after the report and delegations. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina submits the 2025 annual report of its service partner, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. In 2003, the Warehouse Business Improvement District was created when City Council passed the Regina's old Warehouse Business Improvement District bylaw. The purpose of the district is to encourage the development of a prosperous warehouse district. Section 11 of that bylaw requires that on or before May 1st of each year, the board shall submit its annual report for the preceding year to council together with a complete audited and certified financial statement of its affairs with a balance sheet and revenue and expenditure statements. Some key highlights of the successes related to the warehouse. district include the Dooney Avenue revitalization, where change was navigated together. Throughout 2025, the Dooney Avenue revitalization project remained the defining infrastructure initiative shaping the warehouse district. Implementing the warehouse district vision plan, with its vision plan endorsed by City of Regina in 2024, 2025 focused on advancing key components that will shape the district's future. Financial highlights for the year include an operating surplus of $33,000 as of December 31st, largely due to significant savings in the community development and advocacy expenses. The warehouse also received less than budgeted grant revenue, which increased deferred revenue during the year. A significant disposal of tangible capital assets during the year of just over $21,000. The assets disposed of in the year include such items such as office equipment and furniture and website development. Those are the summary of highlights. This report is provided for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Carlick. Next up, I'd like to call upon delegations Jeff Boulier and Pam Malik. I'd also like to welcome new Executive Director Pam Malik from the Regina Warehouse Improvement District. Please introduce yourself for the record. The organization representing any city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions from Executive Committee. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Jeff Boudelaire, Chair of the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District.
And Pam Malik, Executive Director of the Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District.
As all of you are aware, it's a very exciting time in the Warehouse District with the completion of Dooney Avenue. It's even more exciting this morning that you don't have to listen to me talk. Delighted to introduce Pam Malik as our new Executive Director. Pam is been at work for about a week now, so she's made the bold choice to present to you this morning and looks forward to your questions. Pam has an extensive CV in municipal development and municipal matters. She enjoys strong relationships with many folks within the city and city administration and is looking forward to continuing to build on those relationships, and we're just delighted to have her. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and members of the Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to present the 2025 audited financial statements for the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District, which I will refer to as RWBID. I'm pleased to present the results of the team's strong work completed prior to my arrival. In that regard, I would like to acknowledge and thank the board, the current team, and my predecessor Lance for their leadership and stewardship. I am also happy to report that the organization received a clean, unmodified audit opinion, meaning the auditors confirmed that the financial statements are fairly presented and fully compliant with public sector accounting standards. From a financial perspective, RWBID finished 2025 in a stable, well-managed position. The audit confirmed that strong financial controls are in place and no material risk concerns or findings were identified. RWBID ended the year with a modest operating surplus. This strengthened the organization's cash position and allows grant-funded priorities to carry forward in 2026. In broader context, 2025 was a transitional year for the Warehouse District. Ongoing construction along Dooney Avenue continued to impact businesses and foot traffic. However, RWBID remained focused and responsible stewardship and business advocacy, maintaining momentum throughout the disruption. Despite these challenges, RWBID advanced several important initiatives, including continued progress on the district's vision plan, work related to parking and accessibility, and early planning for the yard site. Stakeholder engagement remained strong, positioning the district well as major infrastructure work neared completion. Looking ahead for 2026, which will be a pivotal year for the Warehouse District, with Dooney Avenue reopened, the public and visitors' narrative shifts from disruption to opportunity. RWBID will now increase focus on activation, visibility, and help build awareness for residents and visitors to come and enjoy the space. We are also seeing momentum in the yards, the interim activation and longer-term redevelopment continuing to advance. RWBID's priorities for 2026 are intentionally focused and aligned with that shift. First, the grand reopening of Dooney Avenue event that will be more than an event. It will be a clear signal that the district is open, active, and ready to re-engage residents, visitors, and businesses. Second, the interim activation of the yards, where temporary programming of beach volleyball will animate the site, maintain public interest, and build momentum as redevelopment progresses. Third will be to continue to advance our initiatives that contribute to Regina's aspiration of being a vibrant, attractive, and inclusive community. We will continue to strengthen the Warehouse District as a welcoming, distinctive destination and support a dynamic urban environment where people gather, connect, and thrive. Finally, ongoing advocacy and alignment with the vision plan, including support for rezoning, infrastructure coordination, and positioning the district for long-term growth and investment. The 2026 budget reflects a strong commitment to provide value for cost by balancing operational stability with targeted strategic investment. We'll prioritize maximizing every dollar through external grants, partnerships, and leveraging funding opportunities while ensuring our WBID has the resources needed to deliver its core mandate. This approach supports efficient stewardship of funds, strengthens impact, and generates meaningful returns for businesses, stakeholders, and the broader community. In closing, the RWBID board and executive team are very optimistic for what 2026 will bring for the district. Success in 2026 will be measured by increased visibility, a stronger district identity, and clear progress towards long-term revitalization of the Warehouse District. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions, although being day 8 for me, I may occasionally reserve the right to defer to the chair of our board.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Zakidniak's going to put it to test.
I have lots of hard questions for you. I don't. That's fine. But I'll start with the easier one, which is first of all, welcome. And also, since Dewdney Avenue has been reopened, just wondering what you folks are hearing from some of your members. Like, what's the sentiment from folks? Is it too early to say, or are you all noticing positive, or like, what are the impacts of the reopening?
Through the chair, I might take that one. It's been uniformly positive. I mean, people are extremely excited and extremely bullish. We have a lot of our property owners and businesses on Dewdney actively looking for ways to actually build on what is now there, activate that space. The people that visit our district are blown away by the quality of the streetscape. And now our job is to try to turn that into something sustainable and meaningful. I mean, the feedback has generally been, it's the most beautiful artery in Regina.
Mm-hmm. Great. Okay. And then I believe it's on page 9 of your financials. There's a total of deferred revenue from the city. I'd have to go find the exact number. So I don't know if you know what I'm speaking about. So it just, if you can give us an understanding of where that came, why is there deferred revenue from the city? Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, I might defer to city administration to help us with the specifics, but I believe it has something to do with when revenues are recognized against when they're committed.
Right.
And we did defer some of our work, for instance, on interim use of the yards, simply because it became clear during construction that it wouldn't really be advisable to try to do that with the way construction was unfolding and the use of the site for laydown and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So now we're kind of catching up on that.
Sure, I can follow up with them for more details. Thank you. Thanks for this great work.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Any further questions for the committee? I see no further questions. Please return to the gallery. Thank you for your submission there. Okay. Of course, I'm going to move the report now. Thank you, Mayor Bashinsky. Any comments or?
No, just to iterate, amazing work. Very excited for the grand reopening, and yeah, look forward to every activation that's going to happen this year. So thank you, guys.
Okay. And time for questions. I see Councillor Zakidniak. Please go ahead.
So as suggested, I'm just following up with the city. As I said, I think it's on with our city staff. I believe it was page 9 of the financials. If you need a reference, I can try and find it. But the question is, like, there's a a total base that of deferred revenue for this year from the city. The thought was it has to do with the interim use of the yards. Can I get some more information? Just wanting more details on that.
I'm getting the feeling this is a question for Ms. Kurilek. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, the deferred revenue increased year over year. Basically, there was grant funding for 2026 related to placemaking. I may additionally ask that Ms. Pandya speak to the additional details.
Sorry, do you mean 2025 when you said grant funding for?
So as discussed, it is deferred revenue is based on matching of expenses.
Right.
When we incur them. So sometimes we get revenue ahead of the actual expenses incurred, which places that revenue grant funding into deferred revenue, and then we recognize the revenue as we incur the expenses. So it's sitting deferred revenue in 2025 and 2026. We should be recognizing that revenue. Does that assist?
Yep, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, I guess that looks after that. Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to take an opportunity to talk about the district, the warehouse district, and that area is part of Ward 6, and I'm really happy, as it was mentioned by the delegates, of how well the work was done and what that will mean going forward. Going there, just the white sidewalks, the way the businesses are welcoming that, and I just want to invite all of our residents to check out that neighborhood. It is getting to be quite vibrant, and both the board and the district have done such a good job at engaging folks. And again, I just want to make this an open invitation for the summer. Take a walk down Dudney, take a walk to the businesses behind that area as well, and also invite you for a bike round down there, because it's also quite bikeable, walkable. You can drive there. It's just a great area overall. So I'm really happy to see this report, and I'm really happy to see how that area is being revitalized. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Flores, should be easy to call for people to move down there. I think the the Warehouse Business Improvement District is planning some pretty good events to draw people in, so look forward to that. Seeing no further questions, Mayor Brzezinski, would you like to close debate? Okay, I guess there's no more comments, so I'll look to start the vote, please. Councillor Adams, if you'd like to vote verbally.
In favor?
Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Up next, we will now consider item EX 26-38, the 2025 annual submittal of Economic Development Regina Incorporated. Once again, call on Corporate Controller Kim Kurlik to please introduce the report. And once again, please hold questions to administration till after we've heard from delegations and have the report moved. Call upon delegations John Bailey, Darren Howden, and Jen Pilsner from Economic Development Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. John Bailey, President and CEO of Economic Development Regina.
Jen Pilsner, Director of Brand Communications and Strategy at Economic Development Regina.
And our board chair, Darren Howden, sends his regrets. He has a personal issue that led to a conflict this morning. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for taking the time to review this. We are really excited about it. I actually thought I'd get to be the newest guy presenting, but apparently not. But really excited to present the work that's been done by economic development in the past year. EDR is the city's economic development agency. Our city is the sole shareholder, primarily a primary funder, and we are accountable for those funds. The structure of this is intentional. It allows us to be arm's length, move at the speed of private sector while staying aligned with city priorities. Every major city that we compete with has an organization exactly like ours, and without EDR, Regina is not just at a disadvantage. We fail to be in the conversation of some of these major projects that come our way. Our mandate is to grow and sustain the economy, attract and retain business, promote Regina as a place to work, invest, and live, Critically, this work is constantly evolving, so the tactics are designed to meet the time because the economy and the situations that we face are in a constant state of flux, and we make sure that we are making sure we're matching the needs to make sure we're executing on that plan. From a funding perspective, 76% of our total revenue comes from City of Regina grants. This is our foundational role. We use this to leverage further funds. So, for example, in 2025, the team was able to add an additional $650,000 in program-specific funding, most notably through 11 Regina Grow Partners, which are private sector entities which allow for us to not only have unrestricted capital, but also show a remarkable amount of confidence that the private sector has in our city's future and the work that economic development is doing. Some of our key activities on the year are in the areas of data and economics. Good decision-making requires good data, and in 2025, EDR became Regina's primary source of local economic intelligence, launching the prosperity metrics, completing sector analysis, and producing impact studies for nonprofit organizations like the Farmers Market, Hockey Regina, and Mosaic. Regina also received a biodiversity investment zone rating of AA, making us a prime investment candidate for the field of biomanufacturing. This recognized credential opens the door to investments that couldn't otherwise be contemplated. When it comes to investment and traction, this is a long game situation. So when we talk about leads, potential, and active, it's important to remember that these are not things that are going to turn around the next day or two. A key example of this would be Red Leaf, which has essentially started work to land in our city back in 2021 with the support of EDR and is now looking to begin construction this year. The same would be said for the cargo plant. These are long tail activities. And with that in mind, it's important to have a healthy and always evolving lead base. So right now we have 116 total leads in the pipeline, 30 of which we consider active, in which there's consistent correspondence, and 19 companies that are actively evaluating Regina as a new place to call home, which has potential for over 6,300 construction jobs during development and a potential GDP impact of well over $1 billion. On the talent attraction front, last year, EDR identified a significant talent gap and has started doing work to address this. This includes making sure we have targeted advertisements available in select cities, these being Vancouver, Toronto, and Halifax, markets where cost of living and career advancement opportunities are somewhat more competitive, which makes our offering much more appealing to those folks. As a result, we received 76 qualified leads who are ongoing communications with our concierge service. For reference, if just 2 of those leads come through, the entire campaign has paid for itself. So the opportunity for return on investment on this activity is quite high. The place where Regina has the greatest untapped opportunity is in our entrepreneurial and business growth areas. And we want to make sure that we were contributing to that. So in 2025, we launched Upscale in consultation with PrairieScan. So no city tax dollars were put into this, but it allowed us to target 6 second stage growth companies and allowed them to have really targeted bespoke support in addressing some of their growth needs and allowing them to scale. Reporting from those companies led to the numbers that we are protecting 507 local jobs that won't need to go elsewhere for these companies to scale, and the potential creation of 25 new jobs off that project alone. In terms of our real advantages in this community, we know it's cost of living, we know it's short commutes, and we know its ability to maintain lifestyles, and we want to make sure that we had some activities that actually celebrated that in a very real way. The Regina 25 was an opportunity to launch that campaign and resulted in hundreds of folks putting their names forward to be selected and a celebration of 25 really important folks in our community who are doing great work to have their stories told and for us to be able to continue to promote the work of our city. From a financial position, we finished the year with a revenue of 2.75 million and expenses of 2.5 million for a surplus of 127. That surplus is being directed to an anticipated deficit this year, so that will be removed. We also received a clean audit opinion from MMP. So to close, 2025 was a year of tremendous momentum as we sort of built on some of the tactical and foundational elements to start achieving real results. The pipelines we're building, the partnerships that we are deepening, and the opportunities that we're creating are real. And Regina's future is strong, and EDR is positioned very well to help us seize it. Thank you very much, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll look to committee members for questions. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here, and congratulations on the new job. So the numbers, I just wrote them down as you were talking about them. You said there was 116 leads, 30 active, and 19 evolving. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would be the number for actual landed? Like how many have actually turned into a real business opportunity?
In that pipeline, as of last year, none had landed. When we look back to previous years, it would be the landed ones would have actually been in that lead pipeline since 2021. So that would be Red Leaf and Cargill. We are fairly confident that in the next 12 to 18 months we'll have more. It's important to recognize that these are not spec-based decisions for companies. They're often evolving discussions where things start, stop, get put on hold, and continue again. So it's really important to stay active with it. And we are really, really positive about this sort of our ability to break down the actual likelihood of landing is an important step that was taken last year. And so I would sort of say those active ones present an opportunity to either A, fall off because we're no longer in consideration, or move forward in the short to medium term.
Okay, and then you mentioned Red Leaf and the Cargill plant. Are either of those in Regina, or are they the greater Regina area? How are they contributing to Regina itself?
Yeah, through the chair, both are landing outside of Regina and are actually greater Regina area. How they impact our city is on a couple of different fronts. One, from a GDP perspective, those folks will most likely in majority be living here and spending their dollars here. From the secondary opportunity is as magnet attractions, the volume of folks coming through have a real potential for spin-off as those folks sort of transition through their time with both Red Leaf and Cargill, present the opportunity for the next wave of independents or local businesses to spring up and bring that expertise. Both are bringing expertise that do not exist in our city right now and are part of that talent gap. So bringing those folks in and having them ability to come to Regina, stay in Regina, and have Regina be a sticky place provides a real opportunity for us.
And I guess going back to those original numbers of the leads and the active and the evaluating, how many are those in Regina versus the greater Regina area?
I'd have to defer to Jen on this one. I don't have that number in front of me.
Through the chair. Great question. We would have to go back to the team to pull that information out. My understanding is there is a combination of in Regina and in the greater Regina area. But like John said, building in the greater Regina area has a great impact on the city itself.
And when it comes to the greater Regina area, how do you determine which projects you are involved with and not? Because as we know, there's also this AI center going up, and that would be the greater Regina area, and that's not mentioned in your presentation anywhere. Were you involved in that?
Through the chair, we were not involved in the AI project. That was one that sort of came to us after the fact, so we don't have a ton of information to share on that one. In terms of how we select and what our sort of priorities are, it really does come down to a couple things. One being sort of fit for community. So again, if you're going to build, for example, a crush plant like Cargill is, there's actually no place in the city to build that. So that would be sort of why we would be involved with that type of work in the greater Regina area. Our preference and from a triaging opportunities perspective would be opportunities that can actually land in city limits, but just based on the type of sector and the type of work being done, there are times when there's no spot for it inside the city, and then that's when we look to it from a potential of what are the spin-off benefits for our community.
And what does the greater Regina area RMs contribute to EDR? Do they contribute, or is it City of Regina is the sole shareholder, but these projects are all going to the greater Regina area. So what do they contribute to EDR?
So through the chair, I would say it's maybe not a fair characterization to say all are going to the greater Regina area. I think the two highlighted do, so I think that's fair, but I don't think in terms of that pipeline, that's a fair sort of personification of what that group looks like. We are in ongoing work with, for example, the GTH to bring them on as partners. As of right now, that's work in progress, but we do recognize the gap of giving away both the time, resource, capacity, and work product to support this is a challenge going forward, and it's something we're working to address. Absolutely.
Yeah, because the Regina taxpayers don't collect PST, we don't collect GST, and all of those benefits don't go to here who are paying these taxes. So yeah, so I think that's something to be looked at. And then you did say there's more than the red leaf in the Cardinal plant, because you said it's more than not just going to the greater Regina area. So is it the potential projects you're talking about?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so currently there isn't any ones actually within the Regina border.
Through the chair, not that have broken ground or have plans to break ground, but again, there are folks that are actively looking to set up head offices or smaller manufacturing bases inside the community.
Okay, and we've had this conversation a few times before, but how goes our key performance indicators on our KPIs on all of this, and what goes to Regina and the benefit to Regina taxpayers and greater Regina area?
Sorry, through the chair, can you repeat how
the key performance indicators,
Yeah.
how we know, like we've talked about this a lot in the past, so how's that? I know it's a work in progress, I was just doing a progress checkup.
Oh, thank you. Through the chair, we're currently, I would say, fine tuning them for board presentation. My goal is to present them to the board at our next board meeting, which is coming up in about a month and a half here, at which point we'll be able to start running them through it and building the sort of baselines for targets. Because again, we want to make sure we set the KPIs first and then have targets that actually are meaningful as opposed to just numbers we're pulling out of the sky.
Perfect, that would be great. I know it's, and then something else we've talked about in the past is incentives. So what incentives are there or gaps to bring businesses to Regina and actual Regina, not the greater Regina area? Like, where do you find the gaps, or how Regina could help, or what incentives are there, and how's that relationship?
Through the chair, we've had a number of really good conversations in the past couple months, and actually just met with members of City of Regina ALT yesterday to start working on some wayfinding and some strategic mapping on that. Our team is closing in on completion and for submission to city administration around a incentive comparison, mainly with Regina and Saskatoon, to make sure that we remain in the conversation, knowing that it's important for us to not give up the game before it starts. So that works ongoing, and I think near completion, assuming there's no significant roadblocks in the way. But again, that's been a focus over the past couple months to make sure that's the type of work and sort of the collaboration with city administration is strengthened, but also making sure we're not creating redundant work and accidentally leaving gaps unfilled.
Okay, and then again, I was just writing notes. You were talking about potential new jobs or potentially keeping jobs here. Again, I want to follow up with how many landed jobs, not potentials. Was there new jobs which were?
Through the chair, for the upscale program?
Yes.
I was just writing upscale program, yeah, there was 507 protected jobs. So these were jobs that were the organization reported as potentially needing to leave the city to be fulfilled in terms of scaling. And so working with them to attract and scale up on talent. So that those are 5. And then of the 25, we'd have to follow up. We know that there's been a handful that have actually landed and been created as new. And then the anticipation is in the next sort of couple quarters, the rest of those will be filled. And again, as part of the work plan, it's important to note that EDR doesn't actually hire these people. They support the work of local business to hire. So the pace of hiring is based on those individual companies, and at which time their self-reported numbers is going to be 25 by the end of the sort of fiscal year.
Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand that. So the 507 protected jobs are jobs you protected, and how did you protect those?
Again, through the chair, it would have been the actual businesses that did not have to relocate or outsource or go to different communities to find the needs they had for scaling from a labor perspective.
And what did EDR do in that?
EDR provided support to those companies through the bespoke services. So it was really targeted to individual companies through the upscale program. So essentially what happened is companies would apply for the program. They were accepted. There was a cohort of 6. They each received an allocation of $10,000 to meet a specific need. They worked with EDR staff team to define actually tangible, actionable items that they can achieve with those dollars. And for some, it was a hiring plan. For some, it was marketing. For some, it was there's a gamut. For 6 organizations, had 6 sort of bespoke sort of solutions that were then funded, and the results of those fundings were the sort of job preservation and new job creation that was sort of mentioned in the report.
Okay, so the upscale program is funding you gave to these companies and support.
Yes, yeah, through Prairies Can.
Gotcha. Oh, through Prairies Can, so federal funded program. So that was funding provided by the federal government to help your program, correct?
Through the chair, the funding was provided to EDR to run the program. So Prairies Can used us as a program facilitator.
Yeah. So that's the Prairies Canadian Economic Fund.
Yes.
Thing. Okay. Perfect. And then I know you're new, and I know you're head on to this role. So what do you, as the new head, see strategically goals, or do you have anything in particular you would like to see EDR go? Because I know you're just starting now. So what can we look forward to?
For sure. So through the chair, I think there's a couple of things that are really high on my list. One is making sure that we have alignment with city administration, and that work is obviously going really well, and there's been great buy-in both from the EDR team and from city admin, so I thank them for engaging in that. The second is working through with our board around actual multi-year strategic planning. Right now, we've been in a cycle of year-over-year sort of operational planning that sort of rolls over. I think that has some merits based on where the organization was a couple of years ago, but I think we're ready to take the jump to sort of more multi-year planning, which again will allow us to be more intentional and more specific in terms of the impact of the KPIs we're developing, because again, some of these take a multi-year perspective. So that strategic planning and that KPI development will then start to inform some of those tactics. So it's a combination of making sure that we're most maximizing the sort of public dollars that we see through to achieve the best impact, but also making sure we have clear visibility and alignment on what EDR is actually doing, what they're unable to do just because we have capacity constraints, and making sure that we're not put in a position where we are casting about in a million different directions and doing everything a little bit okay, as opposed to drilling down on a handful of things that we can do great.
Okay, I want to let some other people answer some questions, but I look forward to seeing some results in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Zgidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just have one outstanding question after reading through your financials in relation to those. And then I just wanted more information about something else. In terms of the financials, so in your statement of cash flows for 2025, it talks about cash, sorry, I'm having a hard time with my screen, cash resources at the end of the year. So in 2024, there were, it was 692,623, and 2025 is down to 290,228. So can you just give like a brief explanation for that change?
I'd have to potentially defer to city admin on that particular change. What I would say is, from a cash flow perspective, that surplus amount is sort of represents some savings that were created through basically an absence of a permanent CEO and some staffing positions. But in terms of the actuals around that, I'll sort of defer to city admin on that.
Okay, I will follow up with them. And then, sorry for the harder question, and welcome. But I do have a question about the BDO zone. So this is the Biofuel Development Opportunity Zone. And so my understanding, what you're saying there is, so that you folks did some work because you saw this as a potential opportunity. I'm seeing you nod your head. So This work helped identify the opportunity for a mid-scale canola meal processing facility that which would complement the existing crush capacity and capture untapped markets and animal feed at aquaculture and bioproduct markets. So what happens now? So you've identified that you did some research, identified there's a potential opportunity. What are the next steps to further explore this?
So through the chair, what this allows us to do is go out to market in terms of that sort of pipeline approach and go, actually we have this. So in terms of investment readiness and investment ability, so this is just like any other sort of Standard & Poor's investment rating, it's just specific to this sector. So it allows us to have an additional tool in our tool belt when we're going out to create incentives for these companies to land in the city. So it's a currently unleveraged, but it has the opportunity to bring that investment through and create a smoother pathway to bring in the capital to make those investments is essentially what the core outcome we're hoping to achieve with that rating is.
Okay, and then so perhaps like whenever you come back to us in the future, you'd be able to give an update on how that work is continuing to progress?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that sounds great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, the chair. Welcome. My question is, I guess, I noticed on your website, the investment partners, you have a few from out of Regina, Hebert Group, great company, and Swift Current, Mosaic, obviously international. So I'm glad that they're investing in DDR. Walk me through the investment partnership for you and how, or is it a priority for you to raise money from the private sector to sort of fund your operations, and what is your vision for raising and using non-core city revenue?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, and I think that sort of Greater Regina area approach is really important, again, to Councillor Turnbull's question around sort of the investment and who's funding the work going on in the Greater Regina area. This is one of those avenues that allows us to do it. I think there are two main demarcations that the Grow Partnership provides for us. One, it is a show of support and confidence from the private sector in the work that EDR is doing, which I think is really important. These are not folks that throw money around without sort of thinking about what the actual value that is producing. So that sort of vote of confidence is really important to us. And secondarily, I think when we look at the challenges and look at the opportunities that EDR can help support, having unrestricted capital is really important. So when we look at even our surplus as of right now, the bulk of it is restricted capital. It's just money that's been received that we have to spend on various specific targeted activities. The unrestricted capital that we get through the Grow Partnership allows us to be, again, that more nimble, more agile organization, because we have a pool of funds that we can put towards direct and timely activities that will yield results for the city. So that's really important. And then in terms of where it's going, I think there's an opportunity for it to grow and evolve. It is a relatively new program for EDR, and I think as that there's a ton of really great successes, but there's also some key learnings that will allow us to grow and change and see exactly how that partnership can evolve. And again, making sure that we are really conscious of the core funding from the city is critical to us, but it's also incumbent on us to make sure that we're going out to have some entrepreneurial spirit and raise the money that we need to continue to do the work that we have the ambitions to do.
Awesome, thanks. Just for the record, Hebert Group's in Mooseman, they'll kill me maybe for saying that. Maybe my last question, I know we're almost on break here, through the chair, John, would be, I think EDR has heard historically from this council of the interest in growing the local tax base, the commercial tax base. Can you walk us through what might be planned for the year ahead in terms of supporting existing businesses, whether they're going through ideation and startup or trying to acquire capital, whether they're existing business that might be trying to sort of grow and expand and stay? So, what focus, if any, does EDR have on existing businesses and support for entrepreneurialism and the existing tax base here? Thanks so much. Good job.
Absolutely. Through the chair, there's a couple pieces on the workforce development piece. The talent attraction work that's been done has been an incredible foundation. It's allowed us to build the assets, build some muscle memory around how to sort of go out and handle sort of a concierge style approach to folks. What that's going to allow us to do in the future is actually work more directly with local businesses and have a tool and a skill set at our disposal to help support the HR functions of those to bring in the folks we need and hopefully help them land those to address that sort of skill gap. In terms of local investment, that's going to be a key priority. I think there's been a lot of focus, and rightly so, on foreign direct investment over the past couple of years. That work will continue, but I think we also need to make sure we're finding a way to make sure local investment has a way to find its way to the city. So whether that be in the form of transition as current business owners look to age out and look to divest, to new entrepreneurs looking to invest and grow, that work will continue. And again, taking some of the tools and muscles that we've built in experience for the past couple of years and redirect them towards that type of work. Because again, that local investment is the stickiest investment. That investment stays in the city, and because it was built here. So it's important to make sure that we're working with and serving those folks, and had a number of really positive conversations in the first couple months here on the job around how we can do that, and also some folks looking to do that work already and sort of be a test case for the work that we can do together.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. I see no other questions, so I have one of my own. Looking through your financials, it looks like administration and just general expenses of organization account for a big portion of your budget. The leftover is literally a couple $100,000 that you used to ratchet with corporate investment to bring opportunity. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, that would be correct.
Would it be helpful if we had a couple contributions from our neighbors to help you use ratchet mechanisms to bring more industry to this region, especially from those who might get ahead from having landed investments in their areas? Thinking of the property taxes generated from a canola crush plant, and once again, looking at how much little money you have left over to use to ratchet up to these investments, would it be in everyone's interest if we contributed as a region to your success, for our success as a region?
Through the chair, absolutely, and those are conversations that, if they weren't ongoing, we've certainly tried to get started in the past couple months, and some are ongoing to sort of see how we can make that a reality.
Yeah. With the financial pressures, I believe there might be two avenues for people to view this. Either shut down and keep it within our borders of Regina for every, hard-earned tax dollar spent, or go to the bigger format of what we can accomplish as a bigger group. Which two of the ways do you think is most successful for EDR in Regina?
Through the chair, that's a great question. It's certainly something that we're exploring, having met with Sharita, who has a model similar to, I think, what you sort of envisioned. I think anytime you get into a situation where it's all upside to one path or the other, I think you're sort of missing the whole picture. There are certainly some challenges that Sharita's having with their regional model that we would need to make sure that we account for as we go forward. To me, I think based on the structure of the city and sort of the assets available and the type of sectors that we're looking to approach, I think a hybrid of sort of regional and local focus. I want to be really clear. I don't want this to come across as we're no longer focusing on making sure that we're tracking stuff to Regina proper. I just want to be really clear that there are limitations to that in terms of what we can attract. So in order to maximize our efforts, I think it's a combination of the two, to be honest.
Would I be crazy to say that in 2026 it would be almost impossible to just land investment in Regina proper on the scale and type of industry we have in our area?
Based on
the scale and type of industry you have in our area and the type of business done in the world in 2026, considering all the different pressures. Could we actually just keep this to Regina proper and still have a functioning economic development agency?
Through the chair, it would certainly limit that ability.
Okay.
I'll never say anything's impossible, but it would definitely put a stranglehold on our ability to do things.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at the time. We're a couple minutes past our recess. It's a mandatory recess at 10:30, so we'll reconvene at approximately 10 to 11. Thank you. Break time. Okay, guys, time to get this meeting on the go. Councilors, make your way to your seats. We've got to get quorum. Thank you. I see we have quorum. I'll call the meeting to order. For the record, when we took our break, we left off with delegates answering council or committee questions. I believe all questions had dried up. I'll just look back to my fellow councilors to see if there's any more questions for the EDR committee. Councillor Sickless seems to have some, so if I could ask the delegates to make their way back. I see there's some further questions for you.
Click your light.
Councillor Sickless, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning. Good morning still. I'm not going to beat up on you, although I do appreciate the questions that have come your way. And what I thought I might ask you to do is, for the people who are watching, I think we've got about 100 people watching, which is double what we normally have, so hooray. And for the folks here today, I think it's important that people understand the asymmetry between what you can do and what a city like, for example, Calgary can do. Some people might not know that they have a grant fund of, I think it's at 160 million. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have 160 million.
No.
And it's also a calculation that I was talking about earlier. It sounds like 30 million might be our number if we were to use the same extrapolation.
Yeah, on a per capita basis, as it was.
So maybe just tell folks about that and what it would be like if you had 30 million in the bank. And by the way, while you're here, if you look behind you, a lot of people here with big checkbooks. So you might want to talk to them before they leave.
Well, through the chair, thank you. And yes, want to make sure we're working the room before it gets too busy. I think there's a couple factors that go into some of those grant pieces. One, and I think Councillor Mancinelli maybe alluded to it, but I'll put a bit of a finer point on it, is the relative lack of engagement from the provincial funding mechanisms on this in terms of how Calgary, Winnipeg, some of our comparator big cities and other provinces are getting those dollars. In terms of what we would do with 30 million, that's a little bit like dreaming about what you're going to do with the lottery before you scratch the ticket. But I think it obviously would allow for significantly more work in terms of incentives to bring folks here. It would also allow us to have some levers to address some of the skill gap in terms of what companies in our community need versus what the actual skill gaps are with the labor-ready workforce in Regina. So there's lots to be done, but yes, we are working at a significant deficit in terms of funding, and that's part of why the work of EDR, the staff team, to sort of find those dollars, find those opportunities to grow unrestricted revenue is really important. I want to make sure we're being honest. We're not getting the $30 million with the team we have now, but we can start working and plugging away and make sure we have some positive momentum, sort of grow that to bridge that gap. Because yes, we are at a relative competitive disadvantage to some of our neighbor cities. And again, that's part of the work that we're doing with city admin to make sure we're not necessarily getting there, but making sure our incentives are at least spelled out in a way that are sort of clear to incoming potential new businesses.
Well, I think it would be great to think through what it would be like not to be handcuffed compared to our competitors.
Through the chair, absolutely, and that's part of where we'd be looking at in terms of when we talk about a 3-year strategic plan. It would be about sort of growing that base to make sure we aren't, because again, if we're coming from a scarcity mindset, we will never get out of that, and we'll never actually find the way. So the sort of thought formation, but not sort of wish casting, but actually like tangibly what would we do with incremental increase in this many dollars, and what the tangible impacts will be is part of what that mapping exercise is going to be. And it as we sort of go through the various stages, we'll have actual concrete answers for like, actually we had $5 million extra dollars, $3 million extra dollars. Like, how does that sort of stagger as opposed to going like, well, it's 30 million or bust. That's not the approach we're taking.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Siklis. Councillor Rasevich, please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. The question is probably along the lines, but it was more, what are companies telling you that they need for you to be able to pull them in?
So through the chair, what we're seeing and a lot of the feedback we're getting is along a couple lines. One, really clear understanding of what some of the business incentives are. Obviously, the development incentives are a little bit more bespoke, but actually sort of what are the opportunities to incentivize attraction. The second piece that seems to be coming up fairly frequently is, again, that skill gap, where there are folks who want to come, and there's a number of businesses we've talked to in the past 3 or 4 weeks are going, they're really excited about a lot of what Regina has to offer as a logistics hub, as proximity to some of the inputs they need. The challenge is we don't have the folks to actually operate the machinery or the manufacturing that they have, and sort of drawing that piece out. So that those would be the two main drivers, I think, when we look at that, and that again becomes part of the work of going, how do we leverage something like a Cargill or a Red Leaf or a data center, sort of bring that talent into the community, and then make Regina sticky enough that folks stay, and when their time is done with those companies, they sort of spin off, stay, and again, live and grow in the community and start new businesses of their own to sort of address some of those needs and those gaps.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Just to kind of really sharpen the pencil, Councillor Siklis mentioned $160 million in Calgary they used to play around and get investment. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, in about that range.
And if I'm reading your budget right for enterprise, the ratcheting mechanism you're using, you're dealing with about $300,000 a year.
I'd have to get my budget numbers for me, but that sounds about right. Yes.
Okay, so for what we're trying to accomplish and what we need to do, that's why this is a regional importance. So thank you very much. I see no further questions. You're free to go back. Thank you for all the information. Kind of screwed up the order of presentation here. Up to date, I've been asking administration to introduce ahead of the delegations, and I kind of missed that step, so I'll ask Kim Kralik to please introduce this report.
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina works with service partners, including Economic Development Regina, very closely. You've heard a presentation from the organization detailing their 2025 annual report. Some of the key financial highlights for the year ended December 31st, 2025 include an operating surplus of $127,000 compared to $813,000 in 2024. This year-over-year change in surplus reflects an overall decrease in expenses of $112,000 and a reduction in revenue of $597,000. An accumulated surplus of $922,000 compared to $794,000 from the prior year, mainly related to increased financial assets of $113,000, offset by a slight reduction in liabilities of $26,000. That is the main summary. This report is provided for approval.
Appreciate the summary. Can I have some move of the report with an amendment to the date in the recommendation number 4 to read as May 6th, 2026? Councillor Fro, any comments or questions?
I'll just be quick. I just want to say one thing, because I think it's an important reminder for us always. When we talk about supporting businesses or doing business with our neighbors, the supply chains of our economy are really interconnected with the farms and producers that surround our city, the mines that dot our province. And so whether it's a plant like Cargill or the mines of Mosaic or some of the businesses in this room, it's not just the employees. There's many businesses in our city that do business with those industries. So I think we should just be always mindful, and I actually think it's quite a wise use of time and resources at EDR to work with businesses, even if they technically fall outside of our boundaries, because some large industrial players, it's appropriate that they are, and we benefit greatly from them for lots of reasons. So I just want to say, thanks EDR for your work and your commitment to focus on growing the existing commercial tax base. But I thought that'd be worthwhile to mention given the discussion. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just following up as requested to administration about a question I had asked, which was from the statement of cash flows from EDR, which indicates that the cash resources at the end of 2025 were $290,228 versus in 2024, $692,623. So just wondering, wanted more information about that, and what it was suggested I asked the city, so I don't know if we have it. through the chair.
Ms. Kerlick?
Through the chair, we do not have the details of those numbers. My team does not prepare these financial statements similar to some of the other service partners that we'd be responsible for. So
Okay, yeah.
unfortunately, I don't have that answer for you.
No, that's understandable. So maybe I'll just ask then, I think, who knows if EDR is still here? We have so many, yes, they are. We have so many folks today. So if maybe if someone could look into that, or if you need clarification on that, feel free to send me an email, but just wanted some more information about that. I saw some head nods and a thumbs up, so I think we're good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Any further questions? I see no further questions. Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate? No remaining comments. With that, I'll call the vote, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried and a result of 10-1. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillor Rasevich, Flores, Siklis, Fro, Turnbull, Bezo, Mancinelli, Zakidniak, Burton, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Radins.
Thank you. Up next, we'll consider item EX 26-39, Regina Exhibition Association Limited Grant Proposal. We're going to start this off with a PowerPoint presentation from members of administration prior to hearing from delegations. I'll ask committee members to hold all questions to administration until after we've heard from all delegations and the report is properly moved to the floor. And with that, I'll ask Director of Land, Real Estate and Economic Development, Chad Jedlick, to please introduce the report and the presentation. Oh, Mr. Anderson, didn't mean to cut short.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Today is an exciting day. We are pleased to bring forward a proposal outlining the terms under which Brant is prepared to purchase a portion of the Real District and assume day-to-day management of the campus. The proposal provides an orderly transition that protects community events and prioritizes economic impact. Administration believes this is an exceptional opportunity for taxpayers, residents, businesses, and City Council. The opportunity in front of us is about priorities. It's about playgrounds. It's about tax relief. It's about Arcola Avenue, libraries, North Central revitalization, water infrastructure, and community grants. It is about what we decide is best for taxpayer dollars. This is much more than a real estate transaction. It has taken 5 months to hammer out the details to achieve multiple goals for the taxpayers. We thank the Brant team for their hard work and dedication to finding solutions that both sides were comfortable with. Not only did we agree on financial terms at the top end of our assessed market value, we have a term sheet that addresses the community needs and a plan that is fair to employees and clients. We don't have the debt capacity nor the reserves to deal with the deteriorating condition of these buildings. Finding a P3 partner willing to issue us debt will not allow us to avoid this problem. These buildings must be sold to remove the city from the obligations we are facing. Our current debt plan will have our total principal and interest payments doubling from 2024 to 2030. This raises taxes or takes money out of community grants, snow removal, and transit. Once the city starts to think about improving these assets, the costs begin to multiply. Buildings outgrow their usefulness over time, much like Taylor Field and the Lawson Pool. The city doesn't have the capacity, nor should it put taxpayer dollars at risk to improve these assets. We have a private organization stepping up to greatly increase their value. Further to that, this investment into facilities and operations will multiply the economic output. This is a truly transformational city building opportunity. By integrating the economic drivers of the Queen City Distillery and Brand Sports and Entertainment, owners of the Regina Pats, into operations and capital of these other facilities, it will make the campus busier and more productive than ever before. More than just a plan to save taxpayer dollars, this deal will lift the city as a whole and open doors to many more opportunities. This slide details the assets proposed to be sold. It shows their purchase price and estimated cost of capital maintenance the taxpayers are currently responsible for. The purchase price plus the transfer of the costs to bring the facilities back to expected condition gives us total taxpayer value for the transaction. The total value to taxpayers is $85 million. As you can see, these assets would require a very large investment to bring them up to standard, as the average being 45 years old. The purchase price of the Brandt Center and Agribition building are negative. This means the amount of expected repairs required on the buildings is greater than the appraised value. The Brandt Center was built in the late 70s and is coming to the point where major work is required to keep the facility operating, representing a large risk to the taxpayers. I will now pass it to Mr. Jedlick to walk you through the major terms of the deal and the financial impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good morning, members of Executive Committee. The map on the screen shows the boundary of the land and buildings included in the proposal. The average age of the proposed assets to be sold is 45 years. The average age of the excluded assets, which the city is retaining, is 14 years. There is also 45 acres of land included in the proposal, and that land value is included in the appraised value. Brandt is purchasing the assets as is, and assuming all staff, all agreements, and all existing bookings for events. This proposal provides for an orderly transition of operations from Real to Brandt, providing stability for staff, facility users, and organizers of upcoming events. The city will take over operations of Mosaic Stadium at the end of 2026, when the current agreement with Real expires. The city will take over operations of Cooperators and Affinity Plex within 30 months. The city will retain ownership of Mosaic Stadium, the Cooperators Centers, the Affinity Plex, and Bungie ITC, which is where the majority of community activities are programmed and will remain unaffected. In the Queensbury Centre, the city and Brandt will have a lease agreement to ensure that the main floor used for soccer remains unaffected. Brandt will continue to operate the Queen City X as long as it's commercially viable and there's demand for the event in the community. The agreement includes several terms that obligate and incentivize Brandt to ensure the campus continues to be used primarily for recreational, cultural, sporting, entertainment, convention, agribusiness, and other special events that are important to the city, specifically Canadian Western Agribition. The purchase price is $6.5 million and was established using an independent, fully accredited appraiser to determine the market value of these facilities, including the land. An adjustment was made based on the condition assessment report completed by VFA to reflect some of the liability for deferred maintenance. Brandt agreed to purchase at the top of that range, getting fair market value and maximizing taxpayer return. The purchaser is required to invest $15 million in the purchased asset within 24 months, which is in addition to the investment being made in the Queen City Distillery. If that $15 million investment is not made, the city is able to buy back the assets or increase the purchase price equal to the required investment amount. The purchaser will repave the parking lot and the city will contribute half of the cost up to a capped limit of $2.5 million. And a new access along Sass Drive will be sought through, though by separate process, the regulator and impacted parties such as the railway companies need to review and approve it. The city will provide operating cost support to the purchaser in the amount of $6 million in the first year, $3 million in the second year, and $0 after that. The city will pay an operating fee of $500,000 per year for costs related to maintaining the parking lot for use by Mosaic and ITC, and as a continued inducement to host Canadian Western Agribition and operate Queen City X. The purchaser will lease the ITC for $1 a year and pay the operating costs on that building, but also put an additional $550,000 per year into a dedicated city reserve to ensure funding is available for capital maintenance and improvements at the ITC. This will ensure the asset is well maintained and available to the community for decades to come. The proposal includes a 5-year tax exemption on the municipal and library portions of the property taxes. After 5 years, a grant of 95% of those taxes will be provided so long as the assets are continued to be used for community events. Current businesses such as McDonald's will continue to pay full taxes, and if there's a new development such as a hotel, it will pay full taxes. There's an exclusivity clause that if the city builds a new arena and to compete against the Brand Center in the next 20 years, that the purchaser may sell the assets back to the city at a depreciated value. Recognizing that this is a complicated deal with many parts to it, we prepared this slide to compare the financial outlook for Real today versus accepting the proposal. If Real is retained and operating subsidy is required to keep the lights on, the deferred maintenance requires a funding source, and the business of Real needs investment to meet current market expectations. The chart on the screen provides a blunt assessment of the cost of keeping and operating the existing facilities versus the cost of moving forward with the Brant proposal. The proposal will save taxpayers $79 million over the next 5 years. That equates to $300,000 per week, every week, for the next 5 years. The most challenging aspect to this deal has been quantifying community good that occurs at Real District. The best way I've found to understand it is by looking at what it costs to achieve that good. It is helpful that Executive Committee just considered the first intake of the special events grant allocation to see how much support in dollars is provided to Regina Multicultural Council, Circle Project, and Regina Canada Day Committee. Administration believes that $300,000 per week can produce significantly more community good and better community impact if deployed elsewhere, all while allowing and obligating Brant to manage and grow the existing community impact at Real.
This is about priorities. The city provides over 60 services and has over 195 facilities, many of which were built in the 60s and 70s and are coming to end of life. After decades of letting these assets deteriorate, we need to start making some difficult choices. Taxes will need to increase substantially and core services will take priority. Non-core assets like those on the campus will eventually be closed. This unique opportunity will lessen the burden on taxpayers and attract millions of dollars of private investment. Administration recommends moving forward on this deal. We are open to answering questions after we hear from delegates. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We are going to be holding our questions till after the delegates have presented. And with that, we'll start up with the delegation list. Okay, just got to look at my order here. Okay, first up, I will call on Roseanne Hill Blaisdell from Harvard Developments, Regina. Please make your way down. Introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. The city town you reside in. After that, you'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which there may be questions. Please start when you're ready.
Good morning, Executive Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Roseanne Hill Blaisdell, and I'm the President and CEO of Harvard Developments. I'm here in support of the Brant proposal to acquire a number of real estate assets at the Real District. By way of some background, our company has been a long-term developer, investor, and asset manager of commercial real estate assets in Regina and Western Canada for over a century. And I personally was the co-chair of the city's 100th anniversary celebration, served on Regina Economic Development Authority Board for several years, and had the opportunity to serve on the board of directors for the Real District from 2020 to 2023. And as such, I believe I bring knowledge and an experienced perspective to the issue regarding the sale of the Real properties being considered here today. I might begin by saying that small cities like Regina offer a unique lifestyle opportunity. They are easy to navigate, have good schools, safe neighborhoods, strong business cores, access to sports, culture, and entertainment programs and venues, among other things. The Real District has sought to fulfill some of these societal aspirations, and to some extent it has. But unfortunately for many years, the operations have continued to sustain significant financial losses at the taxpayers' expense. This is due to reduced event attraction, the cost of aging infrastructure, high labor expense, and other non-income producing overhead. The devastating impact of COVID did not help. Areas like the Real District, though, are essential for fostering healthy, more connected, and prosperous communities. They can function as vital hubs that enhance quality of life and promote economic vitality. As Reginans, we need to recognize that we need to take immediate action before our Real District further disintegrates, further repelling conventions, conferences, tournaments, concerts, because of its condition and poor associated amenities. Many of the buildings in question are really beyond their useful life and on the verge of dilapidation. The reality is that we cannot continue in this way. Over the next 5 years, it will cost taxpayers, as has been seen, almost $100 million if we do nothing. We are really at a serious crossroads. I have read the Brandt proposal in detail, and while it's complicated, it is a fair deal, reducing the city's exposure to $18 million. It is quite frankly a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. It shifts all the future risk of $80 million in deferred maintenance away from the city. It puts the operations in the hands of capable, committed, inspired business people with a proven track record. The Semple family, just like my own family, is rooted in the belief that investing in and giving back to the communities we do business in sets the foundation of a strong city and a strong business environment. The Brandt proposal is an example of the family's long-term commitment to make a difference in Regina. Brandt's willingness to step up and put in the work is truly commendable. Some might say that the city should take more time to assess the merits of this proposal and perhaps compare it to the results of a formal, widespread request for proposal from other proponents. I would venture to say that while the Real District does have development appeal and the potential to become a real showpiece for the city, very few, if any, private sector developers or operators would have the stomach or the resources to take it on in its current condition, and none would be willing to pay a higher price. And I can say that Harvard for sure would not be interested in putting in a bid. Too many opportunities are missed as a result of paralysis by analysis. Too many clear solutions are overlooked in the face of bureaucracy. It's really time we stop talking about revitalization and start acting on it. In closing, I would strongly urge Executive Committee to approve and recommend the Brandt proposal to City Council, and I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate your words. I look to my council colleagues for any questions. I see no questions. You've been clear in what you've had to say today. Thank you very much for your time. Next up, I look to call upon Dan Neer from the Western Hockey League Association. I see he's in person today, it says. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, the city you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which there may be questions. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thanks and good morning. My name is Dan Neer. I've traveled from Calgary, Alberta, to be with you here today. I'm appearing on behalf of the Western Hockey League, the major junior league that includes one of junior hockey's most storied franchises, the Regina Pats, who make the Brandt Center their home. I've been the Western Hockey League's commissioner since 2024. I'm here to express my support for the proposed transaction between Brandt, the City of Regina, and Real, as outlined in the report before the Executive Committee. I've written a letter in support of this proposal, which is included in the package you've been provided. To the chair, your worship, members of council, and guests, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Over my time serving as the commissioner of the Western Hockey League, and previously in 10 years working at the National Hockey League, I've seen a few facilities, both across Western Canada and around the world, that host world-class events, including Regina's Brandt Center. With my role comes a wide variety of challenges and problem solving. As I look ahead 5 to 10 years, I'd argue facilities may be the league's most important challenge and risk. In fact, every March, the NHL holds a conference for all of its development leagues, and they agree in this year's meeting, which occurred just 6 weeks ago, the number 2 item on the NHL's agenda was infrastructure, state of rinks, threats, and opportunities. The business around events in hockey has changed dramatically, with customers expecting more from their local facility and athletes expecting higher standards from the spaces where they train and develop. The Brandt Center was built in 1977, a few years before we were born. There's no question the Brandt Center is aging and requires significant investment and enhancement to meet modern standards. Most of the WHL's facilities are municipally owned. The fact of the matter is, in these municipally owned facilities, between the city, the operator, and the club, there are often capital commitments. However, many of these are barely adequate to keep the lights on or keep the ice plant running. There's never been a more important time to modernize and enhance the experience for user groups and in junior hockey fans and players. I believe the city is incredibly fortunate to have the Brandt Group and Mr. Semple, who have the means and risk profile to solve some of these problems for the community without an additional burden on taxpayers. That's a unique opportunity for the city. The development landscape in hockey has shifted dramatically since 2024, resulting in competition as it pertains to recruitment and retention of these young players. Parents place a great value on the quality of the player experience in the market where they compete, and it's directly influenced by the standard and conditions of the facilities where they practice, they strength train, they study video, and more. At the end of the day, meaningful improvements to junior hockey facilities across the Western League will require and will ensure that Canadians continue to choose the Canadian path for development. By retaining the best players across Western Canada, teams like the Regina Pats will be in a position to ice competitive and entertaining product. This year, a young 15-year-old by the name of Maddox Schultz, a Regina-born player, played 34 games as a 15-year-old. It's an outstanding story for the league, the Pats, and hockey in Canada. The truth is, however, we're only a few years away for the Schultz family having to decide whether to continue playing hockey in Regina or to move to the NCAA south of the border. This is influenced by environment, experience, and facilities. Our operating costs in junior hockey are rising quickly. That said, what we have before us is a proposal that places a motivated and committed local ownership group in place to take on operating and capital risk while ensuring important community infrastructure receives the necessary investment and care to deliver a world-class entertainment facility. I know Sean Semple and his team at Brandt are deeply committed to Regina. Given the opportunity to invest in and operate the Brandt Center and Real District, I'm certain Brandt will continue to put the community first and do what is best for Regina, because I see that every day in how they operate in the Western Hockey League. Thank you for having me today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I look towards any of my colleagues for questions. I see no questions coming your way. You've been clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next, I'll call upon Carl Fix. As you make your way down here, please remember to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, city or town you're from.
I'm not, we're gonna.
You'll have 5 minutes to address committee, and then you may have questions afterwards. Please go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Fix.
My name is Carl Fix. I represent myself, I guess, citizens. I've been a resident of this city, I think now about 65 years after immigrating here. And so I'm here speaking to express my support for the proposed transaction involving Brandt, the City of Regina, Real, as outlined, and a report by the Executive Committee. Now, I have a report that I mailed in to you guys. I'm not going to read it again because everything is in here. I've already heard here from various people who know more about it than I do, and I'm sure many more. What I want to talk about is, in my business experiences, what is always important to me was who I was dealing with, especially when I was handing over part of my business. So who is taking over the reins of this business, part of Regina's business, that is so vital to our city? Who is this person? I've known the Semple family now for over 40 years. I got to know him through the most famous part of the Sempe family, Jack Semple, and through him I got to know Gavin and Sean and everything else. I've had the opportunity to do some fundraising with him, and as they were always one of the most generous first ones in with money, always supported the community, anything to do with the community they're in. So who are we handing over the reins of this very important part of our city, vital? We're handing over to a family which has deep roots in Saskatchewan, going back to when Sean's grandfather came here from Scotland right after the First World War and farmed outside of what is now Piapot. This family from nothing built a $5 billion business, international business, now with 6,000 employees, of which 1,600 are here. Now, I'm sure most of you are aware of the fact that they've been courted numerous times by various organizations, provinces, and states in USA with significant financial considerations that would certainly have changed their bottom line. To that, they've said, no, they're here in Regina, they pay their taxes here, and they're entrenched in this community, which is important, should be important to all of us. As I said, I have personal experience with them, and they were always the first ones to step up and give money. As the former mayor of Regina, Pat Fiacco, says, I love Regina, which I think applies to the Semple family and all of us. That's why we're here, because we love Regina. We wouldn't be here because we want to do what's best for Regina. So I encourage the powers to be to make the decision. The right decision is to go ahead with this deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fix. Look for any questions. I think they got justice to your words. Thanks for appearing today. Next up, we have someone appearing virtually, Greg Voss. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee.
Is now joining.
Okay, there we go. After which you will have the opportunity to respond to questions members of executive committee may have for you. Please turn your mic and your video camera on and proceed when you're ready to go, Mr. Voss.
Hello, my name is Greg Voss. I'm a resident of Regina, born and raised, and I am addressing the grant development here. I have I'm not representing any organization or stakeholder except myself as a taxpayer and a stakeholder in the Real District. So when I heard last Friday about the potential sale of some of the real assets to Brant, it really caught my attention. So I did what any retired senior citizen would do. I turned to social media. And I would like to pause here in my presentation for a second and thank Councillor Fro. Councillor Fro put out a 7-minute video, which was absolutely excellent, very informative, and he also supplied a link to the Brant proposal. I dug into the proposal and I read it like I was the vendor. I read it through a vendor's lens, like Brant was trying to purchase this asset from me. After reading this document several times, I kept coming up with the same question. What is the downside to this proposal? I was trying to poke holes in it, find red flags, and I could find none. It looks like to be a very good deal for the city of Regina and the taxpayers. Do I have some questions about it? Absolutely I do. Is there some wrinkles that need to be worked out? Absolutely. But those things can come. The reality of the situation is we have aging buildings that are nearing the end of their life and require significant maintenance. And right now, the city has no plans or funds to address these significant maintenance issues. As we all know, Real has been struggling over the last few years, several years, and they are subsidized by millions of dollars, of taxpayers' dollars, just to keep the doors open. And we do need to keep the doors open. So the question comes, what should we do now? we can stay with the status quo and kick this can down the road for a few more years until we have a new council or a different offer. But in that time, these buildings will continue to deteriorate and the maintenance costs will continue to increase. Or we can do what we're doing here today. We have an excellent offer from the Brandt Group of companies. Not only is it an offer, but they brought a vision forward of what the exhibition grounds could be, and they are willing to invest fresh capital and money into this facility, giving it new life. As we all know, Brandt is a Regina-based company with deep local roots and a long-standing commitment to hiring local, sourcing from local suppliers, and reinvesting in the community. Quite frankly, Brandt is an excellent corporate citizen. Private investment of this scale has the potential to generate meaningful economic activity that benefits families and neighborhoods across the city and the province. The continued presence of and expansion of Brandt also reinforces confidence in our city. And this investment supports workforce stability and helps ensure economic benefits from our community. From a community standpoint, this sale also offers long-term financial stability for residents and taxpayers. This type of investment also strengthens Regina's reputation as a city where organizations choose to invest long-term, contributing to growth and a strong tax base. There will also be increased construction and job opportunity to go along with this, which will strengthen our city as well. Transitioning ownership of these buildings to a well-established private company reduces the financial burden and uncertainty carried by the taxpayers, while allowing the city to focus on their core services: transit, water, fire, and so on. At its core, this transaction represents an investment in Regina's future, where local businesses grow, residents find stable employment, and the community prospers. This investment also strengthens Regina's reputation as a city where organizations choose to invest. I'd like to speak to the councillors who are still undecided. This decision can be viewed through the lens of responsible stewardship. Good stewardship means protecting taxpayers from long-term financial risks while encouraging economic activity that benefit the broader community. I ask any councillor who is still undecided to analyze the report that administration has put forward and make a data-driven decision. I've heard a few times around the horseshoe.
Mr. Voss, if I could get you to tie your comments up, you're a little bit over time. Please and thank you.
Never mind. Well, okay, I will. I ask that all the councillors vote unanimously to approve this motion, and I will end it there. Thank you for your time, consideration, and continued service to our community.
Thanks, Mr. Voss. Sorry to interrupt you. Just have to keep things on track. And I do see a question for you. Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Voss, for presenting today. Question that I have for you, you said you're retired, right?
Yes, I am.
And is it safe to assume you have a coffee group or something like that?
Yeah, several, sure.
Okay. What's the comment in Coffee Hall about this deal?
Well, since it was announced on Friday, all the comments have been very positive. It's comments like, it's about time, thank goodness, can't wait to see this place be developed. Lots of comments about the condition of the parking lot. For whatever reason, that comes up continuously. And I've heard no negative comments whatsoever.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. I see no further questions. Thank you for appearing today and voicing your opinion, Mr. Voss.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, I'd like to call on Mike Tate from Regina District Chamber of Commerce. When you arrive at the seat, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, city or town you reside in, and you'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which there may be questions posed to you that you'll respond to. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, executive committee, and happy spring. It's good to be here today. My name is Mike Tate, CEO of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. I'm here representing Regina's business community and 1,300 business members strong to express the Chamber's strong support for the proposed transaction between the City of Regina, Real, and Brant Properties Limited, as outlined in your report. The Chamber has been direct with this council over the past year since my tenure about the fiscal pressures facing our business community. They're real. Pardon the pun. During budget deliberations, we raised serious concerns that the sustainability of rising municipal costs and made the case that the most durable path forward is not simply managing expenditures. It's about growing Regina's tax base and attracting meaningful private investment. This proposal before you today is a direct expression of that principle, and it's transformational. Regina effectively has one existing taxpayer. When the city absorbs ongoing operation shortfalls, deferred maintenance, and capital obligations at the Real campus, costs running over $10 million annually, that burden lands on the same residents and employers year after year. City admin has been clear today. There is no capital plan and no funding source to address the infrastructure deficit on a campus where buildings average 45 years of age. The 5-year comparison in this report is stark. The status quo cost taxpayers an estimated $97 million over 5 years. This proposal reduces that to approximately $18 million. That's beyond meaningful. This proposal changes the equation by bringing private capital to bear on a public problem. Brant is contractually committing to a minimum of $15 million investment with 24 months of closing, and is assuming the operational, maintenance, and fiscal risk of the purchased assets. If events underperform, and not if, but when buildings require capital, it is Brant, not the taxpayer, who is responsible. Reducing the $10 million annual Real subsidy and redirecting those savings toward core services and city priorities is exactly the kind of fiscal rebalancing the Chamber has been advocating for. From a job creation and economic standpoint, the potential is real. Brant stated the business plan is orientated toward increasing the number of events on campus. More events means more economic activity, hotel nights, restaurant visits, local spending by attendees. Chamber members across hospitality, food and beverage, retail, and professional services will benefit directly. This is a private sector investment that expands the tax base without requiring ongoing public subsidy. We're also encouraged that the community access is protected. Contractual obligations and proposed zoning amendments ensure that the campus continues to serve its primary purpose: sport, entertainment, culture, agribusiness, and conventions. And private ownership does not mean the public loses those assets. It means they have a better resourced operator accountable to deliver on them. The alternative, subsidizing aging infrastructure with no plan and no end in sight, carries its own costs, both financial and competitiveness. In closing, our members have been telling us that this is clear. In our most recent survey, the top priorities identified were advocacy on taxes and affordability, reducing the cost of doing business, and finding ways to grow Regina's economic base. Members have been explicit. They want the Chamber pushing for private investment in our city. They want the municipal tax burden addressed, and they want Regina to compete more effectively for business and events. This proposal speaks directly to all three of those priorities. It reduces a significant municipal liability, and it delivers private capital, and it creates conditions for a more economic activity in a city where our members operate. Regina needs private investment, and this proposal delivers it. I'll add that time kills deals, and we're very fortunate to have this on the table. We encourage council to approve the recommendations before you, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. I look to council for any questions. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here. I want to ask you some questions as our business expert.
Fire away.
And you also mentioned the timeline. So we do have an event coming in called the Grey Cup. Do you think that this would add to the Grey Cup to have this done sooner rather than later and add to the city vibrancy?
Well, I mean, from what I know about, the facility that I've seen so far, anytime you're adding world-class facilities that I've seen in the report so far, how couldn't that help a Grey Cup event?
Especially when it's adjacent to the Mosaic Stadium, correct?
The location's pretty good.
Yeah, so I think just for that, and then also from the business. So one of the feedbacks, I am leaning to a question I get a lot, is how does Brant expect to make money off of the community events? And I am leaning to questions. So a business, like a movie theater, makes money off the popcorn, not the movie, correct?
Sure, yeah. I've never been in the movie business, but yeah, the cost of popcorn is high.
Yeah, and so in business, a lot of the times you're making the money off of the product you're selling, not necessarily the event itself. And so there is an incentive to have lots of community events, correct?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, the expansion of community events, I'm going to put it this way. We've got an unbelievable stadium in Mosaic, and I believe that we haven't done the best job as a city to deliver on more events at Mosaic. We've got the Foo Fighters, that's great, right? But this proposal is rooted in a company that wants to deliver more events and more activity to our community. That's really good for business.
And so those community events is actually incentive for the other parts of the business, correct? And that's why someone would want to do this.
You're going to want to sell a lot of popcorn.
Yes, it's about selling the popcorn.
Exactly.
And so with the YQR distillery deal already in the books, does that not uniquely make this an opportunity for Brant versus other companies?
Without a doubt. And you've also got the attachment to the Regina Pats, as we've heard earlier today. So it's a uniquely positioned deal.
So in your opinion, would there be any other businesses that may be incentivized to want to participate in a deal like this?
Well, you heard earlier from Roseanne, and they wouldn't do this deal. I would also add that there's been a lot of media on this proposal, and I haven't seen anyone step up to say I would take that proposal on.
And whatever we do, the popcorn is already coming from the YQR distillery, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So I just wanted to ask those questions. Anything else you wanted to add from a business perspective?
I appreciate your time today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Turnbull. I see no further questions. Thanks for coming to present today. You can make your way back to the gallery.
Thank you.
Next up, we have former Mayor, Mr. Pat Fiacco. Please make your way down to this gallery here. Introduce yourself for the record, organization representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Executive Committee may have for you. This is pretty weird, but when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. And as you know, my name is Pat Fiacco. I'm here not as the former, well, maybe I am. I'm here as a citizen of Regina, but also someone that has spent 12 years where you're sitting right now with some experience. I sure wish Brant would have made that offer when I was mayor. I want to start by, first of all, thanking all of you for putting your name on the ballot and congratulating you on being elected. This is not an easy role. And having been in your shoes for several years, I truly appreciate the effort and the responsibility that comes with serving our community. Your work helps make Regina the greatest city. Nothing is permanent. Cities evolve, infrastructure ages, and opportunities come and go. The decisions we make today will help shape Regina for decades. We are fortunate to have a company as large and internationally respected as the Brant Group of companies headquartered here in Regina. We're even equally fortunate to have a company like Harvard, who's been here for many, many years, come and support this project. We need more companies like Brant choosing Regina as their home and investing back into our community. And it was interesting to listen to EDR's presentation and the questions that were asked. the Brant story is something that I think you'll see in the EDR presentation in the future, because it's a good one. Brant is making what would be one of the largest private sector investments in the city of Regina. This is not just a financial contribution, it's a long-term commitment to the future of our city. Real has served the city well over many, many years. However, as you've heard, the current structure limits its ability to take on risk in the same way the private sector can. Many of the facilities are aging and require significant capital investment. For Real to deliver a higher quality product and improved experience, it would require substantial investment from our citizens. And we know how that's going to go over. This would likely result in a significant property tax increase. Maintaining the status quo continues to place that burden on taxpayers. This proposal shifts financial and operational risk away from the taxpayer and onto the private sector. Brant is committing private capital and assuming long-term responsibility. If events or facilities underperform, taxpayers are no longer responsible. This changes Regina's position relative to other Canadian cities. It enhances our ability to attract larger sports, entertainment, cultural, and convention events. It strengthens our reputation as a destination city. There are community benefits. Community access remains a priority. Recreational use, cultural and sporting events, entertainment and conventions, agricultural events. Private ownership strengthens accountability, it improves operations, and it enhances the overall experience for residents. Brant has demonstrated long-term commitment to Regina through investment in local sports teams, which you've already heard of, community initiatives, facility sponsorship and improvements. Their track record shows they invest with Regina's future in mind. In closing, this is an extraordinary opportunity for the city of Regina, and more importantly for its citizens. It addresses long-standing infrastructure challenges, it reduces financial burden on taxpayers, and it positions Regina for long-term growth and success. I respectfully encourage Executive Committee to accept this opportunity on behalf of the citizens of Regina. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Pat. Look to my colleagues for any questions. I see two pop up. Councillor Siklis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor and Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming today. Great to see you. I wrote something down that Mike Tate said, time kills deals. Can you remember a time during your service here where that rang true?
Yeah, there are several. Sometimes governments don't move as quickly as business does, and business look at opportunities. We had opportunities within the GTH that we lost to other cities because we were unable to come to an agreement, and time costs money. I think that if there were other businesses that wanted to invest in Real, we would have heard about it already. You asked Mr. Voss, what are you hearing on the street? It's normal as the former mayor that everyone wants to talk to me about what do you think about this and what do you think about that, and I really try not to give my opinion because I'm no longer in your chair. But on this one matters for the citizens of Regina. This one really, really matters. The numbers speak for themselves, and we have the Grey Cup coming, as Councillor Turnbull spoke about. Real is going to be kind of the hub for Grey Cup activities as well as our downtown. I think that's important. We're going to hear from on the delegation, I think it's the Hotel Association. They're all about heads on beds, and this is what it does. This is really there's a spin-off here. There's an absolute huge spin-off to our community.
Thanks, Pat.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Siklis. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, Thanks to the chair. Welcome back, Pat.
Thank you.
And thanks for your service and leadership. My question is, I watched you articulate a vision and engage intentionally residents around some of the things you led for our community, of which I am grateful, and that took some time. And no doubt, city government can be slow and frustrating sometimes, but sometimes there's a reason for that. So my question to you is, as a former mayor and someone that took the time to rally the community around a vision, what are your thoughts from someone that might say, we also need some time to understand, we need some time to hear, we need some time to also get excited. I'd like to see the community rally around this proposal, but that might take time. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts as someone who took the time to share that vision and rally the community around it. Thanks.
So I think Real has been in trouble for many, many years. You know, there's Band-Aids throughout those buildings. Certainly better than years ago. It's improved dramatically. But the administration has been working, based on what I heard, on management's administration's presentation for 6 months now on this deal. I haven't yet, anyways, in regards to the delegations that are here, heard anyone speak against this. And I think you have to ask yourselves, is it going to make a difference if you do a couple of months of community consultation on your decision? And I think the answer is going to be no. So in this particular case, I think if I was sitting in the mayor's chair, I would have already heard enough just based on what I'm hearing today.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Brzezinski, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, this is weird. Thanks, Pat. Thanks for your comments. You made a comment, cities change, cities evolve. Can you just speak to that and how, if back in this chair, how each situation is unique? We've heard time is money. Just your kind of perspective on consuming this information.
I'll go back to when I was first elected in 2000 and the challenges that we had. And we had many, but we had also opportunities for growth, and we took advantage of that. We had the Canada Games, which gave us an opportunity to do the big dig. We had to work with provincial and federal governments to get funding for that. But that project changed our city. We had the opportunity for the 6 rinks at Real, the indoor soccer facility. We took advantage of opportunities that were there. If you look at other cities, what's happening in other cities, the growth that is taking place there, and there are many reasons for that growth. The challenge that we have as a municipality and as municipalities right across Canada is you have one really source of revenue, and that's the property tax base. And that's difficult. And you as a council are expected to do so many things with that small tax base. Yes, we get a portion of the fuel tax, which is great, and we get a portion from the feds and a portion of the sales tax from the province, which is great. But ultimately, municipalities are underfunded in this country. So you're reliant on other things. So things change. And in this particular case, you got a funding model that's in front of you that's saying, we, the private sector, Brant, wants to take away the burden on you, the taxpayers, and take over this facility and make it even a better experience for the citizens. And my God, I can't imagine the relief the board of directors of Real are going to have when this deal is done. That burden on them has been incredible. So things change, absolutely. We used to have a beautiful I Love Regina sign in front of City Hall. That changed. By the way, so it was Brant that did that for us. That didn't cost the city a penny. They put that there for us. My understanding it's still around. Maybe we can put it back up.
All right, thanks, Pat. We'll talk later about the sign.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Pat, it's good.
Thanks, Pat. Pat, we've heard from a few delegations around the coffee shops. We've heard this is a good thing. We've heard from the chamber this is a good thing. We've talked about procrastination. We've heard from Mr. Anderson procrastination costs us $300,000 per week. What would you see of any positives to delay this deal that costs us $1 million a month?
Yeah, there is none. This, as I said, this is an opportunity that doesn't happen often. So you need to jump on this one. And the administration, after 6 months working with Brant, is coming forward with a positive recommendation. And we've heard from the business community here. We've heard some of the residents. So I don't think there needs to be any delays.
Thank you. Pat, just remind everyone how long you were mayor for and when did you start?
I was fortunate enough to be elected in 2000 and served 4 terms till 2012 when I decided not to run again and to just starting to do a few other things. 12 years, best job of my life was being Mayor of Regina.
Thank you. During that time, over, I want to say 26 years ago, and being mayor for a few years, how many people with this kind of offer came to the table for anything in the city?
Well, there was several that made great contributions, but not to the degree that Brant is offering us here today. Not this level of investment.
Yeah. You sat in the mayor's chair, where we're sitting in these chairs now. I look forward to 30 years from now. In 30 years from now, am I making the right decision? 25 years ago, when you were sitting in that chair, if you made that decision 25 years ago, would you look back and say that was the right choice?
Well, first of all, when you talk about 25 years ago, I had to go to just a quick story, I had to go to the emergency for a back problem that I'm having, and the doctor that took care of me, just before I was leaving, he said, Mayor Pat, you were the mayor when I was a kid. This was the doctor, so that's a long time ago. So this is a good decision. I would absolutely support this 100%.
Do you think this decision that we're doing today would have kids that are growing up today be in our community and be those next leaders, those doctors, because of a really rejuvenated facility? Absolutely.
This changes. This is a game changer for the entertainment side of our community, the business side, the experience side. 100% people will be talking about this for a long time. This is going to be one of the legacies that this council leaves the city of Regina. 100%.
In your travels as mayor and in your personal life, have you seen anything like you've seen in these drawing renditions of a facility like this anywhere?
More so in the States and in Europe. In Canada, as I said, it's difficult because of the limited resources that a municipality has. There's some cities that are starting to focus on an entertainment district, which is great. Beautiful thing about this is, as I said, you don't have to worry about the tax dollars. This is going to free up money for EDR, for the warehouse district, for Regina downtown, for other culture events like Mosaic. But this will definitely, as I said, this is going to bring events, concerts, conventions, sporting activities to the city of Regina that we've never seen before.
So in your opinion, we're going to look at this, and if we say yes, we're making the right decision?
You know what? You are always going to have those that are going to be against any change. I like it the way it is. Or I wish they would do something different, but don't change anything. There are negatives that are going to be out there, but they certainly do not outweigh the positives on this one, clearly. So, yeah, this is a positive, good decision to make.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for being here today. So you were saying, I've heard from you and I think a couple others that you've only heard positive feedback. So I have a question in relation to that, because I've certainly heard both positive and negative. So have you seen any of the concerns and questions that have been posed by residents, some of them publicly on social media? Have you seen any of that?
I'm not a fan of social media.
Me either.
I think that people hide behind a keyboard where they should be here actually making a presentation. So as I said earlier, you're always going to get negatives. I don't see any negatives that would make a difference on this one.
Mm-hmm. I guess in relation to that, do you have a response to if I was telling you, telling you that I've spoken to, I've had like 20 different in-person interviews with folks in relation to this. Some folks have expressed concerns, but said they are not comfortable sharing those concerns in public because they want to maintain a positive relationship. Do you have any feedback, like any thoughts on folks who, for whatever reason, aren't comfortable sharing their concerns or questions in public?
I think that when a decision like this is being made, that involves huge taxpayers' dollars, that involves the private sector, we all make choices. You have a choice to come forward. You have a choice to stay back.
Okay, and so some of the folks with their questions and concerns are asking not to kill the deal and aren't sure where they feel, but where they stand, but have asked for. There's going to be a question. Have asked for a third-party review, especially one that, if it doesn't substantially slow down the process. Do you see any harm to that if there's not? Because this isn't supposed to be step one finalized before July 1st. So if there's the opportunity for a third-party review that doesn't substantially slow things down, would that be a risk? Because wouldn't that just give us further validation if it is truly the great deal that, some folks are suggesting?
I believe I heard the administration that there was a third party that actually already looked at the deal.
Okay, well, I guess we'll have to follow up with that because I think my understanding is that's only parts of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, Pat, for coming back and talking today.
I don't recognize you without a goalie mask, but go ahead.
So little known fact is that you were a hockey player, and you were pretty feisty little hockey player. We may have played together. We may have hoisted a few together. We may have showered together.
Oh my God!
It was in the locker room. As a former mayor, a former hockey player, as a fan, and as a citizen, how meaningful is a rejuvenated facility to the junior hockey experience?
You know, it's interesting. I think when you look at the importance of this project, to have the commissioner of the Western Hockey League here presenting, I think speaks volumes. So two things. Brandt Center, I attend several of the Pats games, but I also go to exhibition, go to a concert. There's other experiences that I attend, and it certainly has improved. But as you heard from the commissioner of the Western Hockey League, it needs work. And if we don't fix it now, not only will we use talent for the hockey team, for Regina Pats, which means there's no fans, we're going to lose events because they'll go elsewhere. They'll go elsewhere. As far as the other rinks, yeah, we use those facilities. As a citizen, I do. My grandchild does. Our friends do. what a great place just to gather. I think we spend more time after the event in the hallways than we do in the actual event, meeting and greeting. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Seeing no more questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good luck.
Thanks. Looking at the time right now, it's as good a time as any to stop for the lunch break. I'll call a recess and we'll reconvene about 1 o'clock. Okay. Picking up from the break, we are at the delegate portion of EX 26-39, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited grant proposal. We're halfway through our delegate list, and up next we have Chantel Lip from the Saskatchewan Heavy Construction Association. If you can make your way to the delegate stand there, please. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members may have for you. Please start when you're ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Chantel Lip. I'm representing the Saskatchewan Heavy Construction Association, an industry that builds the foundation of this province's economy. I'm here today to express our support for the Brant group of companies becoming the owner and operator of multiple facilities within the Real District. From our perspective, this is not just a transaction, it's a functional decision about how these assets are going to perform going forward. At its core, this comes down to a simple question. How do we ensure that these facilities are financially sustainable, competitive, and able to support growth without increasing pressure on Regina ratepayers? Because the reality is, and we've seen this across North America, large event and exhibition facilities are difficult to sustain under traditional public ownership. They require ongoing subsidy, carry an operating risk, and are often constrained by competing municipal priorities and budget cycles. And that's not a criticism. It's the reality of how municipalities are managed. Cities are balancing policing, housing, infrastructure, and social services all within finite budgets. And in that environment, large event facilities, while they're important, don't always receive the sustained strategic investment needed to remain competitive. Now, to be clear, this isn't a new observation. Previous councils have actually repeatedly recognized that assets like those within the Real District require a level of ongoing capital investment that is difficult to sustain through public funding alone without placing significant pressure on taxpayers. They've also recognized that where appropriate, private sector investment is a necessary part of ensuring that those facilities remain viable, competitive, and properly maintained over the long term. This decision, or hopefully your decision, is consistent with that reality. Over time, what we tend to see in public models is a pattern: deferred maintenance, incremental upgrades, and a focus on managing risk rather than maximizing our opportunities. This decision is about changing that trajectory. It's about placing part of this campus into a model that is designed to perform with clear accountability, faster decision-making, and the ability to invest strategically. That's what the Brant group of companies does. They bring operational expertise, access to capital, and a performance-driven approach, which is the same model that our industry uses every day to deliver complex infrastructure projects. And importantly, this is not about control, it's about function. This is not about consolidating assets, it's about ensuring that these facilities can operate in a way that is competitive, responsive, and financially sustainable. Because without that shift, the pressures don't disappear. It stays within the city and ultimately with the taxpayers. One of our most important benefits here is the shift in financial responsibility. Under public ownership, risk sits with the taxpayer. Losses are absorbed through public budgets, and investment is constrained by fiscal cycles. This model changes that. It allows risk to be transferred, investment to happen when it's needed, and decisions to be made at the pace required to stay competitive. That means less pressure on municipal finances, more predictability in long-term planning, and a stronger protection for Regina taxpayers. And just as importantly, it creates the conditions that actually grow the value of these assets. Brant is uniquely positioned to do that. They're headquartered here in Regina. They employ thousands of people across Saskatchewan, and they have a long track record of reinvesting in this community. Whether it's their continued expansion of local manufacturing and head office operations, their investment in workplace development, or their consistent support of major community and economic initiatives, Brant has demonstrated that when they grow, Regina benefits. Their success is tied to this city. And that matters because it means decisions are being made locally with a long-term view of Regina's economic future. From our industry's perspective, the opportunity here is real. Cities across Canada are competing for major events, conferences, trade shows, and industry gatherings that drive hotel occupancy, restaurant activity, and a broader economic impact. But to compete, you need facilities that are well managed, well invested, and able to respond quickly to opportunities. The Saskatchewan Heavy Construction Association is right now working towards bringing a major construction trade show and infrastructure summit to the city in 2028, an event that would bring thousands of attendees and significant national attention. And the ability to successfully host at that scale depends on having facilities that can operate at a high level consistently and competitively. That's what this opportunity enables. This isn't about replacing the city's role, it's about strengthening the overall model that we've got. It's about ensuring that these assets can evolve alongside the industries driving Saskatchewan's economy, which is construction, mining, agriculture, and energy. It's about making sure Regina has infrastructure it needs to attract investment, host major events, and compete nationally. So in closing, once again, this decision is about function, sustainability, and growth. It's about moving from subsidy to sustainability, from constrained decision-making to operational responsiveness, and from managing assets to maximizing their economic. From the perspective of the Saskatchewan heavy construction industry, this is a practical and forward-looking step, one that reduces risks for taxpayers, strengthens performance, and creates real opportunity for economic growth in Regina. We're going to look forward to working with Brant and the city, including on our 2028 Infrastructure Summit, to bring those opportunities forward. Thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for the presentation. Looking to my colleagues for any questions. Looks like you've been clear in your comments. Thanks for appearing today. Okay, next I call upon Tyler Wilcox. Please introduce yourself for the record, your organization representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions if there are any. Please proceed when you're ready, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyler Wilcox. I'm here as a citizen of Regina, Saskatchewan. As I looked at the list of speakers today, either that you've already heard from or you will hear from, they are pillars of this community. They are leaders. They are some of the most impressive people we will have ever seen live and invest and work in this community. And so when I looked at my materials, I ripped it all up because I think that speaks a lot for itself. And so I'm here today, and to tell you why I'm here as a citizen, and I'm here to speak to you from a really localized level. I'm active in politics. I'm active in civic politics. You're all sick of hearing from me. I've been on this council a few times over the last couple weeks. But when this was announced on Friday, I was shocked at the level of excitement from everyday people. I was stopped by my neighbors who know I'm involved in civic politics and told me how excited they were. I was in what the youth call mini group chats over the weekend, where business executives, entrepreneurs, plumbers, and electricians were all sharing the excitement that Real could have this world-class investment and put Regina back on the map. I was texted pictures from Just Bins from my mom, a retired nurse, who said, "Look at these amazing visuals." And so I felt compelled to be here as an everyday citizen to just represent what I'm hearing and feeling in the community, that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I feel so incredibly proud and so incredibly excited that an institution like Brant and the Semple family, who can choose to invest wherever they want in the world because capital is ever so mobile, have chosen to put money back into their community to make it a place we want to live and work and thrive for the long term. And so as a taxpayer, as a citizen, as a fairly new father, I felt it is extremely important to come tell you, please support this project. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our city, and I just hope we move forward on this project quickly and smoothly.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Enthusiasm appreciated. Looking around, I see no questions. Thanks for your presentation. Next up, we have Tarina Nelson. Please introduce yourself for the record when you get to the speaker stand. The organization representing, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members may have for you. Please start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Trina. I'm here representing myself.
as an ex-counselor and the beginnings of some of this stuff that we're being discussed today. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Executive Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Trina. I am here as a citizen of Regina to express my strong personal support for the Real Brandt proposal currently before you. From a business and financial perspective, this proposal represents a necessary and strategic shift to how the Real District is funded, operated, and sustained over the long term. The current model is not financially sustainable. Currently, the city remains fully responsible for operating deficits, capital maintenance, and long-term infrastructure replacement. As outlined in the report, continuing under the status quo is a project is projected to require approximately $97 million in Regina taxpayer money. By comparison, the proposed transaction over the next 5 years, reduces Regina citizens' exposure to approximately $18 million in the same period. That is a material and measurable improvement to fiscal incomes of $79 million. The proposal fundamentally changes the city's risk profile. It transitions responsibility for operations, capital investments, and performance from the public sector to the private sector. Who has the financial capacity and operational expertise to manage these assets effectively and efficiently? Brandt Industry is committed not only to acquire and operating key facilities, but also to invest a minimum of $50 million in capital improvements within the next 2 years, with ongoing responsibilities for maintenance and upgrades thereafter. Equally important, the city retains ownership of their core community and sporting infrastructure, ensuring the continued success and alignment with public priorities. This is not a divestment in public purposes. It is a reallocation of operational responsibilities. From an asset management standpoint, this proposal addresses a significant and growth infrastructure gap in my opinion, will continue to increase over time. Many of the facilities in question are decades old and require substantial reinvestment and no identified funding source under the current model we have. Deferring these costs further only increase long-term liabilities. This transaction allows the city to stabilize this position by transferring deferred maintenance obligations and capital risk to the private sector, while preserving the site's core function as a hub event, tourism, and community activity. There's also clear economic and operational advantages. Under a unified private operator, there is a greater opportunity to increase event frequency and utilization, improve operational efficiencies, enhance customer experiences, and drive incredible economic activities from the city of Regina. To the city of Regina. The report indicates that an increased events directly related to the high economic impact, local employment, and business activity within our city. From a governance standpoint, the structure of this agreement includes ongoing operational agreements, shared access provisions, and long-term requirements that ensure the campus continues to serve as it intended publicly and community functions. This provides a balanced model, combining a private sector efficiency with public sector oversight and accountability. It is also important to recognize that this is a locally driven solution. Brandt has an established presence in Regina, existing investments in the Real District, and a demonstrated ability to operate large-scale facilities and events. This local alignment reduces executional risks and strengthens long-term accountability. In evaluating this proposal, the key question is not whether change is required, it clearly is. The question is whether this is viable, structured, and responsible path forward. Based on the financial analysis, risk transfer, capital commitment, and operational model outlined in the report, in my opinion, this proposal meets all of that. It delivers reduced taxpayer exposures, transfers a long-term financial risk, immediately ongoing private investment, continued public access, am I almost out of time?
You can finish up.
Okay, sorry. I have a page and a half. I'm just going to finish with this. In closing, I want to not just speak from a financial and governance perspective, but from a place of genuine passion. I have spent many years deeply invested in sports, traveling across the country and around the world with my daughter during her time as a member of the Canadian Paralympic team. These experiences I have seen firsthand with great facilities, great management, and great fan experience look like. I've also spent many years taking notes on small details, ideas that elevate an event from good to exceptional. Because creating these experiences is something I care deeply about. This is not just policy to me, it's personal. When I serve as a counselor, I wanted to be part of the real team so badly that I offered to clean bathrooms. And while that may sound lighthearted, it speaks to something important. The details matter. We all know that one of the most memorable
If I could ask you to kind of tighten it up a bit, please.
I got 2 more sentences. Sorry, Councilor Mancinelli. Most memorable parts of a great venue experience is something as simple and a clean, well-designed, and well-maintained space. The event is pride and caring that we are missing. At the same time, I have fought hard for accountability. Administration has suggested that we not focus on how we got here. I respectfully disagree. Unfortunately, how we got here is what council must do because we need to be lack of oversight and accountability. This proposal is an opportunity to correct that. And I say with confidence that under the new structure, with experienced leadership and clear accountability, this type of mismanagement will now never be continued. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Sorry.
Thank you. Long 2 sentences.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Please go ahead, Councilor Turnbull.
Hello, nice to see you here. I did want to ask you, with this proposal, there's a commitment to some increased accessibility to the Brand Center and what that would mean for you and your family.
So I'll tell you something. Before I was a counselor, I was absolutely so angry at the accessibility when I went to a Rider game. My daughter was dropped off at the door. I couldn't go with her in there. I had to go park the car way far away. So I fought really, really hard to get accessible parking spots in the front, which took me becoming a counselor to get those parking spots. Then when I'm not a counselor, there's no more parking spots there. The problem is when you're dropping somebody off at a site or a place to go, you need to be with them. Things are not accessible. Crystal's a pretty accessible child. She can get around pretty well, but they always need that extra help to get up on the curbs that aren't locked, stuff like that. So the parking spots that they had in front of the Mosaic Stadium were actually allocated to the team and for advertisement for their vehicles and not accessibility. So that plays a vital role. When you have a lady that actually held every world record in wheelchair racing coming to the city of Regina and phoning me because she doesn't know if something's accessible to get into is really sad. When this came through with all these accessibility issues, I know from a private person and from a private sector, these will be addressed.
Thanks. So I guess for the Brand Center, you're excited for the extra accessibility improvements that are part of this?
Yes.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Turnbull. Councilor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, perhaps you partially answered this, but is it the accessibility improvements that is why you're so invested in this, you personally going through, or what else, what's motivating, why are you to come speak to us here today?
Well, I'll tell you, yes, I'm taking time out of my day. I'm invested in this because I was the council that brought forward the turn of events and a lot of the concerns that were raised by the public before I was in the middle of, letting the real board go, letting the CEO go, getting some of these changes made so that we can start having the accountability and start seeing some improvement in the Brand Center. To add to your people talking and the group coffees and stuff like that, I just had my family text me and say they're so excited about this because now they'll have a beautiful place to go and take my grandchildren to events and stuff. it's not a fun place to go to right now. It's not an experience. My partner and I just paid $500 to go to a Raptors game in Toronto. Way too much money, but you know what? The experience was absolutely phenomenal. I have been, and I don't know why, but I've been such a, like from Lima, Peru to the Raptors game to the Jays game, I have been taking notes for years over, hey, we could do this, we could do that, we could try this, we could try that. And it's those experiences that make us open up our pocketbooks and say, hey, we'll spend $500 to go to this Raptors game because I got a picture with the #1 fan and I got to wear the 2 big gold rings he has. Those are the kind of things that I'm excited about. I know that with this industry, with Brandt and the company coming forward, they're going to put these things into place. They have the deep pockets to do this. They have the people to bring forward these kind of things and experiences to the city of Regina. I also, my business partner was actually he was part of Stantec when they first did the buildings and the opera 20 years ago to see the deficiencies in buildings. I have a really good insight as to the deficiencies from those reports that were done 20 years ago. So right now, and as a counselor, we were managing everything. There was not the money to put these into these centers. And this is our hub. This is the city of Regina's place where we go and we get to have fun. We get to get excited. We get to go crazy fun things. But when you're walking into a facility like that, who wants to come here? I don't want to take my grandchildren there. It's dirty. It's leaking roofs. It's got issues. I'm excited about this. These people have money. I was talking to a very, very rich friend of mine, Mr. Ray Freilich, the other day, and he said, Trina, when you have as much money as God, we get to do these kind of fun things. You don't, and you as a taxpayer don't, but we get to. These are our babies. He built a bloody track in Estevan for us to just walk on and free of charge because he can. He has the money, he can do it. And as a counselor that sat on this last year when all this was all going on to now being here, you guys, like, this is an opportunity you can't let go. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. See no further questions. You can return to the gallery. Thanks for presenting. Next, I'll call upon Patrick Book. As you make your way to the speaker stand, please introduce yourself for the record, organization representing, if any, city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Book.
Howdy, everybody. I'm really nervous. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Acting City Manager Nickel, and esteemed administration. My name is Patrick Book. I'm a former City Hall reporter, a former city employee in the Mayor's office, and a simple taxpayer who wants to understand this deal. I've submitted a few dozen questions that I think would help folks like me achieve greater clarity. I've updated my first submission after reviewing Brandt's presentation and to correct an error that was in my earlier materials. I offer sincere apologies for that mistake. I was very sleepy when I wrote that stuff. As one of the only delegations not offering an unequivocal endorsement today, I feel a bit like a hen in a fox house right now. So to be clear, I am not opposed to selling. The more I see here today, the more it feels like an inevitability, and I don't want the campus to suffer an undignified death any more than you do. But council has needed to have these existential conversations about service delivery for a long while. We all know it's not possible to do everything the city does with the money you have. I'm sure you've all heard from angry constituents about the city's debt load and property tax increases. People want action. From your position, selling is almost certainly the right and definitely easiest decision. But if you jump at an opportunity to reduce some risk, I think people also want you to make sure the terms are worth it. The administration's report cites the largest risk in this deal as your inability to compel Brandt to deliver on the remit of continuing to hold events and attracting more, bigger, and better ones. Their materials go a very long way towards providing comfort on that front. The letters of endorsement show they're forming significant connections that will help them succeed, and that's great. Economic spin-off is great. Transferring risk to the private sector, that's pretty great. Their materials show Brandt sees this as the largest private investment in public infrastructure in the city's history. That's a great headline. Their $113 million figure does include the estimated $78 million it would take to bring every building back to like-new condition. That's not what's being promised. The commitment before you is $15 million of investment at least in those buildings in the next couple of years, mostly focused on the Brant Center, in which the company is the main tenant. So the inclusion of the negative valuation model is confusing to me, but I'm not a cool, rich business dude. I have no experience in the machinations of corporate real estate or deal making, but I'm also concerned about smaller deal terms where Brant is requiring the city to make concessions that limit the revenue you might normally expect to collect. They won't pay property taxes, and if they have to, they want you to give that money right back as a grant. They won't pay to use Confederation Park, city services that they'll need to put on stadium events, to subdivide the land and change bylaws, or to access the stadium during Agribition and the 2027 Grey Cup. They don't want you adding surcharges or levies on tickets to their events, and they want to keep all the revenue for naming rights for the entire district. They want you to pay $2 million for an access on Saskatchewan Drive, 2 more for parking lot improvements, the severance for 50 real employees potentially, and $500,000 of operating costs each year for up to 99 years. All of this while they also gain food and beverage revenue, development rights for the property they acquire, and plan to charge market rates to their partner, the city, and other groups that want to hold events there. That hardly seems like the definition of noblesse oblige to me. Again, I don't necessarily think these are reasons to scupper this deal. I just don't understand them. Why can a company with the resources to claim the biggest public investment in the city's history apparently only make that work if they don't have to pay property taxes like everyone else? Mayor Fiacco and every mayor since have routinely declared property taxes alone are not sufficient, and we need to find other sources of revenue. So why concede what appears to be almost every avenue to collect non-tax revenue from this potential property owner? If Brant is simply playing hardball as successful businesses do, why capitulate? Several councillors ran election campaigns on the notion we should run the city more like a business. Some of you have already made your support for this plan clear. But well-run businesses don't leave money on the table. Councillor Bizot loves KPIs. He once suggested imposing performance standards on the grades of high school teens in exchange for free bus service. But we won't do that for one of the most successful companies in the province's history. Is that fair? Brant wants to make money. Is it injurious for the city to want to make some too? And if so, why? Brant's documents show they've already entered strategic agreements that hinge on this passing. If their credibility with these industry partners is on the line, is that not leverage to push a little harder and help out taxpayers by securing new revenue streams through this sale? Or try to secure guarantees that the volleyball teams and not-profit groups that want to continue to use these spaces won't be priced out of them? Or maybe impose an incentive model where Brant's property taxes are reduced as they improve buildings and bring in new events, instead of giving the tax break up front. Finally, as another submission noted, this is being rushed through. If the city feels it's the best way forward and Brant is confident, why not take the time to help people truly understand and accept it? Nearly every person who spoke at Councillors Flores and Fro's town hall last night expressed the same concern, and I doubt rhetoric like time kills deals will win public sentiment. Can you all say you've had enough time and information to be confident in a decision either way? The people I've talked to are not unanimously thrilled with what they've seen. They want more information. And with all due respect to Mr. Fiacco, he noted no one is speaking against the proposal, as have others. But I think the people in this room underestimate how intimidating it is to be in this seat at a normal council meeting, let alone one where the gallery is filled with board chairs, lobbyists, a former mayor, and a billionaire who are all on the same page. Thank you all for your time and consideration. There's a lot more to learn, and I look forward to the rest of the presentations.
Thank you, Patrick. I do see a question for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Zakidniak.
Right here. Hi. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate you articulating like how it can be very difficult. Just to reiterate, I was requesting, I had asked about support versus folks with concerns and questions. The question, I'm just wanting you to confirm, I said that I've heard certainly both. You're saying the same, including last night at a town hall. You've heard lots of questions, concerns, not just unanimous support. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. My family members, my friends, I don't get out much these days. I have young kids, but everyone I've talked to about this, well, a lot of people are excited about the prospect of more events, as am I. This comes out of nowhere. People have 3 days to process it. I mentioned earlier I was sleepy when I wrote my first draft. That's because every evening For the last 4 nights, I've been up into the middle of the night reading the deal, trying to understand it, thinking of questions that might provide a little more illumination for the members of the public who don't understand these kinds of proceedings.
Yeah.
And writing and rewriting what I was planning to say to you today, because the agenda on Monday with all these fine and well-intentioned folks coming out changed the conversation. Brand's presentation changed my perception of it. In a lot of ways it helped.
Yeah.
But I still have a lot of questions.
Great.
And to speak, I don't want to get in front of Councillors Flores and Froze, but their town hall last night was standing room only, and no one expressed unreserved enthusiasm for what they've seen so far.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of work to do to bring the public in on this, and if there's not time to do that, I mean, the consequence will be yours. People won't be happy, at least the people I know.
Right. Okay. And on that note, in your submission, I see, because you numbered them, at least 33 unanswered questions and a multitude of concerns. I also have pages of my own. So you're saying more time would be beneficial. So it sounds like you're also in support of a third-party review, just to ensure that there would be just, like a third-party independent review of what is proposed. Is that something that you would be in favor of?
I'm not sure that would make a material difference to me either way. I'm a community college graduate and professional communicator. I don't understand all the machinations of building sales and restrictive covenants. That's hard to get your head around when that's not a world you live in. If the administration, I worked here for 7 years, the administration were some of the most impressive people I've ever met. I have no reason not to trust the fine work they've done. So another set of eyes doesn't necessarily move any needles for me. And again, I think on balance, this is probably going to happen, and it probably will be net beneficial to the community as a whole. I've just heard council meetings over the last 20 years get progressively more and more desperate as property taxes have no choice but to go up, and debt load continues to grow without appreciable action to address those concerns.
Okay, so then what would you suggest then if it's not, because I think you were saying you're not sure about the third-party review, but so if it were just to provide an extra set of eyes and confirm any risks that have been unidentified and just to double check on the numbers. So, but if not that, or I don't know if that helps, but the question being, what would you suggest then? Because you're saying there's not enough time, I think is what I heard. So what are you suggesting we should do?
I would love, I don't know that I would my or anyone else's positions. I do think another review would be beneficial, if only because I've heard so many elected officials in this room say sunlight is the best disinfectant. More eyes provide more perspective.
Okay.
I don't think that would be a negative at all.
Okay.
I just, people seem quite calcified on their opinions on this, and I don't know what that would change. I'm really sorry if I'm making mouth sounds. I don't intend to.
No, you're great.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay, so are you also requesting additional time then? I'm just trying to make sure I clearly understand what it is that, because you're saying I have lots of unanswered questions, and you heard the same from others. So what do you think would help to get a response to those questions then?
I mean, if this is the deal, my questions won't be answered and won't need to be answered. If Brant doesn't want to look at a different structure for how they do or don't pay property taxes or contribute other revenue streams that other property owners would in a different deal, my feelings and questions are probably pointless. If the administration and you as council can get them back to the table to get some of these questions answered, that is what I want. That is what I think would help members of the public better understand what's actually on the table, because the headline of $113 million public investment will win every time. That is enormous, unprecedented.
Yeah.
But if we don't see every sale building brought up to a like new status, I don't know that that number holds meaning when you're talking about a theoretical debt to the average member of the public. And like I said, I understand the logic that got it there,
Yeah.
but I don't understand it at like a fundamental human level.
Okay. Okay. So then to summarize, what I heard from you is ideally you think it would benefit from additional negotiation. In lieu of that, you're open to the possibility of a third-party review, but your preference would be additional negotiation. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Radins, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, Flores.
It's all right. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Patrick, for being here. And thank you for joining yesterday. My question to you, and as you stated in your presentation, is not necessarily that you're opposed to seeing this type of investment. Is it more about the process and how this came to the public and the repercussions of not doing proper due diligence would have in the long term? Is that more or less what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't love the process, if only for my own, physical and mental health. I would have loved to have better sleep this weekend. But, and I assumed more people would be here asking questions. I would have loved to see more people have an understanding of this. People I know are only finding out today that I'm doing this right now. They haven't seen the stories. My sister hasn't watched the news in 15 years. She doesn't engage that way, but she pays taxes. Her taxes will go up next year. I just don't understand from the perspective of a deal like this, because I don't do them, why 8 days is enough to get it from public perception of start to finish. I understand 6 months have been spent going back and forth, and that's great. But to people who don't pay that kind of attention, I don't know that that has a lot of meaning or weight.
All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Thank you for being here. I also attended that town hall for a little bit, and there's another one tomorrow for anyone who's interested. Thanks so much for submitting these questions. I think it's likely we can get the questions answered, but I think it would be if the answers are ones that everyone finds acceptable would be the bigger concern. Is that not correct? It would be the actual answers that might make more questions.
Yeah, I mean, you can never answer everyone's questions 100% all the time. And I don't expect that you will be able to answer all of them, because the city's already signed one non-disclosure agreement. I've been around governments long enough to know that when a commercial entity is involved, trade secrets and contract details are never 100% public. I don't expect that. And I don't expect all of those questions will be able to be answered. That's just what I would like to know to give me comfort in the decision that you have to make. And the notion that it's a binary choice, you either sell or Brant continues to, or the real continues to crumble under all of our feet, is not palatable either. But there's no plan. Any council member now, any council member in the last 20 years could have brought an alternative model forward. We could have tried different things. What it sounds like from the administration and from everyone involved in that footprint of land is the die is cast. And that's not a great feeling for anyone.
Well, this is our first meeting to ask questions, and we will continue to ask questions. So my understanding is these is the list of questions you want us to ask administration and everyone going forward this week and next week. And I think that we have these questions, and that's our job to try and get you answers. But I don't know if you'll necessarily like the answers, but that's the process we're sort of in right now.
Yep, and that's perfectly understandable. I mean, I could write the answers and I probably still wouldn't like them. I rewrote this presentation 5 times. Writing is editing, and this is hard. This is really complicated. There's no easy answer. So I probably won't like all the answers, but it doesn't matter what I think or feel. Like, even if you answered all my questions, that wouldn't necessarily change how you do or do not vote. So okay. I would love more information to be out there for the benefit of everyone, not just myself.
And when I was at the town hall, I did realize that there's just a lot of information that people had to absorb to read in the report. And so I wanted to ask you, did you know that this was a third-party commercial real estate reviewed deal, which was commercial real estate that the city actually chose.
Yep, that's in the report. I read the report
Yeah.
at least 3 or 4 times.
And that the numbers, the facility condition index numbers, which were used, are industry standard, used for hospitals, used for education buildings, when we're actually developed way prior to this even coming to us. So those are also third-party numbers.
I do understand that. But if I came to council and said, I'll do you a solid, I'll take Mosaic Stadium off your hands and you only have to pay me $5 million because it's valued at -10.
Bring me the papers.
Yeah.
Do you have some papers that say it's valued at minus $5 million?
No, but
Yeah.
you have papers that say it's -10. It's a hypothetical, and I'm being sassy
Oh.
because I'm really sleepy.
Yes, and sorry if I'm being a little bit sassy back.
Oh, I love it.
But in this hypothetical, if we were to get a good deal unsolicited, it is our due diligence to look at it and for our staff and to go over it back and forth. And when you do look at a deal like this, would you not say that it's important not to maybe talk about employee contracts and things like that in the public until you kind of have a way so that you don't make things alarming to the public?
Yes, but I was alarmed when I saw it anyway.
Yeah, of course you are. We all are. So this is why we're here. This is why we're having the tough discussions. And I really have to say how much I appreciate you being here. It is very intimidating. I have been 1 vote against 10 before in these scenarios, and I understand the feeling. So thank you so much for being here.
I hope I don't come across as adversarial, and I don't mean to. I think I really am coming at this from a place of curiosity more than anything. I don't want to say that this is a bad company, this is a bad deal, this is a bad process. I don't think any of that is true. We're stuck with what we have before us, and the machines of government move in a very specific way.
I think we both would agree, and you can let.
Maybe if I could interject, could we stick to questions less than
Yeah.
conversational, please, just to keep the meeting moving? Sorry to be rude.
It's really fun, though.
Yeah, this is difficult. So I guess, would you agree with me that it is important to be critical and ask the tough questions, especially in businesses and deals like that? And I just want to say thank you for that, if you agree with me there.
I agree with you thanking me. Yes.
All right.
Creative questioning. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Turnbull.
Okay.
This time I got it right when I say Councillor Radens. Please go ahead.
Thank you for being here and for your presentation. There's been a lot of discussions in the community, and I've also received a lot of communiques and emails and voice messages and phone messages that support the decision and equally that do not support. And so certainly we have enough. I'm getting to my question there, Deputy Mayor. We've had lots of support from the business community here telling us how great this opportunity is, which I think lots of folks around might not dispute that. However, having said that, do you feel that this is a polarizing issue for our community?
That's a really interesting question. I think anytime council is forced to make a very significant decision, it will be polarizing, yes. I can't, aside from like the GTH, maybe I can't remember another time when this council has had to consider selling off very large portions of public lands. It doesn't happen very often, and any time a significant issue comes forward, the public opinion inevitably will be split, I think, yes. But I'm sorry, I might have lost the beginning kernel of your question.
No, that's fine. I think you sort of answered it. I mean, ultimately, I was asking if you feel that it was a polarizing issue, though we don't have anyone here other than perhaps yourself speaking against it, though I believe that other councillors around this table, including myself, but I can only speak for myself, that has received emails opposing this position. And so do you believe then, I mean, obviously you're here, you know, speaking to waiting. So do you believe that would be a good reason in terms of waiting or delay to give people in our community a better understanding and have more clarity on the process and the potential final decision here.
To reiterate, I'm not opposed to this, and I'm not necessarily asking for a longer timeline. I think that would be beneficial to maybe everybody except Brant. Everyone I know in the public that I've spoken to, coworkers and people at last night's event, people just don't understand why we see governments as these very powerful monoliths that make the decisions that affect our daily lives. And I think it's confusing for people when a timeline like this comes up. And Councillor Fro, I think, addressed that at last night's town hall. We see you as the people with power. So when you don't seem even to have the power to take more than 3 days before the first meeting on an agenda item like this, I think that's confusing for people. And probably you get people with a knee-jerk reaction to say, I don't know if I'm comfortable with something that comes about that quickly, or might be perceived as having pressure from, a private company in this case. Like, I think that does make people uncomfortable and probably could impact people's perception of it.
Yes, and so as a municipal corporation that this community has invested in the last 3 years alone in excess of $15 million, maybe perhaps I think waiting a little bit longer is what I'm sort of hearing, just to kind of get them the opportunity to process that. And thank you for being here, and appreciate you answering my questions. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Fro, please go ahead. Oh, Burton, sorry. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the Chair, for your presentation. You described there are a number of further deals that are dependent on this transaction, and that this is leverage we should be taking advantage of. I would suggest that this means you were suggesting putting the squeeze on Brant, and not sure if there's anything else supporting this other than this is leverage. Right now, Donald Trump is trying to put the squeeze on Canada. Wouldn't a deal that makes people be successful be better than putting the squeeze on someone?
Oof. Yikes. I mean, if I was in my most cynical moment, I might say that the list of potential revenue sources that I read that Brant doesn't want to pay could be seen as them squeezing you. I think that's a very cynical position, and I'm saying I don't know. I don't make deals. I don't know what I'm speculating that bringing events here does require cooperation and good relationships with companies like those that have offered endorsement letters for Brant. If the company is making those alliances, then to me as a lay person, that suggests they want it bad, you have it, they need it. To me, as a lay person, that suggests that you have a position to come from to say, deal's good. Any deal that's good could be better, could it not? Maybe there is an opportunity there to say, hey, we recognize that you're making these alliances and we want you to succeed, but at a time when average taxpayers are paying 10% more every year potentially, it doesn't make me as a taxpayer feel good to know that a company, biggest in the province's history as far as I know, doesn't feel a need to play in the same ballpark as everyone else. I don't want to be that cynical, but I think that's the cynical read of it.
Okay, thank you. I will disagree on some of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I see no further questions, so I have a couple of my own.
Nice.
Going to draw on your experience in this room. I know you've seen a lot of reports and been firsthand to both private and public administration reports, recommendations, variety of topics. Do you remember administration coming forward with such a resounding endorsement on something like this or similar? I know we've never had nothing quite like this, but yeah, is that normal move for administration's recommendations coming through, or usually there's a tepid couple of different options?
I would never say administration puts forward tepid material. No, no. But seriously, no. I mean, it's startlingly unequivocal, and I think that makes sense. Like I said in the opening of my address, for you guys, I think this is absolutely the right move. The questions that I present come from a place of wanting to understand it better, but also concerned that we are leaving money on the table when in this room, in those private briefings, in public sessions, the message has been for at least 15 years, if not longer, we need more sources of revenue, not less.
Agreed. Looking at the decision-making capability of this room, I can only speak for myself. I've been elected to this position. I carry no letters behind my name. I had a solid 52 getting out of grade 12. Might have learned a couple things since. But in performing these duties, my job is to make myself familiar with that administration. They're the key players with the proper designations, education, and experience to analyze a deal of this weight and magnitude. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when I have the people that we vetted coming forth with a decision made this strongly with that kind of resounding endorsement, once again, as part of my position and understanding it, should that carry weight with me from your experience in this circle?
Yes, I would think it would carry the majority of the weight.
As a layperson, can I understand all the fine lines of a deal of this magnitude, never having dealt with those type of funds or responsibilities as easily? I might have a little bit of an idea after 10 years on council and some pretty large budgets, but once again, to try to take someone's fears down to zero, dealing with incomes that are measured in 5 digits instead of 8. Is that something that's sensible to say as a representative of the public?
Yeah, I think we're in the same boat there, you and I.
Okay, so if I'm on top of my administration, trusting the information you're giving me and attentive to my reports, that's where the job is done properly, correct?
Of course.
Thank you. I guess I'm not the guy to shut off and have someone else go up now. I see no further questions for you. I'll call on the next delegation and you can make your way back to the seat. Thank you.
Thank you. This was fun.
Yeah, it was nicer when I thought I was done talking for a while. Next up, I'd like to call upon Stu Niebergall from the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Once again, I'll repeat the message. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, the city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of the Executive Committee may have for you. Start when you're ready, and thanks for appearing.
Stu Niebergall. I'm the president and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, and I do reside here in Regina. My intent is not to speak to the financial or structural details of this transaction, but rather to provide a practical, experience-based perspective as one of the long-standing users of Real District. For 48 years, the RHBA has produced and managed the Regina Spring Home Show. Over that time, it has grown to become the largest consumer show in both the city and the province. With the Real District, it stands out as one of the largest trade shows outside of the Canadian Western Exhibition and alongside events like the Canadian Farm Show. The scale of the event matters. We estimate that the Regina Spring Home Show generates directly more than $10 million annually in economic impact, and you can double that when you consider the purchase decisions that occur long after the show, supporting local businesses, trades, hospitality, and tourism. With that comes a very long history at working with Real District. And quite candidly, that experience has often been very challenging. Despite the consistency of our show, our footprint, timing, and operational requirements change very little year to year, we have faced ongoing issues with stability, predictability. These challenges are not operational at the frontline level, but structural in nature. Frequent changes in management and in decision-making have led to shifting priorities, procedures, rate structure instability, and a lack of medium and long-term planning. Each year, our team invests significant time and effort simply to navigate that uncertainty. That is time and energy that could be otherwise be focused on growing the event and maximizing its economic impact in Regina. To be clear, this is not a reflection of the staff of Real District. Over the years, many individuals have worked very hard to support our event and mitigate the broader challenges. The issue, in our view, has been consistency in governance and direction. It is from this perspective that we view the Brandt proposal. We do not have any insight in how the Brandt may manage the trade show or event side of this business moving forward. However, based on our experience, we believe there is a meaningful opportunity here to address long-standing structural issues. Put simply, from where we sit, it would be difficult to imagine an outcome that does not improve on the current level of uncertainty and inconsistency that long-term partners like ourselves need. For transparency, Brandt is not a member of our association and did not ask us to speak today. Our comments today are based solely on our experience as a 48-year event planner in this city. At the end of the day, this decision is about creating the conditions for stability, confidence, and growth at one of Regina's most important event and economic assets. From our perspective, this proposal represents an opportunity to move forward in that direction. I do have another thought if somebody were to ask a question based on what I've heard today, but past that, I'll leave that to myself. Thank you for your time, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall. Looking to see if there are any questions for the delegate. I see no questions. Oh, I guess someone wants to know your thought. Please go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
Hello, I'll bite. You want to tell me your other question?
There we go. You know, I mean, I've stood in front and presented to, you know, every mayor in this room and the two in between who aren't here today. You know, and each mayor and the respective council has had to deal with something very significant with Real District, Evra's Place, or what used to be called Regina's exhibition grounds. Over that tenure, the public has had loads of opportunity and have in fact voiced their concerns again and again and again. Reading the report and knowing a little bit about this history, my take on your administration is quietly screaming at you, please take this burden off our shoulders and the taxpayers. They're not going to say that, but they know there is not a council today or tomorrow who's going to move forward with what would really should be a plus $100 million investment it takes to turn this asset into something that it deserves to be. And they know without that, they can't fix this place. So let's let someone with deep roots in Regina, who actually, my understanding of the Brandt story, took a small business from the trunk of a car and turned it into a worldwide behemoth, take a crack at it. I don't see, as described before, anyone else in the community who is willing, has the fiscal capacity or the wherewithal to take this one on.
Thank you. Did you have anything further you wanted to add?
No, that's lots.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks for telling us.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Seeing no further questions, thanks for appearing today. Okay, I'd like to call upon Sean Kindop and Michael Latimer from the Canadian Western Exhibition. Once again, introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Exec may have for you. Get your seats and start when you're ready. Thanks for appearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, and members of the Executive for the opportunity to speak today in support of the proposal. My name is Michael Latimer. I'm the President of Canadian Western Exhibition, and that's the organization that I'll be representing here today. I reside in the province of Alberta in a town called Olds, just north of Calgary.
And my name is Sean Kindop, and I have the privilege of being the CEO here of Canadian Western Exhibition. I reside in Ward 2 here in Regina.
Canadian Western Exhibition appreciates the city's leadership and diligence in managing the future of these facilities, which are critically important not only to our organization, but to the broader agricultural community and economy. For 55 years, Exhibition has been one of the cornerstone events of this property, contributing to its identity and purpose. Today, it remains a globally recognized event that brings significant economic and reputational value to Regina and Saskatchewan. In 2025 alone, Exhibition generated an economic impact of over $150 million for the city, the province, and the country of Canada. Last year, the event set records, welcoming more than 151,000 visitors, featuring 458 exhibitors, and hosted participants from 76 countries. These numbers not only reflect the scale of the event, but it's important as a platform for international trade, investment, and agricultural excellence. Agribition's priority in ensuring the long-term viability, functionality, growth of our annual event, and the year-round activities that take place within these spaces. These facilities are not interchangeable. They are specialized environments that support livestock, exhibitors, and international participation. With that in mind, we are encouraged to see investment from a prospective buyer with a clear connection to the agriculture sector. In our view, there is a significant value in having the facility ownership that understands the opportunities within agriculture, the role that these facilities play in supporting industry events and national and international significance. From Agribition's perspective, there are several areas of importance that are critical to ensuring the continued success of the show. First, the timing of Agribition is essential. The ability to maintain consistency, predictability in our show dates is fundamental to our operations and to our exhibitors, partners, and international participants. Certainty in this area will ensure that the event can continue and operate in its current form and maintain its global standing. Second, the footprint of the event is increasingly important as we are already operating at capacity with strong demand from both exhibitors and attendees. To maintain our international recognition and support for future growth, it'll be important to ensure that Agribition space requirements can be sustained and, where possible, expanded over time. We look forward to working collaboratively on how this can be achieved. Third, cost predictability is a key consideration. It is important that occupancy costs reflect current agreements and remain stable with increase and limited to reasonable inflationary adjustments. This stability supports long-term planning and ensures the continued accessibility of the event for exhibitors and participants. To be clear, we are in favor of the proposed arrangement moving forward. However, we're here to share our perspective as a primary user of the space, as a not-for-profit organization that contributes significantly to the local and provincial economy. Should a proposed transaction proceed, we are committed to working collaboratively and enthusiastic with Brant and Mr. Semple to ensure these facilities continue to meet the needs of the agriculture community and support the continued success and growth of Agribition. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I do see some questions. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So my first question is the report that was published on Friday and the proposed terms. Did you have the opportunity for your feedback and concerns to be incorporated into these published documents that we have in front of us today?
We received the documents on Friday as they're made public. I think there's a briefing earlier in the week, but we haven't had opportunity to comment specifically on any of the details of it. It's our understanding that a lot of the details will be worked out as we work through the process.
Okay, but since then, are you saying you've received acceptable reassurance that your questions and concerns will be accommodated?
Yeah, well, we've had some conversations with various individuals, and we're reasonably assured that a lot of those will be addressed. We will also represent a large membership, that has voiced some concerns to us, and a lot of it is basically based on the just not knowing, right? Like, they're not part of the conversations, they're not part of those background discussions, and part of it is we can't answer all of that with any certainty at this point. So that's where our challenge is, but we're confident that we are going to move forward in a collaborative manner, and we're going to grow the show and make it bigger than better.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of the reason why we're here today. And I think administration did a great job of trying to, there's a lot of language in there that really attempts to protect Agribition for sure. But a lot of the reason why we want to be here and make sure that, some of our concerns are brought forward is there's a lot of things people wouldn't know. Like Agribition really exists as there's 17 other feeder shows across North America that feed into Agribition. The timing is incredibly important, and that's our job to come here and let you guys know a little bit more of that detail of what we would need to be successful. In looking at the Brant proposal and what the buildings are going to look like, we've been very fortunate to travel to a lot of livestock shows internationally, and the Denvers, the Oklahomas, Kansas Cities, Fort Worths, everywhere is getting a facelift, and we're excited for what that facelift is going to look like. But the reality is that for Agribition to continue to be successful for both the City of Regina and again the Brant Group of companies is, Agribition needs to exist in November, and yeah, there's just a lot of reason into that, and so we wanted to make sure that we could come here, educate administration as well as council and Brant. And like Michael said, we're excited to work collaboratively with both administration and Brant.
Sure. Okay, and as part of this proposal, the Canada Centre would, the terms for the Canada Centre would close on July 1st, and there's a different future imagined for the Canada Centre. To be clear, this is part of, you utilize currently the Canada Centre for Agribition. So what's proposed is a change in how that centre would be utilized. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's our understanding that the proposed use will change.
Right.
That's written into the agreement. And currently at the show, we do use pretty much every square inch of that space. So we would just be looking for other space within the park. We know there's Arena 6 that we haven't had access to, and other spaces that we could adjust. But we haven't seen the plan to know kind of what that looks like on that. So.
Okay, so you've received reassurance that like there will be additional conversations to ensure that your needs are met. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we've been reassured that we're going to have future conversations on what on what our needs are and what that looks like.
And does that include, did you get any certainty that this year's, it's November, right? That when you're, for this year. And so did you get any certainty that you will, things will be sorted out for you this year so that it won't impact Agribition, that you would have a smaller footprint or anything like that? Did you get certainty on that?
Well, as was stated before, like we know there's going to be an impact on the facility, but we haven't had those discussions to know what that impact looks like. We don't know if it's the complete facility or a portion of it.
Okay.
We look forward to those discussions so we can continue planning for the 2026 show and then beyond.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate how you approach this discussion sort of collaboratively. My question is just regarding some of the things that you've raised around showtime and access, and you've indicated clearly that there's other options, right, that can be found. How important it is to you to understand those, before we proceed with voting, or are you comfortable working on those terms with administration and with Brant, who I believe you said has been, good to work with and who's, had the opportunity to connect with you? So I guess what I'm wanting to hear from you is it important to you that we both understand but work on those terms before we approve the deal, or are you comfortable with the deal being approved in principle and working on those things with admin and Brant after the fact?
Well, I think ideally we'd like to have everything signed, sealed, and down to every last detail, but I don't think that's possible, right? I think there's a timeline that will have to take place on this. If we have reassurances that we will have those discussions after through what this process is, then yeah, we're reasonably comfortable to move forward with this. But it's a risk for us too, because we also report back to a large membership that I think was described earlier, that change is scary, right? And we want to make sure that we're representing their interests to the best that we can on this. And we want the show to grow. We want it to be the pillar of the community. We want to be collaborative. I think that's always been Agribition's nature in the 55 plus years that we've been here. But yeah, it's a risk, but we also know that you can't have every detail in that. But we would like to have some details maybe worked out on it ahead of time.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here. Just to confirm your biggest concerns about your footprint and the timing, which is the third week of November, and it's been 55 years of being the third week of November, is that correct?
It has moved around a little bit because we accommodate for Grey Cups. So we'll move either, depending on the kind of like as Sean alluded to, the show schedule season, generally for the beef cattle. We've been earlier, but then it starts overlapping other shows that are in the country. And then we've been later, which also impacts other sectors in agriculture. So it's kind of been either that first week of December or the last week of November or the third week of November over that last 55 years. But it's never been outside of that, to my knowledge.
Okay, so we'll be able to ask those questions shortly, I'm sure. And then my other question is, how would it affect you if this decision would be delayed? If this decision got pushed off or delayed, how would that affect you and the uncertainty of your event and things?
Yeah, no, and that's a good question, and I think it would give us more time to work out maybe some of those details that we haven't had a chance to work out to this point. You know, so there'd be some benefits for us on that, but we'd also don't want to be seen as holding up anything either, right? So if we can work through it faster, I think that's fine. But I think time is okay. Like if we can have further discussions on what some of those uncertainties are.
Is that an indifferent response? I'm trying to.
Maybe I should be a politician. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that one because I'm not familiar with the process of how, like, what some of these timelines are. But yeah, I guess we would like to, yeah, a little more time would help us.
And I think from an organizational planning perspective, like for me to jump in, for us to, again, if we can have certain assurances in that, like that we can be able to plan business as usual to a degree and have an understanding of what some of those implications may look like, as again, we are 6 months out. You know, we've got people from around the world who are getting ready to come to Regina. I know that we've had a lot of people who have looked and seen the drawings and are quite excited of what it looks like. We do have a lot of people who wonder what the implications will be, but if administration and branch are willing to work together with us to make sure that that's a seamless transition, I think that we'd be comfortable with that.
All right. Thank you for your politician response. Lastly, is there any wish list items or anything you would like to add while you have the opportunity?
No, I don't think I have anything at this time additional to add unless you do, Sean.
Not at the moment, yeah, no, just again, costing, footprint, dates, those are the main things we can work with. A lot of the other things, but just to be able to have some certainty around, again, what our organization looks like, because again, we have budgeting and all of that stuff as well. So again, excited for what the future may hold, but again, just looking for a little bit of clarity on a couple of those items.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here and for the event you throw every year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Couple quick questions I have of my own. I didn't hear any confirmation. You've never had any contact with the proponent of this deal, Mr. Semple or anyone from the Brandt Group. You're third hand to everything. You haven't been brought in the loop for any questions you might have to ask someone for answers. So you're coming at this from the outside totally, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so now that it's kind of being publicly discussed, to sit down and have a conversation might go a long way in surety if you're to talk. So whether it's time or surety you're looking for, I would be guessing it's surety. Is that?
I think, yeah, that'd be a correct assumption, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I kind of understood your position. If I can sense one or the other, I kind of know where to correlate it then. Thanks for appearing today. Oh, I guess I have no further questions from anyone else from council. You can make your way back to the gallery. Thanks for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jamie Bolt, Christine Short from the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. As you make your way down, please introduce yourself for the record. Organization representing city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address exec community, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions members have, if they have any. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Jamie Bolt. I'm the chair of the REAL board.
And I'm Christine Short. I'm also on the REAL board, and I reside in Regina.
Oh, I reside in Regina, Ward 2. So good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you again today. I want to acknowledge that we recognize that you were elected to make decisions in the best interest of the residents and business owners in Regina. We understand our role in that. You are the owners of REAL, and we are the stewards, the custodians of REAL. And we take that responsibility seriously. In 2024, the current board of directors stepped forward with a clear sense of responsibility and a shared commitment to change the course of REAL on behalf of the citizens of Regina. We understood this mission before us and we accepted it. We rolled up our sleeves. We understood the significance of the moment and embraced the work with diligence, humility, and a deep respect for the community we serve. Through an unwavering focus on strong governance and thoughtful leadership, we set out to be bold where needed, measured where appropriate, and always guided by what would create lasting value. We also recognized early on that the existing model required change to achieve long-term sustainability. We have embraced that change, taking the time to dig into it and explore alternative models that would strengthen the future of this asset, all often joking we could be working ourselves out of this highly paid job. Since that time, there has been significant amount of work undertaken by management and staff, and we are grateful for that work. The progress we are seeing is a direct result of disciplined leadership decisions and consistent operational efforts across the organization. In a relatively short period of time, Real has become more stable, governance practices have strengthened, and there has been a renewed focus on financial discipline, transparency, and operational performance. That progress is being shown in the results. The most recent audited financial statements reflect that movement, and our 2026 year-to-date results indicate a strong Q1 surplus, with that momentum continuing in Q2. That discipline is also reflected in our approach to public funding, including returning this year with a reduced operational budget ask and investing more into the deferred capital maintenance. Albeit incremental, our focus on the deferred maintenance is always front of mind. Together, we have helped restore momentum and a renewed belief in what the district can be. The return of live music and creative thinking in events became more than programming. It symbolized energy, confidence, and a signal that positive change was not only possible, but already underway. The journey has been both progress and challenges, and at times has required difficult decisions. Those decisions were made carefully, always prioritizing the long-term interests of our shareholder and the broader public we serve. That responsibility also required us to consider all options openly and responsibly, including preliminary exploration of different models, and to ensure that Council has a clear and balanced understanding of both the opportunities and the risks as you consider the path forward. We appreciate being included in the city's processes as it has evolved and contributing where appropriate. Real's assets are owned by the city, and decisions regarding its future sit with Council. Our role is to support you with the information and context needed to make those decisions. What is in front of Council represents a real opportunity for Real, and we are genuinely excited about what this organization can become. We saw this in a bit with the lease sign over to Queen City Distillery and the music venue and restaurant to Brant. And Real is not static. It's a complex, active operation with people, partners, events, and obligations that continue every day. What happens next and how it happens really matters. Our focus is to ensure continuity and stability through the next phase, to ensure the organization continues to perform and that the progress made is not lost but built upon. And importantly, to ensure our staff, the people doing the work every single day, are supported, informed, and positioned to continue delivering. That is the core part of our responsibility as stewards, not only the assets, but the organization and the people behind it. We are proud of the work accomplished, grateful for the trust placed in us, and confident in the progress underway. The foundation has been strengthened, belief has been returned, and we are committed to stewarding this organization responsibly into whatever comes next. We are excited about what Real can be, and about seeing the potential realized in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, and I see some questions. Councillor Froh, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I just want to first thank you for your volunteer leadership, and it's important every time we have the opportunity to remind the public that you are indeed volunteers, and that stewardship is noted and appreciated. My question for you, as a steward of those assets, is to help Council and through us, the public, understand, I guess, two things. One, how you look at the deferred maintenance and the capital requirements by way of priority, so help us understand that. But also how, when you look at your deferred maintenance and any maintenance and investment plan you have, how you sort of overlay that with sort of enterprise risk, another role of your board. Because what I'm wanting to understand and hopefully help the public understand is what risk you perceive to some of the buildings that we're talking about today. And thank you again for being a constructive partner through this process.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned, the deferred maintenance, capital maintenance is front of mind for us all the time. And again, you know, we came back with a lesser ask operationally, so we could put a little bit more to that deferred maintenance. regardless of the number, we know it's a massive number. And so when we looked at some of the models and preliminary exploration, this falls within a public-private partnership falls within a way to help solve that problem, because we understand that this can't be on the shoulders of our citizens and of City Council. And so it's number one on our enterprise risk strategy, absolutely. And I think there's a number of models that could be looked at. However, this is one of those models. And we know that what is currently status quo isn't working and won't work. So, for us, again, preliminary exploration, but that's a hard thing to answer because it is a big number.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Kidnack, please go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my first question is, do you have, I've been told, I have a question about this. I've been told that the VFA report is more like a snapshot in time of the condition of buildings that occurs through a site walkthrough, however long that takes. And so it's more of an estimation of what the maintenance needs are at a particular time, and it's so not intended to be utilized as like a 100% accurate picture of maintenance needs on site. Is that accurate? Like, does that match your understanding of that document?
I would say that in going through the VFA report, which was the study was done by the city. Mm-hmm. So it is a common practice throughout the city with all city-owned assets. And I would say that is accurate. It was a snapshot in time. We have gone back to validate some of those inaccuracies. Regardless, the number is big.
Yeah.
Whether it's 70 million, 50 million,
yeah.
It's a big number. Mm. And we could go back and forth about a roof was placed in 2014, and it said it was the original roof in '84. Those things certainly are valuable to know, but it still is a big number.
Okay, and just for clarity, to make sure I understand, what would you propose that we do? Sorry if I'm not sorry to put you on the spot, but if you were in our seat, what would you recommend?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think part of our role as stewards or custodians was to provide you with what we perceived at that time, with the information that we knew of the risks. Mm-hmm. And for you folks to hear what you've heard today, mm-hmm. hear from the citizens of Regina, and then make an informed decision. Mm-hmm. It's not our job to tell you what decision to make mm-hmm. today, but we just want you to make an informed decision mm-hmm. and to take the time to do that.
That's a fair response. Do you still have, does the Board of Real still have lots of outstanding questions and concerns after seeing the published documents and hearing from folks? And would you say that you still do have lots of remaining questions and concerns?
I don't think so. I think what we've done is provide you with some of the what we perceived as questions. And, from our vantage point, we're comfortable if you're comfortable.
Okay. And should this deal go through, do you have clarity on what that would mean for the future of the Real Board? No? Okay. Is that a concern for you, or?
I think what the concern is that we're able to help. Like we talked about, it's not just the assets that we're responsible for, but it's the people. And so, some assurity around what that would look like and our role in how it's moved forward is important, because there's a lot of instability, and those Real employees have been through it over the last number of years, and that is not lost on us. Mm-hmm. And we want to be there for them. In any way possible.
Thank you.
Mayor Brzezinski, please go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Jamie and Christine and board. Thank you for all your work. like you mentioned, I don't think it can be overstated, the decisions and the tough work that you guys have done. And frankly, this whole situation wouldn't have come about without the hard work that you've done to get the organization to the position that it's in today. So I want to acknowledge that. Can you maybe just highlight, again, going from your perspective, the importance of Real as a campus, you guys being in it for the time that you have, seeing what it means for the community in that, and why it's important that we do see, growth and investment into these facilities?
Sure. It's the sport and entertainment district in our city. And again, when we talk about opportunity, we looked at that with the Queen City Distillery and the restaurant and the venue that will be in there as a real exciting thing. We're not only board members, but we're also citizens and users of this facility. And so those are all really exciting things. I mean, my uncle played on the Pats, and we all have those great stories and nostalgia to that space. And for the community, soccer, the hockey, the ringette, the volleyball, the pickleball that's going on there. So there are so many things that community does. When we look at large infrastructure projects across the country, and I have an interesting vantage point on that in my day job, we look at having multi-use facilities where people can come and come for one thing and do many things in a facility. So having a vibrant sports and entertainment district is really awesome for our city. And so we know that as board members, and we recognize the incredible importance of that place for our city.
Thank you, Mayor Wyszynski. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Well, thank you for being here and for all of your work in the past year. Again, I want to recognize how the ship has been moving forward. I did want to ask, do you believe that Real could possibly operate without a city subsidy in the future with all of the deferrals or anything like that?
From an operational, so it's kind of like fund accounting, right? So from an operations component, I think we could get to a zero over some period of time. That deferred maintenance, though, that will take a different model to look after. So could we operate? Likely, yep. Over time, we'd figure out a way to do that. We've already decreased our operating budget and made big strides that way. But that deferred maintenance, again, it's a big number.
It's a big hill to climb over.
Absolutely.
And then you did, when we're talking about possibly looking at this decision, is it important to have surety for the employees to make this decision fairly in the next couple weeks versus delay it? Would that be the preference?
I think so. Again, like we've talked about before, I mean, now that this is out in the public, there's a lot of uncertainty with our folks, and that's not fair. And to drag it on, I think, is challenging from a number of operationally as well. But number one, to those folks for sure.
And how many employees are affected by this?
Over 600.
Yeah. So, and how do you feel about the employment terms in the contracts?
I mean, I think we'll have to get into the weeds of it. On the surface, I think there's a plan, but we haven't had an opportunity to kind of sit down and talk about that.
Okay, but the preference would be the surety of the versus delaying it, like just to make a decision. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. And then the Real Board, you were here before and you very much highly recommended the YQR distillery, which was the starting point to this.
Queen City, yep.
So this decision you seem a little more neutral on. So just wanted to ask, like, is it just a difference between that deal being more preferential, or?
Well, the sale is different than taking over a lease, and it's a more. I mean, the property is owned by the city, and so as a city asset, that's your decision, and it's a once in a generation decision, and the lease is a bit different. It was the taking over of a lease, which we got behind.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time and your commitment and the work you've been doing. Thanks again.
Thanks.
I see no further questions. Thank you for appearing today. And it has come time for a mandatory break. It was supposed to be at 2:30, but I wanted to finish up with the delegate just to run a clean meeting. So we'll take a 15-minute break now and come back shortly before 3. Probably one of the most productive networking days we've had in some time. We should get the meeting going. If everyone can start making it to their seats, I'll start wrangling people together. If I get everyone to take your seats, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are discussing EX 26-39, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Brand Proposal. We are still moving through delegations, and up next is our delegation of the day and the one bringing us to this meeting. Mr. Sean Semple, Matt Semple, and Chris Semple, and Andy Semple virtually. I'd like to call you up. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions from members of Executive Committee may have for you. I will be allowing the 5 minutes to go over a little bit because you have a presentation and it's really the matter at hand today. And please feel free to start when you're ready.
Okay, Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen of the Council, thank you for taking this opportunity to speak with us today. What's in front of you is not just a transaction, it's not just a land deal, and it's not simply an operational transition. This decision is about the future of the Brandt Centre and related buildings in the park, and it's about whether we're prepared as a city to move forward with confidence, with investment, and really with a clear vision to the future. Today, you have the opportunity to approve a partnership that represents $113.5 million in private sector investment into the Real District and into the facilities. This investment comes in the form of cash, the assumption of building deficiencies, and the responsibility for the ongoing losses that Real incurs today. This, combined with the current investment in Queen City Distillers of $30 million, brings a total commitment of almost $150 million between the two projects. To put it plainly, this is the largest private sector investment in Saskatchewan history and is being made right here in Regina. This proposal was negotiated in good faith over many months with the city administration, as well as Real. After much back and forth, we agreed to the proposal that's now in front of you. This agreement delivers immediate and tangible benefits. It allows for renewed infrastructure across the grounds, including paving, improved access, a new entrance that will fundamentally change how people experience the campus. It commits to the immediate minimum $15 million in upgrades to the Brandt Center and surrounding buildings, ensuring that the facilities remain competitive and functional and relevant for years to come. And what does this actually look like for the people of Regina? It means a modernization of the Brandt Center experience from top to bottom, better accessibility through the building, a completely refreshed exterior and interior look, a new state-of-the-art sound system, significant investment in digital infrastructure, including digital boards, power rings, and exterior signage, new podium for us to gather outside the venue, improved landscaped east and west entrances to allow for enhanced flow and access, upgraded team training facilities. It also means better fan experiences, improved concessions, new food and beverage options, modern pricing models that consider the full experience, not just tickets or food and beverage in isolation. This new operating model is what other stadiums have moved to across North America. And importantly, it means one group responsible for the entire experience in the park and in the Brandt Center, from the moment you arrive in the park, from the parking lot to the moment you leave. One group accountable for quality, for service, and for delivering consistent high-level experience across the entire campus. It enables a smooth transition of operations from Brandt, assuming substantially all of the Real's operations and employees, providing stability for the staff and continuity for the community. Importantly, Brandt has recognized the successor rights of Real employees for all of the Real's operations transferred to Brandt, ensuring respect, continuity, and fairness for the people who have helped build and operate the facility. We continue to we're committed on working with supporting all community partners such as the Riders, CWA, Hotels Association, Chamber of Commerce, and many other community events. We have received support from these important partners as evidenced by the letters in today's meeting, as well as their attendance here today, as well as two previous mayors, both Pat Fiacco and Mayor Michael Fougere. We've received support from the Entertainment World today that's in the letters provided. This is a comprehensive proposal that transfers the risk from the city to Brandt with certainty, not theoretical savings, not projections, not a real immediate risk reduction for the taxpayers. Timing also matters. By approving this now, we ensure that the meaningful improvements can be completed ahead of Grey Cup, allowing for Regina to showcase not only its pride, but its progress to the entire country. But this is more than infrastructure. This is about a vision. It allows us to move forward with Queen City Distillers expansion and the broader plan to transform these grounds into a true year-round destination, one that brings people together not just for major events, but consistently, week after week, month after month, an experience the guests will not forget. It also creates opportunity for employment through the construction, yes, but more importantly, through increased events, increased activity, and increased demand across hospitality, entertainment, and operations, resulting in increased hours of work for the Real employees, which is real pay increases. It allows us to consider and support Real management employees as part of our broader growth strategy for Brandt Sports and Entertainment now, as those jobs are available. But it's just as important that what Brandt has done already right here in our community. Over the last 20 years since we've been involved with Real, Brandt has invested more than $50 million, either directly or indirectly, to the Real campus through our sports and entertainment sponsorships and associations. We are not new to this. We have been here, we've supported many great causes over the last 12 years through our Thanks a Billion program, sponsoring over $30 million in donations. And now we're prepared to go further. As a simple family, we are proud to be from Regina. That's why my sons are here as well today, two of them sitting right beside me, and my son joining virtually from overseas in New Zealand where he's doing business. We are here to support it today. We're here to support it in the next generation that's coming after I'm long gone. This is our home. We believe in this city, and we believe in these grounds and really what they can become. So today, the decision in front of you is clear. By supporting this agreement, you're supporting change. You're supporting the immediate and substantial private investment. You're supporting a shift from the taxpayer being on the hook to Brant being on the hook. You're supporting the renewed and revitalized Real District and Brant Center ahead of the Grey Cup. You're supporting job creation and long-term economic growth, and you're supporting a local partner, one that lives here, employs here, and has demonstrated time and time again its commitment to the community. This is a moment to move forward, a moment to invest. And it's a moment to build something that Regina can be proud of, not just for today, but for the generations to come. I ask you to support this today, as there's no other visible solution or viable solution to solve Real's problems and a much needed investment in the park. Waiting or delaying this decision merely means more of the same: deteriorating buildings and grounds, increased costs for the city every day, and reduced engagement and culture that we could be enjoying by a renewed park for the people of Regina. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Just because this is an official meeting, I do have to get you to identify yourself for the record.
Sorry, Sean Semple, president and owner of, CEO and owner of the company.
Okay, and I'll just get everyone at the delegate table to do the same, just for their official record.
Chris Semple, president of the Brant Group. And Matt Semple, senior vice president of marketing.
Thank you very much, guys. And I do see some questions coming your way, so we'll get that started. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. On this subject, I've actually received very few emails for all the controversy and stuff. In one email, though, I was asked, does Brant have the ability to deliver? So my question of you is, do you have that ability to deliver the maintenance and upgrades, number of events, the quality of the facility, the vision, and the final objective of being a destination venue?
Yes, I believe we do for a number of reasons. One, if we talk about the facility upgrades, we obviously build all over the world, all over the country every day, right? We have engineers, architects, we contract out to engineering firms, we have our own project management. If you look at the score clock that's there today in the Brant Center, we designed that in 5 months, installed it in 5 months, reconstructed the roof of the Brant Center in 5 months, and got that up in time for hockey season right after we bought the Regina Pats. We have the ability to go fast, but we go thorough. So I believe we can do that. Financial capacity is not a problem from that standpoint. As far as the know-how, how to run sports and entertainment, and how do we create world-class sports and entertainment, I guess we've obviously had the Pats and now the Red Sox. We've been in that business for a while. We attend a lot of things all over the world. But the way we do business when we're getting into a new industry, we look to who are the world's best at it. Who are the people we can bring in? And there was some talk today about the other references that came here today with Tate and Jim Caffarelli and Mike Ravenhill from there. And the truth be known is Mike, who's the CEO of David Foster, and Winky, as he goes by, who's the founder of Tate, are friends of mine. I met them at fundraisers in other cities where we donated to those fundraisers and got to know them, and they've become friends. They're not under contract on this project. They're not. They may end up getting some contracts at some point, but just to give you a scope and size of who Tate is as an example. Winky, who started Tate, started in his garage. They are the largest entertainment production company in the world. Every major concert of any size in the world since the 80s, he's delivered. That means every U2, every Rolling Stones, every Beyonce, he does Bruno Mars directly, he delivers them, okay? So that means build a stage, build the lighting, build that. Taylor Swift, the 80 trucks per concert, 3 stages, that was him. So he's still a shareholder within Tate. He sold a good chunk of it to there. He's helping me because he's really interested in what we're doing here, okay? I just flew with him to Leaditz, Pennsylvania, where he was based to their stage setup. They have one of the only stages in the world called Rock Ledits, where on the campus, every major provider of rock shows, entertainment shows, has buildings. And he has the building they set him up and test in. So he's there helping us build this kind of thing. And he manages every Disney park, every Universal park, and every SeaWorld in the world from a control system called Navigator, which is what we're putting in to Queen City, which couldn't control the park. So that's kind of his background and so on. He's also my bridge into the entertainment world. I was at a deal with him. He called Bruno Mars and said, sign a guitar, send it overnight. We need it for this Valley Guardians auction. He called Sharon Osbourne, got her to sign. I got her to give us a guitar that Ozzy signed 5 days before he died and got it to the fundraiser, okay? And this is the kind of stuff. So why is that important? Today, Regina gets skipped over. We're still going to have a small stadium. We're going to need relationships to get concerts here. We're going to need relationships to get them to come play in Mosaic. We're not professing to be experts, but this is a relationship business, and we're started some of that. So capacity, financial capacity, no problem. Construction, we know construction. The entertainment world, we're doing that. I'd say the last piece of that is, when I was getting into business, my dad said there's four things that you really have to do if you want to be successful in business. He said the first thing is, remember that all businesses are the same at night. They're just land, buildings, and equipment. But during the day, every business is quite different. Get the right people, and you'll have a great business. He said the second rule is that, remember, Brandt's just a vehicle for those people. As long as it's taking them to where they want to go in life and in their career, they'll stay with you, and you'll have a great business long term. The third rule he told me was, he said, it's a bit of a farm analogy. He said, never build your farm on rocks. If you have good land, even when it doesn't rain, you'll have a good crop. And he said, in business, your customers are your land. Take care of them. The last thing he told me, and this was more outside of business, but he used to tell me as a kid because he loved Disney. We would have, when we had holidays, we would go to Disney. He said that true success comes when those all around you are having success. He said so. Make sure that when we do well, everybody needs to do well. Our customers need to do well. Our employees need to do well, but also the communities in which we operate need to do well. And that's how we came up with our Thanks a Billion program and giving back. And so that's a little bit of what we're doing here today, okay? This is a very tough business, okay? This is a business that Real has never, I went back in all the annual reports that I could find, they've never made money in it. It's that tough, okay? And so I don't go into this with any false expectations. It's going to be tough. We're going to have to throw everything that Brandt has to really make a go of it. But that's why we created our sports and entertainment division. We have a lot of levers at Brandt that we can entertain, and we're going to learn this business. And quite honestly, during the time negotiating with these gentlemen here in the administration, I pretty much have done nothing but work on this project.
Thank you. I appreciate that display of confidence and hope it permeates the entire project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. My first question is, how will it work, I guess based on your best estimate right now, for the city to utilize the Brandt Center for Remembrance Day, celebrations, and other community events that are currently are happening in the Brandt Center? Do you have a sense of how logistically that would work, or like any charges, new charges that we would be subject to, any changes in current operations?
Well, I would say that an event is an event is an event. In other words, if we can go out and help make that event greater than it is today, I would say that if you look at Remembrance Day, we're big military supporters. As an example, we're very close to guys like Ed Stanielski, who is, friend of ours. D-Day, we were sponsor of the trophy or the statue there, and so on. So I think those kind of events, what we'll do is try to, like every event, how do we make it greater? Okay. Like having an event is one thing. Having a great event is really what we're focused on. And so we're not going to aim for having them. We're going to aim for trying to create an experience. And, part of this will also be trying to get sponsors engaged, because that's the other side of this. You know, like, I don't know if, you know, how much help they have in organizing those things from a sponsor standpoint. Can we go out and get sponsors for Remembrance Day? That kind of thing. So, you know, I think we're going to try and obviously be great. We're also going to continue to sponsor them ourselves as Brant, right? There's two pieces of this story, right? There's Brant, Sports and Entertainment, and there's Brant. Brant itself, operationally, is not going to quit sponsoring things, right? So that's the other side of it.
Okay, so just for the sake of clarity, and I don't know all the logistics of how things currently work, but my understanding is that some events currently hosted at some of the sites that are included in this proposed sale, host community events. I don't know if they're, like, for sure at a discount, if not sometimes free of charge. That part I'm not clear on. Is that something that, I heard you say sponsorships, but aside from sponsorships, would you be prepared to potentially continue some of these discounted or free of charge sorts of relationships?
Well, I would say I don't know, I guess, how that all works. I mean, today I've never seen Real not charge for something, like $80 for a table cover, you know, like they charge. I think you should be a little concerned about that. They do charge.
Okay.
Now, the question is, what can we do to help support those events? We're going to have them. We're going to sponsor community stuff. We're going to try and make a lot more community events than you have today.
Okay.
We need 120 events a year out of these sites. I need 120 events out of Queen City. Today, 30, 40 events in a year. I think there's going to be a lot more opportunity for doing a lot greater good from that standpoint.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing you say is, like, obviously you don't know with certainty right now, but you will do your best to ensure that events that have a community benefit are able to continue running, and you'll have to sort out the logistics later.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like during COVID, when we were going through the hockey, right, we sponsored 500 first care providers every single game at the Brant Center, right? That was what we did during that. When at Real, when they wanted to have an outdoor concert in the parking lot and we couldn't gather, they wanted to bring Brett Kessel in, we sponsored that. When they wanted to have fireworks off the top of the Brant Center because they wanted to have it, we sponsored that. Like there's a lot there that I think is we're not going to quit doing. It's just a matter of, you know, how are we doing that? So I think we're going to try and be as good a community partner as we ever were.
Okay. Just for my understanding, this is something that I don't have clarity on right now. Why are you not interested in buying the ITC? So you want to lease it, or the proposal is to lease it. How come you didn't want to buy that facility?
It was never on the table.
Oh, okay then. It's a clear answer.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask administration about that one. Okay, and then next question. So this is a fun one for me. Are you considering, or do you have any plans to ask for improved transit access to the site from the city as part of this deal to try and make the site more accessible and help with the congestion and flow of traffic? Is that something you considered or would consider?
I think we would definitely consider it. I think, you know, our approach will be is to, first of all, understand everything that happens today, right? I mean, that's the first thing. Assume you know nothing. Go into this looking at exactly how everything's done. Consult with the partners that are using the facilities today to see what's on their wish list, what's important to them. I think on accessibility, we'll be talking to people that are in that area, saying where are we, you know, deficient there? What can we do for accessibility? So to me, the better you can consult, the better you can come up with a solution. And so that'll be our approach, is not to come in knowing everything, but we know a lot on the Brant Center. I think that just because we operate in there, we know where the deficiencies are. But I think having better transit sounds like a great idea. Riders do a good job of that. I think we probably could too.
Okay. Now, I don't, you maybe have touched on this a bit, but like some of the parts of the proposal talk about commercial rates and and that some events continuing to run would be subject to market demand. So what would be the process that you utilize to determine what's the going commercial rate, and if there's market demand for an event, or the commercial viability of the entire site? Because I think that's also to be evaluated.
Yeah, remember, we're making an agreement forever. Okay, so it's really hard to say you're going to do something forever when you don't know the market wants to do everything forever. So that's in that context. So things like the Queen City X, we're going to continue that as long as customers want it, as long as they want to do it. That'll be on the site forever. I mean, and it used to be a hell of a lot. Used to be a lot bigger when I was a kid, right? And it was a lot better when I was a kid than it is right now. And so we're going to go into that, trying to make that even better.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say one more thing,
go
and
ahead.
safer.
Okay. Now, I guess like as in our report, it talks about some of our strategic pillars. So accessibility is one of them. Environmental sustainability is another one. We have an energy and sustainability framework that while we are responsible for corporate emissions, it also does actually apply to the whole city. So while those buildings will be removed from our corporate responsibility, would you have plans? Are you committed to continuing to make investments to ensure, sure, energy efficiency is one that has also an operational payback, but also that contribute to our principle of environmental sustainability?
Yeah, I mean, so all of our Brandt buildings are all smart buildings, right? So there isn't a new Brandt building that we don't build that doesn't have all the building control systems and energy efficiencies and so on, all that. So I don't know what will be required here because we haven't got into the details of everything, but we're going to use common sense to apply that.
Yep.
We're going to be pragmatic in it, but we also believe in having smart buildings so it's easy to diagnose problems when they happen and to understand what's happening when you're operating them. Okay, so that will be part of it. And I know Green Wave, I think you're with right now. Green Wave is actually a friend of mine that owns it.
Okay, thank you. Now, so some folks, sorry, I'm trying to read my own notes right now. I guess, okay, so how long, so the existing rates, I believe there is, within the proposed terms, there's some existing agreements for events, and then existing rates will be maintained for a period of time. That's my recollection of what I read. Do you have, but I think, like, to me, it's unclear how long some of the existing contracts and rates would be in place. So whether that's for events or rates for events that have occurred regularly.
We haven't seen any of that information at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of that. So I mean, what we need to do is, obviously, if there's events committed to, we're not going to turn the events down, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to carry through with all the commitments that are made. That's the commitment we've made. As far as running the business goes and understanding what the terms are, well, if there's something silly done, we probably won't keep doing silly things, right? So we need to make sure that we understand what it is. But we have not, at this point, we have not looked under the hood, right?
Okay.
So that's the next thing we need to do.
Okay. And some folks have been asking for, have felt that they haven't had enough time to digest what is being proposed, and so there's that. Folks are feeling that this is a lot of information to digest. But secondly, folks have requested, perhaps it would be, I've heard this from multiple people, that it would be useful to, at some point, have an additional third-party review, not to delay the process, because I understand the terms aren't even finalized. But if there were a third-party review at some point that doesn't necessarily delay or substantially delay the timelines, is that something you'd be open to?
Well, I think the challenge that I see is really twofold. Is that one, there's a proposal in front of you that we spent 6 months negotiating with the administration that you've hired to do that job, and I believe council was aware and give authorization for them to negotiate that. And so, I guess it's kind of like me. I guess if I overrule management all the time, I won't have any left. And I guess that doesn't mean you have to accept it, but that's their responsibility. And so, do I want to go through another and drag this out further? No, 6 months is enough. you know, it's just long enough. You know, like with every deal, I think I used this one before, but with every deal, it's like a banana. It's green when you start, it's ready to eat, and then it's rotten. And this banana is ready to eat, and we need to move this on. The other thing I would tell you is I've been through probably 30 or 40, maybe more acquisitions, okay? And this, while this is an acquisition of property, it's an acquisition of an organization. And with organizations, what's really important is there's a lot of uncertainty. The longer it drags, the more uncertainty is there. And so put yourself in the employee's shoes. The sooner they understand who we are and what our intentions are and where they sit, which is everyone has a job, everyone is at the pay rate they're at, and as soon as they understand that, things get better. And then when they hear the vision of what we're going to do with the property, now all of a sudden they get excited. The longer we drag this, the longer we go through this, the more uncertainty we create in the marketplace, the more uncertainty we create in the office and in the workforce. You know, I don't really have any interest in doing it, and I know we've negotiated the best deal we can. I mean, I agreed to things that I really shouldn't have probably, but at the end of the day, this property needs to get fixed. You know, it's 20 years since I got involved, and 20 years ago, I had a guy walk in the door wanting to sell me a sponsorship, and because they couldn't fix the Brand Center. And for 20 years, we put money in, we worked through administration, we worked through different leaders that said, just give me a chance, I'll get it fixed, I'll get it right this time. And they didn't. And it wasn't necessarily any one of them their fault. It's just, it's a difficult business, and it's not one that I would suggest the city should be in. And it's not going to be easy for us either, okay? But we're looking at this a little different. It's not our core business. It's a little philanthropic in nature. And at the end of the day, you know, these guys I got 6 grandkids. I want them to have a little bit better features in this town. And this is the first one of, we'll call it future planned investments that our family is planning to make in Regina. It's a big one, but it's not going to be the last one.
Okay. And just to make sure I understand though, you know, we're in the midst, we being the city and you folks of the negotiation process. Like there still are terms that need to be finalized. We've been presented with some terms of where things are at now. You all need to, if this goes ahead, finalize the details, and then the first date that you're aiming for to close the deal is July 1st. So that's the current trajectory that you're hoping for. Is that accurate?
No, not completely.
Okay.
We have the business terms nailed down.
Okay.
That's done. Like, so we're not interested in opening up the deal and opening up the business terms. The deals have been negotiated. There's legalese that need to be put in contract. That's fair enough. But you know, the business principle, the terms from that standpoint, that is done in our mind.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of putting it into paper, and obviously the administration can't do that until they have approval from council.
Okay. So if that's all that's left, does that take until July 1st? Like, I'm asking because I don't know. Do you have any sense of, like, is all of that?
Talk to the lawyers. Sorry. I don't think it should, and I don't really want it to. We want to move as quick as we can for a bunch of reasons. One, there's obviously the agribition's coming up. We want to make sure we're ready to help and support them any way we can. 2, I'd love to get started on the improvements sooner so we have no issues next year when we're doing stuff, because obviously November is a finite day for a Grey Cup, and so we need to backwards schedule everything that needs to happen. We need to get with the riders and understand all the scope they have to deliver. There's a lot of stuff we got to get to know the organization. We have a lot to do. So we won't be holding it up. We need to do a little due diligence yet, because we haven't been able to look at everything, but I think we have a general understanding. So
okay, so then that date of July 1st, that was administration who was wanting the first closure on July 1st.
You agree to dates that you think you can achieve them, right? So you don't want to agree to something sooner and then fail. So I think we picked that date as a date. If we could get it done sooner than that, we would like to get it done sooner than that, just because we have a lot on our plate. We also have, a $30 million deal with Queen City that we're opening in November, or December, I guess. So that is a big thing in our mind too. So we got just a lot going on. So we need to know whether the city is going to support the deal or not, and we need to know that now.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Mayor Brzezinski, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks for being here, Sean and family. Appreciate you guys being here. Just a couple questions. One just about CWA, heard from our friends there. Can you just maybe offer some context and your thoughts around that conversation that they're looking forward to in terms of square footage and future dates and what you see as the future of CWA on that campus?
Yeah, for sure. So we have talked, okay? We haven't talked commercial, I think just to make sure you understand that. We have met all of them, not all of them, but the leaders of that. And of course, Sean I've known for years. So as far as the context of that, Canadian Western Agribition will always be a big part of that event. First of all, agriculture is a big chunk of our business. That's the first thing you need to know. And so it always will be part of it. We would obviously we're probably either the largest or second largest sponsor of the Stampede in Calgary. Okay, we are significant sponsors. We're dealing with them right now, and all the same things that they're talking about. Looking, Matthew's dealing with them on putting up big temporary buildings that are branded. We got all of that. So we're going to try and bring a Stampede to Regina and help Agribition do that. That's my goal. How do we make it bigger? And long term, what's the long term assets they need, and so on. So we'll do that. That'll happen, soon after that we have a deal approval here, so we can move it ahead. And they obviously have a finite timeline we need to meet. So that's kind of where that's at.
Perfect. Thank you. And through the chair, putting my project manager hat on, I think you spoke to this already. Delays, I see a Gantt chart in my mind, thinking, next November is not that far away when it comes to construction and planning and design. And that you just maybe want to expand on, all the different steps that have to happen right from design all the way through to construction and commissioning for some of these things that you want to do.
Yeah. So I think if we look at, again, without kind of coming up with a full scope here, the things that I would like to try and get done before the Grey Cup is the paving. That's the first thing, and the exterior of the buildings. Right off the bat, it's because some of those buildings are not going to be used on the inside, probably for Grey Cup, but everybody's going to be on the outside. And so that's the idea of tying the campus together and making sure that all the old is gone, the new is in. That would be what I would say is kind of our first goal to try and make happen. That the challenge on the paving might be the entrance might not be able to get done. It just railroads don't move real quick, so we'll have to go to the top of the ladder there and see what we can do to get their approval quicker. But as far as we happen to know a few good paving contractors, and if we need be, the city's got some good forces we could pull in to make sure that happens. But I would say those are the big ones we want to do. We're moving ahead with the power rings. We're going to be the first rink in Canada to have the digital boards. There's only one other place in our league that has it, which is Portland. That's going to create a whole new fan experience. We're going to put a new sound system in, and then we're going to put a new control system that controls everything in. So that we want to get done. We will be done for next hockey season. So not this coming one, but the one after that is my guess. Some of it might be done before then, but.
Perfect. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Mayor Brzezinski. Up next, we have Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for laying out a bold vision. There's lots to be excited about, and you clearly have a demonstrated track record of building great things, and for that we're grateful. I have some questions, which I hope reflect some of the questions I've got from my residents, and my goal is to ensure public trust and process. And so I don't negotiate on behalf of the city, but I've committed to ask some questions, and I'll lay those questions out for you. You've been clear that you view the terms as largely done, but I've committed to do that, so I will. Would you be willing, Brant, you're busy, but would you be willing to have Brant join the city to spend some time talking to residents about this exciting vision and about all that you plan? I did have a town hall last night. There was lots of excitement and there was lots of questions. And I find that when you connect with people, they really appreciate it. And there's some complexity in this deal and all kinds of excitement. And so would you be willing to take the time, if not you, perhaps your team, to go out with city staff and sort of sell this vision to the community?
Well, I think we will be selling it to the community when it's a go.
Okay.
Like there's no doubt about it. We're going to be selling everything we can because we're going to have to sell everything we can if we're ever going to pay for it. You know, the reality is that it's that, you know, it's going to be that case. So we're going to be out there selling it and all that. But if we don't have a meeting of the minds, why go out and go through that effort? Because at the end of the day, you know, the deal, like, you know, there was questions on delay, right? And the whole idea of the delay, you know, like, I don't know if you're viewing this quite right. This is like winning the lottery. So if you won the lottery, would you say, hang on, don't give me that money. I want to check it out first to see whether or not it's any good. I don't know if I want to take it. You're winning the lottery here today, okay? This is the only deal that I've ever seen anywhere where a private citizen is actually trying to give you money and take over your bad assets. Normally, it's the other way around. I normally would be here saying, you got to build me a stadium and I want to rent it from you, and you can keep it and do all the maintenance. I would have preferred to be here under that circumstance, to be honest with you, okay? This is out of desperation, I would say, that I'm tired of being the tenant in the building that fans don't like, or tickets they don't like, because I don't get food and beverage, I don't get sponsorships, I don't get naming rights, I don't get all the other things that every other team in the league gets, right? So this is going to allow me to put a completely different spin on how we market the venue, okay? And there'll be benefits for guests that they don't have today. I don't want to get into too much of that, but there'll be some things. Stay tuned. But I really want you to look at this because I mean, we had lots of dialogue in our family about doing this deal. I wanted to do the deal, okay? Because we've been fortunate, and Regina's our home, and I want these guys and their grandkids to be here and enjoy the things I did when I was a kid. And amenities matter to my employees. I'm trying to relocate here. It matters. Beautification of the city matters to my employees. Obviously, the career path they're going to have matters. When beautification's not there and these support services like this aren't there, incompetitive with other cities, they don't want to move. And that draws us closer to other cities. So I've said, we're going to invest in the city. This is the first one, but it's not the only one we're planning on doing.
Awesome. No, I appreciate that. And, you know, I'll be the first in line with my kids to come if this goes through. Many questions that have been raised to me from constituents are about land sale versus a land lease. And I don't want to negotiate in the floor of council, but I did commit to bring some questions from the community forward, and one of them is that. What would your view be if the city, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the city, but what would your view be on a long-term land lease as opposed to a land sale, allowing our grandkids to sort of view the deal through a sort of a public good lens in the long term?
Yeah, so that was brought up by your negotiating team, looking at that. And, you know, I think there's a number of challenges with it. One, you have the whole commercial financing piece of this, okay? So if all of a sudden other amenities are coming to the property that, that take a lot more money, when you got a finance component, you're on land, leased land, that becomes difficult from a banking perspective. Second of all, if we're going to put, like, we're committing to 100-some million today, but I don't expect that to be it. Like, this will double. It will easily double if we get everything else we want. Because at some point, the Brandt Center might have to be replaced. Maybe it'll go downtown where maybe it should be. But there may be something else, amenity that goes on site. Maybe the International Trade Center you're going to want to sell because we want to double it because we got that much demand for it. So at some point, you know, when we go into this kind of deal and we're looking at this from the standpoint of we're making this long-term commitment here, we've got to be ready to have something that we can sustain and move on to the next one because we want to grow it. Like, we don't buy businesses that keep them the same. We want to grow this. And so I think just putting this kind of money into a lease property, I guess I would ask you the question, if you were buying a cabin, would you go put it on leased land or would you go buy the lot? I think most people buy the lot. Thanks for the answer. I think there's been some probably confusion out there that's it's good to clear up for all of us on taxes. I've certainly done my best to indicate that, you know, commercial things will be taxed, like the McDonald's, and I believe the administration said if you were to build a hotel. But a question that residents often email me is about sort of the property tax exemption piece. And sometimes in other communities, after a period of time, what my question is, sometimes in other communities, after a period of time, perhaps when some investment is recouped, that a portion of those taxes
might be collected with a commitment of the city then reinvesting all of those dollars, every penny, back into the campus, both the public assets that the city would retain, but maybe shared priorities. What is your view on that, or do you view those terms as sort of final and sufficient?
Well, I think today it's losing almost $1 million a month, right? So any additional burden that you're going to put on it is going to cause it to be worse. If you think about today, it's one campus, the new assets, the old assets. You have event assets over here that are unpredictable revenue streams, and you have new assets that have predictable revenue streams, like the rinks, like the soccer, all that, right? You're keeping all the predictable revenue, and you're keeping all the predictable and new assets. I'm taking all the old ones with unpredictable revenue, and so the worry is we might lose more than 11 million bucks, okay? Because we have all the cost, and there's not great accounting, not a shot at anybody, but there's not great accounting by building. So, the reality is any additional load on this business starts to put the risk profile way too strong. Because it's one thing to say we're going to invest 100, but it's one thing to say we're going to lose $10 million ongoing forever. Okay, and of course that tends to grow. So there's not, and then I guess the last thing I'd follow up on these kind of assets. There's not another jurisdiction taxing them because they're owned by the cities. So the incentive for them not to be owned by the city and for them to be all the risk on the private person is that you don't tax them any more than you would tax yourself. And I think that's a fair compromise, because what you gain versus what you lose nothing because you're getting nothing today, and you gain all of the moving of the risk to Brant, or the private investor this time, versus leaving it on the citizens of Regina. So that's really the answer. So I would be not interested in that. I mean, we are obviously paying, I think it's 5% or whatever it is, but it's a token amount, which I still don't know what that amount is. So
sure, thank you. Through the chair, I want to talk a little bit about the buildings that the city would retain. Yeah. And I think we all wish that over years that we would have addressed the maintenance requirements and had a reserve fund so that we weren't in this position. And I do appreciate and respect the fact that you're taking some old buildings with a lot of risk. I really do. And I think the community does. Okay. Can you walk me through what's important to you as our partner in terms of how we might operate and maintain those other buildings? And I say that because if we are to save some money from this, it's certainly important to me that we set aside some of that money to take care of these assets so that they remain publicly owned, and ideally then we're a good partner to you, driving more traffic into that campus.
Right. So these are the excluded assets you're talking about?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, we'll treat them like they were our buildings. That's the first thing. So what do we do in our buildings? You do building assessments, right? And you do building assessments on a practical basis. So, but some of those buildings, I can tell you, they got roof leaks. So you go to the skating rinks, there's roof leaks. They've been there since construction, okay, since those buildings were constructed. They should have been handled in deficiencies from the builder who built them. And that's not a shot at the builder, but that should have been caught at that point. So what we will do, and again, we haven't had discussions with administration on detail what their goals or property management would be, but I would suggest that we would look at them and we'd assess them. We determine a building standard. We have reporting tools that we can report on them, give recommendations on them. We have a lot of that in-house to help manage the cost and I guess understand the cost. But right now we haven't got into that level of detail to understand the wishes and desires there.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think one of my last questions is, I appreciate, Sean, you mentioned before that staff needs certainty. And you're taking on the staff, and so I appreciate your comments on that. I want to acknowledge that. My question is for you. I had a couple young people come up to me that worked there, and so I want to give you the opportunity to speak to it. Really concerned, really worried, and I did my best to assure them of the clauses. I understand it, and that you employ a lot of people in this town. But given that we don't do this every day, would you like to address any concerns that maybe some people might have that work there? I'm talking in this case unionized, not out of scope staff, as to what it might be like to work for you and what they might expect in the coming months, because these are young people that probably don't understand nuance and don't understand what we're doing here, but do understand that they take pride in their job and they got to pay their bills.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I think the first thing is what I see with our own staff that we have, and today, when I'm an hourly worker, if they're on hourly, what do I want? I want hours. So lack of events don't help at getting hours. So first thing is put more hours on, get more events. That's how they make money. I think when I buy a business, they always, the people have always asked us, what do we expect from you? What do you expect from us as employees? And I said, well, in our current business, I said there's always goals and there's targets and there's things like this we're always trying to hit. But I said there's really 3 things that when you don't really know, just follow this. Do what's right, do your best, and treat others as you want to be treated. Okay? And the reason why that's important is because that's what makes great teamwork, right? And so I would say it doesn't matter what level of position in our company, from the bottom to the top, everybody's the same. Everybody's valued, everybody's important. That doesn't mean we do everything right, okay? But that's our principle. Front, back, sideways, we're all the same. And so what we'll do here is we're going to invest in the employees, which I think is the other piece that's maybe missing. Generally what I find when I buy businesses, especially ones that aren't necessarily always performing, it's usually the owner's fault. It's usually the owner's fault because they're either on the way out, they haven't wanted to invest in the business, which then rubs down on the employees and so on. So what we're going to do is learn the business, meet the employees. During COVID, when I bought all these businesses, I traveled to more than 60 plus sites around the world. I met every single employee during COVID. Had to meet them, had to put a face in front. I'll do the same thing here. I'm going to be out there, all of us will be there, meet every single employee. Have to. They need to know we're no different. They probably need to know that my mom, before we were at Brent, my mom was a waitress. That's what she did. My dad was door-to-door salesman. We lived in Vancouver. We had a 1-room apartment. We had no furniture. We had a mattress on the floor, and we know what it's like. But now that's a long time ago. We're a little different now, but that's the same. We can identify with that. So I think that's the thing that we'll bring to the table is to treat people good, treat people right, ask them to do their best. I think that's all you can ask as an employer, do your best, and then create a good team, treat others like you want to be treated. And so that'll be some of the things we try to bring out as part of the culture.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think I'm done. Just in closing, I want to say I appreciate your vision. I've been told by many of my residents, this feels a little rushed. You've given some good context on that. Regardless of how I vote, I commit to be a good partner to you, and I appreciate what you're doing here today. So I'll have some other questions for administration. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
Hello, and through the chair, thank you for being here and for your vision. First off, I think your slide is stuck here, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the renderings and the space and what to expect, which are as part of this.
If you guys have information on the slideshow, we got a minute to listen.
I'll maybe go over the. Sorry, we're going to go back to the beginning here. There's just a lot of slides, but we have a tendency to do this at Brad. We got a lot of slides. Okay, so this was just a vision statement that's in the package you received. To transform the district, right, to be a premier destination for entertainment and community, delivering world-class concepts, community, and so on. What we want to do is not just have sports and entertainment. When we think about what people want as experiences, right? They want to have an experience. So this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do that by investing in the people, investing in the physical assets. That's kind of our vision for it, and hopefully, when people have good experiences, they want to come back. Okay, this is kind of how we're going to do it. Obviously, and I won't go through every point, but world-class organization has to be first. We got to bring in the people. We got to train the people that are there to deliver hospitality, because that's really the business we're in. We got to invest in assets, and we've got a target of having over 100. We started studying how many we're doing versus how many Saskatoon's doing versus how many Edmonton, Calgary. We're a big believer in benchmarking, so that we'll be doing here as well. This is some of the stuff I talked about in my speech, what we're doing as far as initial investment. So when we talk $10 or $15 million, that's the other thing I should clarify. $15 million is what's going into the buildings. So that's 10 million minimum into the Brandt Center, 5 million into the other buildings. That doesn't include distillery, doesn't include Queen City at all. That's just going in there, and that's just upgrades. Okay. Then there's 8.5 million going into the parking lot and access, of which the city's paying maximum of 4, and we're paying 4.5 or more. That's going in there. That's additional to the 15. The other thing I wanted to clarify is that today there's a commitment to YQR, or to, in a sense, Queen City now, for $1 million of leaseholds that were to be paid for by Real, i.e. the city, into our building. Well, by us buying the building, you save that $1 million now as well. So that's another $1 million of additional costs that we need to pay. This is the actual breakdown of the investment. So if you want to see how it works, so 6.5 plus the 1 equals 7.5 million plus the 15, and then there's the $5 million for the parking lot, of which you're paying 2.5. So we have a guaranteed net 2.5. Then we're saying 4.5, could be a little less, but the idea you're not paying more than 2. We pay the overage. Then there's the losses for 2 years that you're helping support, and after that you're off the hook. But we're saying, I think it could be more than 10.5 million this year, just because there's no events planned. And the other thing about the events plan, they're booking right now mid-year 2027. This year is fixed, other than us bringing in special events, which when you bring a special event in, they're not on the tour, you pay much more for that, okay? So we've kind of got a fait accompli for this year and for part of next year that's going to be challenging. So, so that's how we get to the $113 million. This is kind of what Brandt Sports and Entertainment looks like. Pat's Hockey Club, Red Sox, Queen City Distillers, and now the Real operations, which would be the stadium operations. This is just the letters of support. This is that Tate with James Winky Fairworth. This is, again, some of the stuff he's doing for referencing. David Foster. And then Jim Caffarelli, who did all the House of Blues, who's currently leading the construction for this. I plan to pull all 3 of them in to help us do the rest of the park. That's the plan. I think most of this I went over, so I'm going to skip over this. This was just all the investments here that we're doing. So that's kind of what it looks like for cash going in this year, okay? So it's actually 53 when you put the 30 into it. Let's skip through this here. So if we look at the concepts, this is kind of hot off the press even since our last meeting. This is the Queen City Distillers building beside it. So you can see how we're starting to tie the architecture into each other. What we have created down on where the parking lot is there, we kind of have a drop-off point, which we don't have one of those at the stadium today. We have a large podium that comes out there that we plan to add some kind of artistic area, but also have it for gathering outside. We plan to have a new entrance that may come in stages, but a new entrance on the southwest corner rather than trying to jam everybody up the ramp into where that west entrance is today. This is just looking at from the other side. The corners where the Brandt signs are, those will all be digital signs now going forward, not a static backlit sign. You can see the ramps that are there on each of the southwest and southeast corners. Today, those ramps are very steep. We're gonna shallow them out so they're basically longer, and then we're gonna add bullards. So today, one of the safety problems I see with the stadium is that you could drive a car up that ramp and right into the building. So something like that needs to be changed. Then, and we're gonna add landscaping. I think there's a lot of hard structures out there to pretty everything up. We want to add some features. Yes, it costs money to maintain them, but again, it gives you a different feeling and perception when you're there. On the east end, we plan to bring a big podium out the east side, okay? And the east side, so that'll be, again, a gathering point. We can have, different functions and so on that. It kind of connects the building a little bit more to the park, even though there'll be some parking there. But we plan to direct the traffic in a different way, which I'll show that in a second here. Those are digital boards where the box offices are. New window and door scheme all the way around. So instead of having solid doors all the way around, we're going to put glass doors all the way around, open it up so that there's a connection from the outside to the inside. This is the plaza on the east side. Then the parking you can see is quite different here. So The layout of the parking, it's angled parking is what we're looking for. Now, the angle will change on every second row. This isn't quite rendered properly, but the idea there is that we'll send rows in different directions. Right now, everybody tries to leave out the Louvain all at the same time. So every row goes the other way, and they have to, other than the ones trying to sneak around the east side to get around that side. But that's a pinch point going around Mosaic. Once we got the new access in, we'll try to have one row go to Louvain, one row go to the Sass Drive, which is another, it's coming up here and I'll show you. This is the southwest entrance going further. And again, these are at, we'll call it the 70% level. There'll be more details yet coming as we get into detailed drawings, but these are kind of renderings to show you. This is kind of an aerial view of the park there. Okay, so you can kind of see what it looks like. This is the new entrance that we want to try and create. So it's a right in, right out. You can't drive across Sass Drive. But again, it just allows us to enter this from this side of the park, both for rider games and for our games, and exit that way. And of course, you're exiting and entering off a main artery, which takes a lot of pressure off the traffic lights on the Louvain. We plan to put new marquees at the entrances. So this is the one that's kind of proposed. It doesn't show the railway track, but the idea that it's prominent, it's great, it's got some digital assets on it, it's close to the Louvain, it's going to be close to the Sass Drive, and it'll help promote the site. So when we get into the building, this is now we get into the digital dasher boards or the digital boards. The boards will be part of the effect that we do. The LED boards, and we have quotes on these already to move ahead. Those will be relatively easy to do. They'll be tied into the clock and they'll be tied into the lighting and so on. Of course, we're putting a new sound system in. I want to try and get a really good sound system in the building. And I put in some of this for discussion purpose, just some other renderings to kind of show you the level of design that is going into Queen City Distillers. We didn't want to put them all in here because we're going to do separate releases, but we'll tease them out here. Obviously, you saw that one off the website. But what this means is, so we're gonna design this so that when you walk up, you're already sensing. You know, we're trying to activate all 5 senses as part of an experience. So this is the visual part. So you're gonna see that there's gonna be big LED wrap on the silo that's out front, or the grain bin out front. Those are digital signs. They're there. There may be some activation lights up top. There's outside decks on either side of the venue. Again, just looking at it from a different angle. Clean up that building so it looks much better than it does today. This is looking from the west side. Again, clean that angle up. This is a bit of an evening shot. Again, just another aerial view here. This is the front entrance. When you walk in to the Queen City, as you walk in, it's going to be a bit of a walk of fame. And we'll talk a little bit further about that. It's going to give us a chance to kind of celebrate the best. And I don't want to give that all away today, but this is kind of our sports bar. And again, these will all have names that we're rolling out. But these are going to be really nice properties that not only serve good foods, have good drinks, but they also are quite an experience and a showpiece for the city. This is the restaurant upstairs. Again, everything is designed great, but casual. Blue jeans, you come in, but you get a nice experience. We got varying price points from being very reasonable to as crazy as you want to get, I guess. But this is the actual music venue. This is on the stage looking back. Those are actually digital wraps that are on the balconies, and they're 1,550 person venue. There's lots of things going on here that you'll hear more about. This is going to be one of the best audio and video systems in all of Canada, and I'll leave it at that. But it's state of the art. That's why I'm bringing in Winky. So that's kind of some of the renderings that you see there, and happy to answer any questions around them.
Thank you for floating through that. Councillor Turnbull, do you have more questions?
Yes. Thank you for showing us that. It's very exciting. I guess that leads into my next question, which would be about the accessibility upgrades. I know at previous meetings, we've talked about an elevator and possible washrooms and how we could possibly make Brant Center more accessible as part of this. Did you want to confirm that or speak to it?
Yeah, I think we need to do an assessment of that, right? But I mean, obviously, things like elevators don't exist. Those things will all be taken care of. The washrooms are way past due, I would say, and that's way past due. So all that stuff will be taken care of as part of the refit as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess in the few days with talking to those communities, and it's been the commitments they were asking for was the elevator, an accessible washroom, and the elevator to make sure it goes from like the lower bowl to like the concourse to like the suite floor. I think one of the comments came up, and I guess the bigger commitment is to have that conversation with the community or like a Rick Hansen audit or whatever, just to make it better so that everyone can do that. And I know even for me, I would love to take my daughter down to the
for sure. I mean, we're definitely going to do that. I mean, especially when we're spending this kind of money, we're going to go through the building and look at accessibility. There's certain things that we can do, and there's probably certain things that won't make as much sense. Like just as an example, the riser that's on the steps is actually above code, right? So I can't really fix that because that would mean demolishing the whole building. But elevators, access points, all those kinds of things there. Even with our relationship with CNIB, we'll probably bring them in and have them work through, what can we do there. It's just, those are not costly things, they're just planned things. So I think we'll work with the communities that have that desire to help us.
Well, it's the commitment to the elevator is definitely appreciated. And then I wanted to ask about some timing of events has come up before, but I noticed it also said stadium twice a year, and then it's the third weekend in November. So it doesn't say anything in the contract about actual timing of events, which are stuff. Is that something to be worked out with?
Yeah, it's something to be worked out with because we don't know what those events are going to be, but we want to engage. Part of the thinking here is that we're going to have really three different event sizes, right? We're going to have the Queen City size, which is the 1,500 people. We're going to have the Brant Center size of 6,500 people, and we got the stadium size, which is now probably 35,000 people, 34,000 people, right? So we want to address entertainers at all levels, because that's one of the things that'll be unique about Regina is that we've got all three levels. So the entertainer coming up, we've got something for them to play. For somebody that's kind of, moving off the big stage, we can go there. It's kind of like Foo Fighters, right? They came in at the Brant Center, but then the drummer died and they couldn't get him, but they sold out quickly, so they brought him to the football stadium, right? But promote the football stadium. Like, that's the other side of it. If we're saying we'd like to do two, but if we can do more, if the market will bear it, okay? And getting stadium tours weren't as popular before, but they actually are pretty popular now. But they're also pretty expensive. I know Bruno Mars just sold out Glendale. He got $10 million a night for that gig. It was a pretty good deal. So,
and a lot of the feedback has been from the community and just all the community events. So can you explain the business incentive to having lots of community events so that people understand why you want to have so many events?
Well, yeah, I mean, so just because there's events doesn't mean there's ticket cost.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even Queen City, when we turn that into a nightclub, there might not be any ticket cost to get in. Right? Maybe we're there just to fill it to get food and beverage, right? So this is the thing today. We don't have that ability even with the Pats, right? We get tickets, and we get only season tickets and box office tickets. We haven't even got any money from the ticket office. Just the way it worked out. So when you start putting the other revenue streams in, you start thinking a little different. And that's the North American model that I was talking about, okay? And I don't want to overpromise here, but that's all going to change. And so when we look at our own venue that we have, we're going to be looking at saying, okay, how do we get young people out? We bring in a DJ, and we're going to fill that place. There's other ways to do it.
So there's lots of incentive for you to have lots of community events, not necessarily even at cost.
100%, yeah.
Exactly. And then the other concern is also from the community, and I was also at town hall, would be the escalated cost of rentals and things. Do you think there'll be higher costs to room rentals or
I don't know, real is very high right now on some of theirs. I can tell you that, like a tablecloth for $80 or whatever we're paying. I can't see us jacking that up. You know what I mean? Like, we don't even know all the other menus. We know what we pay, and that's been part of the reason why we haven't received any ticket money for 3 years. Because the game day got more money than the tickets that we charge.
Okay, so having access to being able to control the whole experience allows you to play with where you get the profits from.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look at other venues, like what do the other venues charge? I mean, and what is reasonable? And the other thing is, if you charge too much, you won't get people to come here for conventions. I mean, you have to. They make you compete on all that stuff, right? You have to compete.
Okay, and then what about the benefit to local arts and bands and community and all these events? Can you want to talk about that to like our local arts community?
Yeah, so on the music side of the arts community, that is something that we want to engage fully on. And you're going to hear a lot about that in the coming weeks, and I can't talk about that today or else Matthew will kill me here. But part of our dream of this Queen City Distillers and the music venue in it, which will have a name one day, which we have, that is all about identifying artists too, okay, and promoting artists locally. And you're going to hear a lot more about it, and we really want to reach out to the local arts community to have them involved in it. And there's a few special things, I'll tease it out there, that they'll hear about here in the coming weeks, and it shouldn't be too many more weeks.
Okay, and I think I have one more question, which is, I know we're honoring the events which are coming, but we have also bids on events, which aren't necessarily revealed, which we hope to get as a city. Do you honor those bids as well and those commitments?
I have a little visibility to that, yeah. And so we're also going to be actively working with them to go and be on, rather than responding to what they find, we want to be a partner with them to go find them. Because there may be other commitments they need, or there may be things that they need from a facility standpoint because they can't bid on them because they don't qualify, right? So to me, we're going to look at this and say, okay, what are the other markets doing? What are the RFPs calling for? What are we deficient in? Let's get those deficiencies resolved, and then we get more business, right? And that means the city gets more events. And so we'll work with Sandra, Jackie on that to try and make that work well. But I don't know what all that is at this point. I know hotel, I keep hearing, is one of the deficiencies.
Yeah, and I think that there'd be a lot to add with the new package to be like, not only do we have a bid out, but we have this extra part out as well. Right. So thank you for that. I think that's all my questions. So thank you so much for your presentation and what you're bringing to the community.
Very good.
Thank you, Councilor Turnbull. Councilor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Hi. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for everything that you've shared. It's clear that you have a vision and that you've shown us and the people of Regina what you're thinking about. And I see that you're thinking long term, right? Like this is a big, it's a big spending that you would be doing. So I just have a few questions, some that kind of were asked a little bit, but I'm not sure if I quite got the answer there. The first one is, you know, if we value public trust, and I think we both do, right? Because I think it's important for us as city council elected officials who are stewards of these public assets, and you as those who are investing in those assets who will spend a lot of money on them, is having the security of a third party review that has been asked by the community not worth that public trust? It's not delay. It's not a huge delay. It's just saying both of us, because I feel it benefit both of us. Is that not worth that public trust?
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand this concept of both delay and a third party looking at it. Okay, so would a third party coming in looking at it saying it's no good deal, change my mind to increase the deal? The answer to that is no. The deal that they've negotiated on behalf of the city council and the citizens of Regina is the best deal that I can do. Maybe, you know, there's a limit to everything, and I would tell you this from a risk profile in the investment, this is as good a deal as we're going to do. So from that standpoint, you know, I think what you stand to gain versus what you stand to lose is something you have to all kind of figure. You know, the longer you drag it, the more uncertainty that's created in the business, right? The longer you drag it, the chances of the deal blowing up is created. And then what does the city lose? So I think, the deal is the deal in front there. It's a pretty simple deal. You don't have any more of the 73 million or 75 million in deficits or in deficiencies. Not going to lose 11 million bucks a year anymore. I'm going to put all the money into the facilities. I'm going to improve the facilities. I'm going to do that as much as I can before Grey Cup. I don't know. I think it's one of those things, I think it's just hard to ask 100 people about any one subject and say, they would do it differently. Well, the reality is the administration, who is skilled and did a damn good job of negotiating, I must say, they've cut a good deal for the city, and the city is winning a lottery on this, and I really do mean it. But that's partly why this is philanthropic. It's a philanthropic deal to help improve our city. So,
all right, thank you for that. And another thing you mentioned earlier is, right now we're not getting anything. Therefore, it makes sense that since we're not getting anything, we're not giving up anything in relation to the concerns around taxes on the land.
Right.
So I see this, currently we're not getting it, but we're giving up the land forever, right? Should we do this? We no longer are, is no longer under the public ownership. And I absolutely understand and would agree with you that given that you're making an investment, it makes sense that there is a period of time, and I could get behind a lengthy period of time where there is no taxes on that land. However, forever is a long time. So, and again, and I've also committed to asking these questions because those are the questions that residents are asking of me, and I don't have those answers because I'm not you. But when we're talking about forever, is there any way in which there is any budging of changing forever to a long time, right? To a more set period of time? Because eventually, I imagine, given all this, I think what you've presented is wonderful, and I imagine it's going to ideally make a profit and be good for both you, your company, and the city, right? So in that situation, is there any opportunity to change that deal?
There really isn't, because this is not a typical asset that you would buy. If we were buying a warehouse, that's a different story. If you're buying something that we could repurpose, it was a real estate transaction, that you could look at anything like that. We're buying a business that's going to stay in the same business for all intents and purposes, that's never made any money in this business, all on the basis that we have something magical that we're going to do at in our company and ourselves that's going to turn this thing into a real moneymaker. Well, we got a lot of work to do. Like, we got $11 million hole to dig out, and we got $70 million to generate just to fund what's there, plus what we have to capital invest before we get $1 of return, right? Before you get $1, that is a big mountain to climb. And so when you start piling on the taxes on it, and on these assets, if a council of the day in the future decided they want to get them back and jack the taxes up with a new tax rating, they could take and wipe out everything that we've invested in that property down the road, because this business isn't going to be able to afford much. Like, that's the reality of it. It's just not going to work. And so we definitely would be out if you're going to take that approach on these type of business. If it was a different business, one of Brant's businesses, that'd be a different story. Be an incentive. This business just can't afford it. Just can't afford it.
All right, thank you. And then just another question that I know it's been asked, but I didn't quite get an answer on that, just because it's something that would be coming soon. With CWA, are we, can we confirm that those dates will be available and that would be able to be run as usual, and have a commitment from you that that's the case no matter what events happen?
The dates are fixed for this year. The dates are fixed for this year. I don't see why that's going to be a problem. And working in November, I don't see why that's going to be a problem. We just got to work on scheduling through that. I don't think that's an issue at all. I think it's zero issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Siklis, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Hey, Sean, thank you very much. Pretty inspiring to see those photos and the vision. Boys, thank you. I just checked, it's 10:21 a.m. in New Zealand, so I hope Andrew's still online. I don't know. I wanted to talk about a kind of worst case scenario stuff. Having an insurance company background, I have something that I want to talk about that I think we've got in the plan, but I want to get your perspective before I ask admin later. So if the proverbial you-know-what hits the fan, and you want to get out, or we want to get out, like what are the exits, if any, on this thing? What is the worst case scenario,
Well,
as you see it?
well, I think the worst case scenario is that they've got protection that if this property needs to carry on the same business, that's really what it is, right? So
Yeah.
if for some reason that we couldn't, they have the rights, right? So they would buy it back. That would be the worst case scenario. So that's in the deal today.
Right. Okay. And we all have to make our own decision here. And I was looking at the drawings, and I saw there were, I counted about 11 parking spots right in front of the Brandt building. And there's 11 of us here. So anyway, that was my attempt at a joke late in the day. Most of my council mates don't like my jokes, but I'm glad you're smiling. Thanks. That's all I want to talk about. Just what could happen if things go wrong, or that worst case scenario is really it.
We're in it for the long haul. I mean, I would tell you, we've been with Pat's now for 13 years, and not been a moneymaker either. Okay, by a long shot.
Yeah.
But we're still the owner, and when COVID hit, we bought the rest of the team, keep the team going. What are you gonna do?
Yep. Well, thanks. Thanks, Sean.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stichels. I'd like to insert one of my own questions into the discussion right now. Listening to the delegates as they come through, delegates from the Agribition mentioned the Canada Centre building and made a reference to a change to potentially Arena 6 or some type of a change in format. Appreciate your vision and your ability to implement that vision and act on it, and the liquidity you bring to the table to be able to do it. Looking at the cooperation you need to keep things like Canadian Western Agribition going. First of all, do you have some type of a vision for the Canada Centre that would interfere with Agribition? They're looking for surety and understanding of what you're seeing. Secondly, if you do, and you expect the Agribition to make changes, are you going to be alert to their ability for liquidity to match your step and your investment, or will you allow them the room to continue the way they're doing and give up portions of your vision to allow the continuity?
Yeah, we were just talking about that at break here, just talking about it. So the Canada Centre building is the one building that's going to be interrupted as part of this plan. Not necessarily all of it off the start. Part of it is going to be, but what we're going to work with them to try and get them whatever space they lose, get it back somewhere else. Okay, and we'll do that and work with them. And those are details that we need to work out. But we're not going to turn away anybody. Okay, so we'll make sure that they get what they need. But there will be some impact on that building.
Okay, just to kind of get a little bit more definition out of that answer, do you see implementation of your vision in your timeline more important than the ability of a partner to have their continuity? How do you balance those two, trying to protect and preserve, what this has always been?
Well, yeah, I would say first of all, we're going to work with them to get them what they need. I'm hopeful that they'll get exactly what they need or more. Okay, because there's other things they're going to get too, right? Down the road. I mean, obviously having Queen City on the property is going to change that event a lot, right? When it's going. Having a partner that can invest in the buildings or invest in systems that they need that I can reuse with other events will get them a better event as well. But we'll sit down with them. There will be some impact in that building, but we'll work through getting them some additional space. But that's very vital to our deal. It's also why the timing is also critical, because I need to move some stuff around and I need to move now. That's part of the problem. Or else my other projects impacted.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do see one more question that's popped up. Please go ahead, Councillor Flores.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair, this Councillor Seekleys reminded me I had a question that I didn't get to. It's just in relation to, since the city is would be assuming severance liability for 2 years for non-union staff. do we have what worst case scenario of what that would look like? And I think it's going back to my commitment to asking those questions, because that's something that's come up in terms of folks saying, if a restructuring happens, what confidence should folks have to know that, and it's what you said, right? You want to provide people stability and confidence as soon as possible, but that's also a question, should a restructuring happen, what would that look like for those staff?
Yeah, I mean, we really don't know. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't read into that. It's just a protection from our standpoint, but we don't know. I mean, I know one thing, if we're going to put more than double the events on, you're going to need a bigger organization. So it won't be a structuring from the standpoint of a cost saving, that's for sure. So we just haven't met anybody. We don't know anybody. Like, I know some people there. I don't want to say I don't, because we run into them, but we don't know the organization. So they shouldn't be reading into that at all on that. What we wanted to do, what was important to us, is that we take everybody with the deal, right? We go into this, we take the transition, all the employees come over. It's an easy transition, and if changes happen, then changes happen. Because but we don't have anything in mind at this point, because we haven't really got to that point yet. But we want to make sure and assure everybody they have a job, and they have a job just like they have today.
All right. And just a follow up to that. So should, and I completely understand where you're coming from there, but a concern that has come up also is the idea of what would these jobs look like under a different structure, whether it happens or not. But what I'm hearing from you is that it is important for you to have a workforce that is happy to be there and engaged.
Yeah.
And to most people, that means, you being able to make a living out of your job, right? So would it be fair to say that what I'm hearing from you is a commitment to make sure that the conditions of their work, whether it's with their contracts and wages, would be either equivalent or more or better, but they wouldn't be seeing cuts as restructures happen, if they happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's never been our way to cut our way to prosperity, okay? It's not been part of our plan. What we'll do is we'll approach this on a market-based scenario, whatever the market is. We want to be at the high end of the market. I mean, we want people to do well, okay? For that, we, obviously, like anything, you're running a business, you expect performance, right? And in this case, hospitality is really important, because part of the perception we have to change with Real is we have to give the feeling to our guests that we care. That's really, really important, okay? And so, the lady that I just hired to be the head of our guest experiences on the Queen City side was 14 years with the Four Seasons hotel chain at 600 employees. And if you've ever been to a Four Seasons, when you ask where's the washrooms, they say, not over there. They say, let me show you. They take you to the washroom, okay? That's the level of detail we're going to get into in delivering hospitality. And I think most people want to do it. They just need to be trained and educated, and we're going to spend some money on that. That'll be a big part of where our investment goes, which isn't in those numbers, is the hospitality side. And really turn this into a training ground. I mean, this site should be a training ground for everybody in hospitality, because the numbers that are there and the flex that we have to do based on events. And so I think this, if we do it right, it should be a good scenario.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's very good.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you for the opportunity you brought today and for appearing and answering questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Looking at the time right now, I'm gonna first of all ask for a motion for us to go past 5. Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll look for anyone who's opposed to that. I see no hands in opposition, so we're good to go there. Next point is we are due for a mandatory break. We'll take a 15-minute break now. And just because I notice the room likes to kind of wander a bit, if we do happen to go a little bit late on 5, thanks to Councillor Fro, we won't be out of bounds on the meeting, so we'll be good to go. So take a 15-minute and we'll reconvene. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Next up in the agenda, we have some communications to address on EX 26-39, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Brant proposal. I need to have someone move a motion to receive and file the following communications. EX 26-44, Andrew Reist. 45, Dennis Jones. I guess I should read the full thing. EX 26-44, Andrew Reist from Regina, Saskatchewan. 26-45, Dennis Jones, Devereux Group, Victoria, BC. 2646, Robert Vanderhooft, Regina. EX 26-47, Althea Milarski from Regina. -48, Troy Volhofer from Country Thunder, Saskatchewan, and Premier Global Production, Nashville, Tennessee. -49, E. Craig Lothian, Regina. 26-50, Craig Reynolds, Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club, Regina as well. 2651, Denise Gamble, Merit Contractors Association, Saskatchewan, from Saskatoon. 2652, Paul Droughton, IKS Media and Technology, Regina. 26-53, Sandra Jackal from the Regina Hotel Association, surprisingly, Regina. And EX 26-55, Tathagata Das from Regina. Thank you, Councillor Siklis. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed to having these received and filed? That's carried. Now, I'm looking for a mover on the report. Mayor Bashinsky, do you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, briefly, and then I'll leave my closing till the close. But I guess just to kick it off, you know, this is a transformational deal for our city. This is not something that Brant and Sean and his family have to do. They want to do this. And I think we've gotten to a really good spot with the work that's been done over the last number of months. So although it may feel quick, this has been going on, this negotiation with our city staff has been going on for months, for almost 6 months. And so I'll leave most of my remarks till the end, but I would just say that, you know, from my perspective, you know, we have to weigh the risks. There's no perfect deal. Perfection is the enemy of progress. All of the analogies above. But the reality is we really need to weigh the risks of where we're at financially as a city, where we're at and what we want to see on a campus like the Real District, and see it into the future, not just today, but what we're going to leave behind for our kids, and, you know, make our young people excited to be here, make our longtime residents excited to be here for what can be in that district. So I am in support of this agreement and of this deal and what it can do for our city. The risks that it eliminates for us and the investment is something that we haven't seen. And so I appreciate it. I appreciate this coming forward to the city as an unsolicited proposal. And I'll leave it at that as my opener, and I'll have more remarks to close.
Thank you, Mayor Bashinsky. Councillor Zaganiak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to kick things off with an amendment. So, I get 3 amendment minutes starting now? Okay. So my amendment will come up on the screen shortly. I'm requesting some additional information. My intent is not to delay the potential closing of the sale, which is slated for part 1 July 1st. So I'm looking for some additional information as requested by multiple stakeholders that I've talked to. I have had the chance to have personal interviews with more than 20 folks who a wide range of stakeholders. So this would be folks in the development industry, prominent business, community members, just regular community members, as well as key stakeholders at the Real District. And so that's where this is coming from, based on that feedback. So I'm asking for some additional information to come back to us no later than June 10th, so that the final, should this deal continue to proceed, that the final terms could be negotiated, ideally either on or close to the requested date of July 1st. So, sorry, do I need a seconder? No? Okay. And Now, I guess, so you'll see that I'm requesting a third-party assessment and also for council to have the ability to submit questions that don't get answered either this week or next week, or we'll submit the questions. If there are no responses, then they could come back, and if there's not answers to those questions, if administration doesn't have them, then they would come back in a supplemental report. I guess I would also say if folks are supportive of parts of this but not others, remember that you can always ask for things to be voted on separately. I guess I do have a question for administration, which is, as I noted, I've heard lots of requests for this independent third-party review. And what I understand as
Councillor Zakiniak, you have 30 seconds left, so you know.
Thank you. In speaking with administration crafting this amendment, is there has been some third-party work done. And so I'd like to give administration the opportunity to clarify what's been done, starting with legal and then maybe otherwise so far in this process. I think that would be helpful.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, I can advise that with respect to the legal work that has been done up until this point and for the past 6 months, we have, in recognition of our due diligence and our capacity and expertise, we have been engaging with external legal counsel, specifically legal counsel that has expertise in the area of mergers and acquisitions. We will continue to do so should council and executive decide to pass this report. We would continue to engage with external legal counsel in that area, obviously, in order to complete this deal.
And aside from external legal counsel, there's pieces, there have been parts of the analysis have been done by third parties otherwise. Like, I think this would be some of the different reports. So just looking for clarity on all of that as well.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. Yes, we've engaged expert third-party analysis to do the appraisal of the value of these assets, as well as an expert nationally recognized to the building condition as well.
Okay, and so I certainly appreciate that. Wanted to give you folks the opportunity to relay that information. Just looking for a review of the whole package. So we'll see what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I see Councillor Burton's light flashing, I believe. Is that for questions for the amendment, or? Okay. Mayor Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm not in favor of delays. You know, our administrative team has done an absolutely commendable amount of work on this. They've engaged third-party experts where they've needed to, and they are experts in their own right. So I don't see a need to drag this out further, given that we've heard, and I agree with, the uncertainty that it creates for the organization in this period of time where this has been made public. So I am not in favor of delaying this any further. I think that if members are seeing what's been presented, if they're in favor, great. If not, I would suggest a vote that way. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Bashinsky. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I want to reiterate part of what Mayor Bashinsky said, which is I too think we have great staff and experts, and I don't believe this motion reads as questioning the expertise. I suspect what it is an independent set of eyes that we can tell our community that we took that protects our staff, our council, and our partner. And sometimes government moves slow for good reason. You know, my constituents have asked for time. I do read this motion, though, as not slowing down the deal, and certainly elements of this would allow me to be able to support this overall project, which would be good, assuming everything comes back as we'd expect it. I think that's pretty much all I have. You know, I said it before and I'll say it again. We all benefit from maintaining public trust, and we got a great team. Brent negotiated in great faith. They've been working on it for many months, and the average citizen found out about this on Friday.
2-minute warning, as you've asked for.
And I think if we show them that we're willing to take a little bit of extra time, I suspect our community will rally around this opportunity. And that's all I have.
You didn't even need that wording, I'm sorry. Up next, Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for that. Similar to both Councillor Farr and Councillor Zakidniak, it's to me, I don't see this as a questioning the expertise of our staff. I think what it does for me, and I think for most folks that I've spoken to, is protecting that decision and really making sure that what we do today withstands the test of time, because this is not an agenda item like the most items that we get. This is a really big deal. This is a forever deal, and this looks like it could be a fantastic deal. And the way it has been presented, there's some incredible things that would bring great things to our city, great things to the real campus, and I can see that. But at the same time, I do feel like because this is such a big deal, there is merit to having a third party say, yes, this is a great deal as it was presented. So when we look at this 10, 20 years from now, it doesn't look like it's something that we did over a weekend, which is not. I know it is not. We've taken the time to do this. But for me, for this to withstand the test of time and for me to feel comfortable, I want to be able to see that, and also to protect all the work that our staff and the folks at Brand have done in this negotiation, because at the end of the day, these are public assets that belong to everyone, that belong to all citizens here, and it's something that we are all going to have to wear here today. I mean, we're making a decision that is, once it's gone, it's irreversible, it's forever. We don't know what the future of that campus is beyond today. Today we see it as an entertainment district, and we see all the wonderful things that can happen but 30 years from now, is there a different plan for it? I don't know that. But once we give up this land, it doesn't matter because it's no longer ours. So I think that because it's such a big deal, it is important for us to take a little bit more time. And I don't feel like this delay would be so detrimental, because if it is a good deal today, it will be a good deal a few weeks from now. And that's the way I feel about it. And I think it's worthwhile adding that layer of protection so it withstands the test of time. Thank you.
Mr. Nickel, did you indicate you had a comment? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's very important for committee members to understand that we have two practical things that you need to consider here. First would be the securing of an independent third party. Now, if it is a member of the legal community, which may be very difficult to find with someone with expertise in this broad area, particularly public interest, it's our position that this needs to go through a procurement process. Did I say that wrong?
Ms. Williams, would you like to correct the city manager?
No, I don't want to correct the city manager, but just to provide some clarity through the chair, yes, if it's a lawyer, as the city manager has indicated, then it would have to be secured through my office, and as I've indicated, it may be challenging to find a lawyer outside of our office or outside of the individuals who have had involvement with this deal, because they would need to be independent, of course, that would have the capacity or the ability to assess sort of that public interest component. Otherwise, if it's a third party that sort of has some of that global knowledge, then there is the need under our obligations to the trade treaties to publicly procure this, because there are very minor exceptions to that process, and I would be highly suspicious of us being able to fit within either of those any of those exceptions. So, not a correction to the acting city manager, just a clarification.
And to further that, Deputy Mayor, that makes the return date of June 10th, 2026 very problematic, unlikely if nothing else.
Okay.
And perhaps Mr. Anderson might have some more to advise on that in terms of the implications to securing that through procurement and getting back to us.
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So somebody, I guess, who would have to have more qualifications than administration to find someone at that level who has nothing to do right now would be very unlikely. We would have to get a contract with them, procure it, find them. They would then have to go through thousands of documents that we have used in the due diligence package of this to be able to comment at all something worthwhile for council. This is very unlikely to be done by June 10th and much likely would stretch on to 6 months. I understand, I think I understand who you are trying to get here. And this is not, you don't go to Walmart and pick up an independent third-party assessor for a deal like this.
Appreciate the comments. 1 second. Councillor Zakiniak, you're wanting to respond to this, no problem. I just wanted to point out that you actually have used all your time up on the amendment, so please respond, get it in line, but let's be attentive to meeting times as well.
Well, I like this amendment, I was working with administration throughout, all day on this amendment. So this actually incorporates the feedback that I was given and was told that if this were to pass, that we would that this was a workable amendment, which is a bit different from what I'm being told right now. So I can save the rest of my comments mostly for later, but just that I was also told that if there were problems with it that needed to be addressed, it could theoretically be addressed prior to the council meeting next week. And if we needed to scale back the terms requested in order to meet the June 10th date, that I'd also be open to that. And that's why I've been trying to work with administration to craft an amendment that was feasible.
Okay. I just have to refer to the clerk here for a second. Okay. Mr. Nicol, I believe you have a comment.
Actually, Ms. Williams.
Ms. Williams, please go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair. Just in response, we have been working on this all day today, and in fairness to Councillor Zakidniak, we have had conversations about whether or not there would be a possibility to do something on a truncated fashion. And I said, had indicated to Councillor Zakidniak that we would have to dig into this a little bit to see if there's any way that we would be able to do something on an expedient timeline. I don't know that we'd be able to meet the June 10th timeline even on an expedient timeline. I don't know that. We don't know who this individual would be that would have the ability to do this work, but I did indicate to her that we would have a further conversation about this if this did pass, and if any changes were needed, that we would indicate that to her prior to the council meeting. I have not had a chance to dig into this in any detail at this point. I haven't had a chance to engage with our procurement team to talk about what might be able to be done. We would have to do some further work to determine the timelines in terms of how long this would take and what could be done to expedite it. But I am not confident that it could be completed by the June 10th timeline at this point, but I don't know that until we actually have an opportunity to do the work. This came to us today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Just in terms of the meeting and where we're at, Councillor Zakidniak used up her 3 minutes on the amendment, but she can still speak to the main motion. Because it's still on the screen and it was moved as an amendment, if I don't make a ruling or do something, I think we have to vote on it. Is that correct? Oh, we still have more speakers to it. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
I think the most problematic thing about this amendment, other than the timing, is this is a real estate deal. And I don't see any reference to the Appraisal Institute of Canada or anything to do about real estate or the value of the property. This is governance, legal, public process. And so I guess my question to administration is, I thought this was brought to us as a real estate deal, not selling as a business So I guess there's some clarity here is with this, because this amendment does not have any real estate values or any numbers or appraisals to it. And if I'm having someone appraising this and it's a real estate deal, I better have someone who has like the right certifications doing it.
Just to call on the city clerk to speak to this amendment. I don't want to use up a lot of time if administration can't facilitate the outcome anyways, so maybe we'll get an expert to explain our options here. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I would say that the options before the committee here is to either ask Councillor Zakidniak that, given the information that she's received, if she's willing to withdraw this and determine if there's something else that she'd like to bring forward at the council meeting next week. Or the committee could choose to move forward with this and wait to see what information, additional information administration can unfold prior to the council meeting next week. And then based on the additional information that administration may bring forward at that time, whether that mean that they indicate that they could meet that June 10th date, or if the additional information that they find indicates that they can't, then council at that time may decide that they wouldn't wish to still move forward with the recommendation that's put before them here today if they were to vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. I'll look to Councillor Zakidniak.
So, I mean, I still get to close, but, so, no, I'm not wishing to withdraw it, if that's what you were looking for clarity.
That's
And
what I was
then
thinking.
I do still get to close after folks are speaking, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next up we have, oh, sorry, Councillor Trimble. Please go ahead.
Okay, so the other thing is that we did hear from a lot of delegations and things today, and I do think that delaying the deal does more harm than good, especially for the staff who are waiting for surety. So we do have third-party information from the experts that, well, not our own administration, but city chose the commercial real estate agent to use, and our own FCI numbers, our own BFA reports, which we use for all of our facilities in the city. So if we're questioning this one, we have to question all of the facilities we manage, not just this particular one. And so I don't know where we start and begin with that third party when we already do that. So I'm against the delay. If we do have more information and more experts, they do have to be certified by the Appraisal Institute of Canada, but we also have a bunch of third-party expertise and administration that's done a great job. And I think I'm kind of known for being a little bit cynical sometimes, and I did go through this deal quite critically, and our administration did a great job looking at all the clauses, so kudos to you.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Beazle, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, through the chair. When I read point number one, I get the intent behind it, a third party. From my reading of the report, we've had the third party appraising of the grounds. We've had the third party recommendations. So this would be going to, like, I'm going to say a 5th or a 6th degree at this point. So we're just duplicating a service just to duplicate a service that we're going to get the same end result. Plus, when you look at point number one, we haven't even defined what we're going to do. We don't even know where the field goal is or the goal line is, but we're going to say, hey, just give us an evaluation on something. We haven't even defined clearly what the boundaries are of the scope of work that has to be done. Point number two, to engage with community or with city council to collect questions, we've had a week to do that. That's our job. This is what we do as councillors. We don't have to say every time we go into a meeting, oh, we need more time, we need to table it. This is our job. Every time we table something and we don't make this deal happen, that's $300,000, if I listen to Mr. Anderson correctly, per week that we have putting on the taxpayer and a burden on the taxpayer. The deal right now, as done and as seen, showed us the numbers. We've had the numbers for a while. Nothing will change in the numbers. The third-party evaluation will not change the numbers. The outcome will not change. We've never defined what the clear goals are in this proposal. So if we haven't defined what or this amendment, if we haven't defined what the goals are of this amendment, how are we going to actually ask administration to come back with an insurmountable task by June 10th? So I would suggest that we've already had this information. We've had this information since Friday. We have to do our homework as councillors and read the information provided and digest the information provided, not continuously ask for more time to digest the information. This is a big deal. We've known about a potential deal happening for a while now. We've heard about the potential deal happening for a while. It became public. In my time as councillor, in my time sitting in Regina, living in Regina my entire life, no one has come to the table, and this is clarified by Mayor Pat Fiacco, in 20 years, 25 years, and as Mr. Semple said, you won the lottery here. Except that you have the winning lottery ticket in your hands, we are taking the burden of $79 million off the taxpayer, and you're taking the burden of the operational cost off the taxpayer. We are going into a position now that we have to make the decision, and we have to make the decision based upon what the future looks like. Talking to a former mayor, he said he would have taken this deal 25 years ago. So I'm against this particular amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Just through the chair briefly, this is not a real estate deal. This is a long-term decision that we are looking at through the lens of public good. I don't read on this amendment an interest in questioning the accreditation of an appraisal, the expertise of an accountant, the expertise of our solicitor or independent counsel. What I see is responding to some residents' questions that would like us to take a little bit of time and test that public good, given that we're making a decision forever. We can be excited about the deal, we can be grateful for the winning lottery ticket, and we can still take a few days to do our due diligence. So I'll reiterate that I don't question the opportunity or the work done by our staff. And if my residents are saying I've had 4 days to digest this, and I've had a little more than that to see the terms, if it's a great deal, and it sounds like it is, it will be a great deal in a few weeks' time. Thank you.
And Councillor Fro. Councillor Radens, please go ahead.
Thank you. People in our community are asking for more time to digest what's proposed. I'm not saying that this is a bad deal. I think it's been put forward that it is a good deal. However, it's one thing that our city administration, who has been working on this for 6 months, but the residents who have invested from mill rate increases over the last 3 years in excess of $15 million, do we not think that they should have the right, that is, to have some more time when asked for it? I think so. So I would be supporting this amendment. And so if this is a good deal now, it will continue and remain a good deal down the road. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Radens. I see no further speakers, so I guess I'll just add my own comments onto the list. Noting administration's response to the amendment on the screen, the logistical problems they'd have even lining up to facilitate it. I don't always get what I want when I take a position like this. I have to make the decision that's put before. It's not my money, it's not my investment, it's not my property on the line. It's the community's, it's someone else's money and time, and the deal that's been cobbled together before us is what's on the table, and that's what we have to choose from. $300,000 a week, that's what the city's been investing to keep things solvent right now. There's been a comment on what this could be 30 years from now if we, end up allowing this to go to a private control. At $300,000 a week, it will be insolvent in months, maybe years if we're lucky, and we'll have nothing there to look after in 30 years, I think might happen. We have a lot of pressures on the city. Administration's been very clear about that and looked upon this as a positive opportunity. I've been a councillor for 10 years. I can't think of administration ever coming back with a resounding positive recommendation as clearly laid out as they have for what's before us right now. And once again, as we've been speaking, these are the people that we entrust with the wages paid by tax dollars to represent the citizens of Regina consistently, constantly, and with trust. So I'm not going to start doubting them now. This has been done in good faith by professionals, and I think well laid out. So with that, I guess we can call the vote. Oh, no, we can't. Councillor Zakidniak still gets the final word. Please go ahead, Councillor Zakidniak.
Sorry, just to clarify, how much do I get for closing?
17 seconds, 3
Nope.
minutes.
Okay, can you tell me when I have a minute left, please?
Yeah, but it might be 40 seconds. I hate to interrupt in the middle of something, so I'll try as close as I can.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so I just want to start by addressing the statement that we should all do our homework. As noted, I've done personal interviews with at least 20 key stakeholders since this process began. I thoroughly read all of the reports. I've been compiling questions from them and myself. This section of my notebook has been filled in less than a week with everybody's questions and comments and concerns. I think I've done my homework. Now, to address some of the other outstanding points, the allegation that we are losing $300,000 a week, I find a little bit misleading because I've never seen a weekly check going to real for $300,000 a week. My interpretation of that is that we have the amount that we pay each year and we divided that by 52, and so this is where that figure is coming from. So it's not accurate to say that we are losing that amount weekly. I am requesting a member of the legal community to clarify that point so that it wouldn't have to go out to public procurement. I am not we haven't had a review of the entire proposal. That is what I'm requesting. And also, I also want to protect our staff, to protect everybody who's been a part of this process with this extra step of due diligence. I'm also not requesting that we delay this process any further. That's why I'm looking to get back whatever we can in a manageable time frame so that the deal has the possibility of still closing on July 1st. I've heard from community, I've worked with administration. This is the best that I could offer to try to respond to everybody's concerns and meet folks where they're at. And so this is what I've come up with. Because this is just being recommended to council, there is the ability next week to make any changes should they be needed to ensure that city administration can deliver on what's being requested. I've heard a commitment that city administration will look into that, and if any changes are needed, those will be brought forward next week. I am not attempting to delay anything. I am just looking for some additional information.
50
Thank
seconds
you.
left. Oh, I guess you didn't need that. Okay, I guess with that, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Everyone's spoken. We'll call the vote on the amendment on the floor. Councillor Siklis, is your computer locked up? Can I look on you for a verbal vote, please?
You bet. Opposed.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the amending motion is lost in a vote result of 4-7. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Flores, Fro, Zakidniak, and Radins. Those voting against were Councillors Rasevich, Siklis, Turnbull, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, and Mayor Wyszynski.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, I believe you're still on the main motion, if you'd like to go ahead.
So I still have my full 5 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, 5 minutes minus 3
Okay.
seconds.
So you all saw the pages and pages and pages of questions. So I am going to defer right now to see if any of those other questions get answered. But if not, sorry, but I'm going to have to ask them. So it'll take a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kidniak. Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just get my notes here, please. First, I have a question to administration here. First of all, as I noted previously, I've only received a small number of emails on this deal here, but the one item of big concern was that I received was a $6.5 million price tag. And I'll admit that when I first saw that, I was a little bit, thunderstruck as well, kind of what's going on here. But after doing my own work, I know if I buy an old house and the foundation is crumbling, the new roof is required, the siding needs replacing, the wiring's extremely old, there's rotting floorboards, the plumbing needs replacing, the fixtures are vintage, I know the price would be discounted significantly. So I was looking for the administration to expand on the process undertaken for evaluating the facilities and then arriving at a price to reassure the citizens of Regina that a proper price was arrived at.
Mr. Jedlick, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So I'll explain the process as it was laid out in the report as well. But at the beginning of negotiations, we basically laid out how we would approach this sale. And so on the asset side, we engaged a local, well-respected appraiser that completed an appraisal of the buildings and land that were proposed to be sold. Within that, there's a note on the appraisal saying that they're appraised to be in good condition and that a discount for deferred maintenance would be applied. And so independent of the appraisal, we had Mr. Jamie Hansen, who had already undertaken a VFA report on behalf of the city when the city was looking at, what is the current state of these assets. And so that VFA report, there's a lot of pre-work done, but then 4 people from that business were on site for 11 days doing an in-depth assessment of sort of the current state of all the assets and their mechanical systems, and and they then take that back and put that into the report, and it outlines all the deferred maintenance, as well as it comes up with facility condition index, which is sort of a way of saying how much would we actually invest into these buildings to get them to a reasonable state. And so that number came up and we used that as a discount rate on the purchase price. What's unique about the agreement is also there's a clause in there requiring the $15 million investment. If that $15 million investment isn't made, we get a buyback option, or alternatively, we can request that whatever isn't invested is added to the purchase price. So another way to think of it is you could say 6.5 plus 15 million is actually a $21.5 million purchase price. But either way, we believe this actually reflects fair market value for the assets in their current state.
Okay. Thank you, through the chair, for the information. I think citizens should be confident that the city has worked on the deal and that the proper appraisal has been completed. I'm just going to have a statement here that our current situation, we currently have a multi-million-dollar operating subsidy, huge amount of deferred maintenance, major investment required. It is important for me to note that the real board and executive has already started the change in trend on the balance sheet and in the facilities. I do want to take time to recognize their efforts and progress. Thank you to each and every one of you. I really appreciate it. What we have before us, a local owner, invested in the community, connected to the PATS, connected to agriculture, has the resources, creates a destination, improves the experience, gives back to the community, has a visionary plan. Some people have suggested perhaps we need to go to market here, find an outsider. I repeat, an outsider, not invested in the greater community, who would not understand the local interests, would take years to find, review, negotiate, and complete. Even if we were able to find someone, they are not lining up at the door. We'll talk about some other cities. People go to Edmonton to go to the Ice District. It is privately owned and operated. They have a great experience at Rogers Place. They dine, they attend events, they enjoy before and after the major event. It's a destination. Again, I'll repeat, privately owned and operated. Talk about the future with this deal. Major investment is planned with millions of dollars in savings to taxpayers annually. Regina will continue to host recreational, cultural, sporting, entertainment, convention, agribusiness, and other events. But importantly, the plan is to significantly increase the number of events per year. Regina residents regularly complain about events taking the Great Circle route around Regina through Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Edmonton, Calgary. City Regina wants in. We want to be on the circuit. This is a major investment from the private sector in community vibrancy. I'm greatly encouraged to have a prominent member of the Regina business community to be engaged in the city with a visionary business plan and financial backing to make a difference in an organization that the citizens of Regina want to see succeed. I will be in support.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I see Councillor Flores is up next.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Chair. Just a question to administration. Earlier during the presentation, there was a lot of information about what we could be doing with this money if we are no longer investing in Rio, and what a private investment would allow and free up to for us to do for all kinds of things. So my question is, like this potential, I've heard a number of numbers throughout the presentations, 97, 78, a number of millions, but this deferral is not something that is currently in our budget, right? It's not something that we are going to be doing. It's something that we would have to ask taxpayers to do. So if that's the case, then if we're saying we would be doing this, we would be using this money for community instead, does that mean, like, how can we know that for sure? Wouldn't we have to ask for that money anyway for a budget, but instead of it going to Rio, it would be going to different initiatives of the city?
Please go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the question, councillors. Yeah, exactly right. So we did a forecasted 5-year expected taxpayer expense in status quo and with the proposal. And status quo, we estimate that taxpayer money would have to be $97 million. With the proposal, taxpayer money invested into this would be 18. So that's a $79 million difference. So if we expect that if we expect that $97 million has to go into Rio between capital and operating, taxpayers would have to fund that. If we go with the proposal, we would save the $79 million. You could then use that for tax savings. You could use it for accessible playgrounds. You could use it for whatever else if you're getting it from the taxpayer. So that's the analysis that we did.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So through you, Chair. So that is assuming that those budget requests would be approved over that period of time.
Through the chair. So again, that's an assessment of what Rio will require over the next 5 years. So yes, we could deny Rio money, and but I'm not sure that the buildings would be safe for use, and I can't say that they would be able to operate.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. So my concern is not necessarily that with the deal itself, and we've had presentations from both administration and Brand here today, and they've presented a great case. And if this was and I also heard this is a simple deal, which I don't agree that this is a simple deal, and that's a good thing, because this is a forever deal, and it shouldn't be simple. This is something that should be done with the utmost care, which I commend, and I believe we have done that to the best of our abilities. But because it's such a big deal, because it's a forever deal, and it is public assets, these are things that belong to all of us, and I don't feel right with the fact that, I know some of my colleagues have said, all I've heard is good things. Well, if we went by that, I could tell you most of what I've heard is people concerned and not in favor of this, which is a lot of those concerns I've been able to alleviate through reading the report, and maybe there's some misunderstandings. And I think this is one of those things where two things can be true at once. The fact that I think something great has been put forward by a private investor, and I by no means want any misunderstanding that I am against private investment, because that's not the case. My concern is that I want this to withstand the test of time. And I want us to be able to say 30, 20, 50 years from now, that we made the best decision possible. And for me to be able to confidently say that and stand by that decision, I do feel like having been able to had a third party review of the entire thing, I do understand that we have made reviews at different aspects of it. But that would give me peace of mind in when we are selling this level of public assets. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask, because I think that protects both Brant and our staff in saying this was done in the best way possible. And there's no doubt that this was the best deal, because not only was it negotiated by them, but we had a third party assessment of this. So as it is, it's really hard for me to just say yes. And I'm really conflicted here, because I hear a lot of concerns, and I think those are valid. And this is not easy. It's not simple. We're giving up public assets forever. And I think we should take that into account and not dismiss that as this is winning the lottery and the best thing that's ever happened to us. Because it is a great thing, and I don't want to dismiss that. I don't want to be dismissive of that. It is not a commentary on that, but it's also acknowledging that these belong to all of us. So it's really like I'm really conflicted with where I'm at, given the fact that we're not going to be able to have that third-party assessment. So that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Oh, it's me again. Okay, well, now we're on to all my questions. So I do have a lot, and we'll see how many I'm able to get through in 5 minutes, and then I guess I've got 5 minutes next week, so we'll see. So I guess my first one is a point that it is so the city isn't actually currently financially committed to investing in REAL's deferred maintenance. Of course we should be, but we're not. So why is that calculated as money that the city is saving with this purchase, like when it's unconfirmed? And we've, to be fair, haven't done it, and that is on us. So we don't know that we're saving that money. So I guess that's my point, and if somebody wants to respond to that, that's fine.
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Sorry, can you maybe clarify just what number you're talking about?
So I don't have it's what you've talked about that our savings, maybe it's the $78 million number, where it's like, this is money that we are 78 million versus 18 million or whatever that comparison is. So the 78 million, if I got that right, is the amount of deferred maintenance that exists at REAL and needs to be addressed. But because we haven't done it, we can't say that we're saving that money, because as far as I know, we don't unfortunately have any plans to do it. So I'm just saying that I don't find that to be an accurate depiction of money that we're saving.
Please go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. So yeah, as you'll see on the screen here, I've put up our forecast, and definitely council can decide that the best way forward is to not invest in these assets. I would say that given the reports that we have from VFA and from what we've heard from REAL administration, is that these investments are required. You can push this off to another council. You can decide to delay. Eventually, these buildings are going to become unusable. This is our best estimate of what the operating and capital requirements are for this facilities. You don't have to call them savings if you don't just want to leave the property alone. I would suggest that the operating is a pretty solid number. There's no concrete plans to reduce that operating subsidy substantially. But you're right, council can continue to decide to push this problem off into the future.
Okay, can you tell me when I have 30 seconds left?
I can. Mr. Jedlik would like to respond as well.
Through the chair, and the reason we included those is, right now the city's in the process of running a competition to divest of the GM plant on Winnipeg Street. That facility was purchased, I believe, in either the 80s or 90s by the city and utilized, and no real reinvestment was made into it. And at some point in the late 20-teens, it was simply deemed unsafe for use and closed off. And so that 12-acre parcel of land has not been generating any property taxes, has no economic activity occurring on it, and is actually quite a liability for the city in terms of there's a lot of break-ins to it. And so it's costing taxpayers simply to keep that boarded up and safe for insurance purposes. And so now we're divesting of that property, and it is very much a liability in the sense that to take down the building, deal with environmental remediation, those costs exceed what you would get for bare land. So if you don't invest into buildings, they do become liabilities.
Right, I get that. And I'm just saying that I think it's a bit of an incomplete picture, but I understand the rationale that you folks are bringing forward. What additional steps is the city planning to take, as this isn't the end of the negotiation process, there's more that will be done here. So if this passes, what additional steps is the city planning to ensure low-income community members still get access to events at the site? I heard that there's a commitment to that, but does the city have plans to include that in the terms in any way?
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. I would say that, what's next is doing the legal agreements around this term sheet. If the councillor wanted to point me to the current policy on allowing low-income people access to the property, we could look at that because the contracts, obviously, they have to uphold the current contracts that they have. So I'm not aware that REAL has the ability or has any mandate to provide access, and I'm not sure what you mean by access to these facilities.
I said to events, or at least that's what I meant to say, not to the site, but to events at the site. But anyway, I hear that you're saying if there's a policy, let you know. I don't have a policy in front of me. Has the city considered, I've heard this question a couple of times, whether, so these changes sound great. If it all goes ahead and gets concentrated at the REAL district, has the city considered whether there would be detrimental impacts to some of our other districts that we're trying to get folks to come to and revitalize? So downtown, warehouse district, has that analysis occurred? And just curious on that because a couple of people have asked me that.
Mr. Anderson?
Thanks, through the chair. So maybe I'll just clarify. So you're asking if private investment goes into this facility, will it impact private investment in other parts of the city?
No, I think what I'm asking about is so if we have all these draws over at the REAL district, will we still be able to draw visitors? Have we done this analysis to other parts of the city where we're investing in and trying to draw visitors? So, for example, downtown or the business or the warehouse district.
Through the chair, so I'm not aware that the city would pick and choose districts for private investment that would attract users to. Like I guess I'm not understanding the premise here.
The question was just if we've done the analysis. So I guess you're saying, no, we wouldn't do that analysis. Is that accurate?
Again, I struggle to know what analysis you're asking me to do, but yeah, the short answer would be no, we didn't do any analysis that would say, if people really enjoy going to the REAL site, that other areas of the city would struggle.
Okay, thanks. Now, Appendix E has the building valuations information. Folks have asked me about land values. I believe that land values were assessed. I don't see them in Appendix E. So can you just clarify for me where that information is? Maybe I missed it, but how the land valuation occurred and where we can find that information.
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair. So yes, land is valued in the appraisal. The appraiser, there's 3 ways of appraising, and within the, I believe it's the cost approach, land is broken out in the appraisal that was distributed to City Council. You can see the value for land, and it's at $230,000 an acre, I believe, for 45 acres. And
Sorry,
that then is,
do you mean the independent appraisal that we got sent yesterday afternoon, I think?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
and so land is in there in the, it's broken out specifically in there. On the income approach, which is where the values that, show up in the appendix, land is included in each building. And so it's not broken out specifically, but you can't have a building without the land underneath of it. And so that's how it finds its way into it. The valuation of the land is also supported by the valuation that the Real Board shared with us as well.
So
they actually used a lower per acre land value.
In Appendix E, when it says appraised value of the buildings, are you saying that also includes the value of the land?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Okay, now who will do the additional work in administration to operate and maintain the retained assets and also oversee whatever new, I think there's supposed to be a governance committee, and so the new governance structure and just any new administration requirements if this goes through. Has that been considered?
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, as part of this deal, the agreement we have with Real to operate the retained assets will be transferred to Brant for a 30-month period. So that allows us, right, because they're going to have all the employees that do all that work. So they're going to continue to do that work for us. So from an administration standpoint, there's not a lot of work required. We already, I'm going to be honest, we spend a lot of time on Real internally. Mm-hmm. I don't see this creating more work for administration.
Sorry, can you repeat? You said, so there's a deal that Brant would operate. Can you repeat that piece again?
Yes,
The retained assets.
So through the chair, yes, as part of this deal in the term sheet, we will be assigning the current contract Real has for the retained assets, and they will operate those facilities for us as they will have all the staff. Yeah. We've put a 30-month time frame on that. Reason being, it allows us time to transition those and decide what to do next with those assets.
Okay, and then for the sake of clarity, I don't know if this is for public discussion or has been decided, but so the state of the entity of Real, so does that mean that should this go through, Real as an entity will no longer exist, just for the sake of clarity?
Through the chair, so for sake of clarity, Real will have no employees, I believe as of September 1st, through this term sheet as this deal goes forward. The organization itself, much like CSIR, will go through an elongated process of wrapping up. Mm-hmm. And we haven't started to worry about that. I've told the team there's other things that we can focus on because having an organization doesn't necessarily cause us a bunch of work. So we'll figure that out and work with council on that later.
Okay. Now, we are being asked to approve a non-binding term sheet, which is subject to further negotiation. And I understand that further adjustments aren't supposed to materially change the deal. So who would determine if they, for my information, if they do materially change the deal, and should that occur, what would happen? Would you then have to come back to council? So just wanting some clarity on how this works, because how this is currently written, it's not supposed to come back to council. Is that all accurate?
Through the chair, so the process going forward would be that we'd start to negotiate the detailed legal agreements. We estimate there could be up to 20 legal agreements to do this, parceling out the land. So there's a lot of technical things. So when we say that's what you know, you guys would be giving management the authority to do that. If there was any change to the terms of this binding term sheet, say around the purchase price or anything like that, that's not contemplated in the term sheet, we would be required to bring it back to council.
Okay, thanks. Now, has the city ever developed or contemplated developing official criteria to be utilized when presented with an unsolicited offer? As actually, this is something that perhaps new to this council, is something that occurred last council multiple times. So is that something that administration is considering doing or has done in the past?
Mr. Jedlick?
Through the chair, opportunities come to the city from time to time that we evaluate. And so prior to my joining the city, you know, there was a major land transaction agreed to, negotiated with Federated Co-op and another one with Viterra. And so those were viewed as, you know, unique, exceptional economic development opportunities. And the negotiations for the deal played out privately before coming to council for, you know, for public debate and public awareness prior to any deal being committed to by council. You know, we've recently had the yards, which is available, and certainly with that, there were a number of private entities very interested in acquiring that site. And quite purposefully, we said, no, this is something that we want to take to market, and we did not engage with anyone on that opportunity and went through a public process. So I think we look at these on a case-by-case basis to understand, you know, what's in the best interest of taxpayers and how to handle opportunities.
Okay.
Councillor Zakiniak, just to let you know, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. Okay, so I've heard no, we deal with them case by case. Okay, so I am not done my questions, which you may have seen when I held up my notebook and how thick it was. So I have outstanding questions I will be asking at council next week. Unfortunately, because I don't have answers to many of these questions, I won't be able to support it right now. I'm willing to, you know, send in my questions, meet with council, do my due diligence to get answers to my outstanding questions. But as it sits, I have too many unanswered questions at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks again to staff. Thanks again to Brant for working so hard on this. I got a few questions. I too, Jason, will ask for a, I don't know, 1 minute warning, 2 minute warning, we'll say. First question about the leases in place. Apologize if this was clear. Was the value of the leases in Queen Steely Distillery and that the Pats have with Rio, were they included in those building valuations and the overall sort of proposal and deal?
Through the chair, yes, they were.
Okay, thank you. Did we look at the cost, did we look at the replacement cost of any of the assets we were selling, like namely the Brant Center, as part of our diligence on this work?
Mr. Jedlick?
Within the appraisal, the short answer is no, like replacement cost wasn't one of the factored in, so, or.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yeah, with our external appraiser, that is one of the 3 approaches, but he determined that that was not applicable for this, given the significant amount that it would cost to replace these assets. So in his professional opinion as a accredited appraiser, he said that that approach wouldn't be appropriate.
Thank you. Through the chair, what is administration's view? Would it be useful for us to understand that? And I guess my follow-up question to that is, would I be correct that an appraisal of a building is sort of a backwards sort of looking scenario as opposed to sort of future best use? I'm not an expert in this field, but I'd like to hear from you.
Through the chair, again, recognizing I'm not an accredited appraiser. Essentially, though, all of these buildings are valued based on expected return. And so that's what the income approach is about. And so obviously you heavily lean on historical and market data. So when we were very careful in which appraiser we used. He's very, or they are very intimate with our market. And that's very important. And so they used, and we use what's termed highest and best use. So it's you know, if there's a 99-year lease in place, obviously you use that, right? Those cash flows are already certain. But when we got this property valued, we said don't value it on current use. Value it like it could be used as warehouse space or whatever the building would be highest and best use for. So we didn't even get him to discount it for the fact that we want, you know, the purchaser to continue to run Queen City X, and we want them to continue to run CWA and have those buildings available. So we feel like we got a very high value that we could get for these, and then negotiated that highest term with the purchaser.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think it's important to note too, for the public record, that the city sort of managed that process, right? And I think that's good. I hope that helps the public trust. What's our policy and approach to fair market value? So, you know, how do I understand that, or how should anyone listening understand fair market value, sort of as a, you know, price discovery on the open market, and how do we determine that if we haven't tested? I understand that this opportunity is sufficiently important that maybe this isn't a regular opportunity, but I'm wondering about our typical policy, and I'm wondering how residents should sort of understand that if they're looking at that, given that we didn't do a traditional RFP or tendering process, and I appreciate the rationale as to why, I think.
Through the chair, so fair market value from a real estate standpoint is established through appraisals. And as I mentioned, there are sort of 3 different ways of appraising properties. And so, you know, the policies that we have in place with real estate is that, you know, we are always looking for fair market value, and we're unable to sell real estate at below fair market value without council approval. And so in this instance, you know, we believe we're at fair market value based on the appraisal.
Okay, thank you very much. As we go down the path, and maybe this is sort of yet to be determined, how was compliance verified, including on our end? How do we make sure that we're being a good partner to our partner, and sort of by whom and what timeline? And I guess that would be my first question. So, you know, as an example, our tax exemptions and operating supports, are they linked to certain clauses that we feel comfortable with, and in turn to ensure that we're a good partner to Brant? You know, what are the clauses to sort of verify that we're sort of being compliant with some of the terms in this agreement, or is that work yet to come?
I'll start and perhaps turn it over to Mr. Anderson or Ms. Willoughby for more of the specifics, but probably one of the most challenging aspects of this undertaking has been defining public good. Early on with council, we understood we want to look at the numbers. We want to understand the financial consequences of this, but we really want to understand the public good that occurs out there. That is very difficult to define. We have tried to bring that back to a number to say how much impact is occurring. We have looked building by building to see where we can protect, you know, what was on the table, what's not on the table. We believe we've largely protected the buildings that are newer, that operate a lot of sort of the community programs, sporting stuff that's in there, and that have high utilization rates. And when we looked at the other facilities that were older, but then also have lower programming rates, and you know, so trying to quantify what community good occurs in there. And this is no different than our undertaking with the yards. Trying to set up an evaluation process by which we're going to grade the RFPs that are submitted to create a fair process for the respondents there has taken an extraordinary amount of time. At least there we have some guiding goal posts like council strategic priorities, a neighborhood plan that took years to create and involves a ton of community consultation. But that's another example of everybody has a slightly different vision for that place. And so how do you try and quantify that and assess it? And so we took great care in trying to understand that through this process, but it is challenging. And I believe that throughout we have conveyed that to the potential purchaser, the importance of the campus remaining available for, you know, community events as it has been, And so there are lots of strings attached and various clauses, as well as inducements. And by that, I mean things that incentivize the purchaser to continue operating in such a fashion. The property tax abatement is definitely an incentive. If the campus is no longer used for that community benefit, that goes away. The ongoing operating agreement as it relates to the availability of the parking, also ensuring that CWA continue to be hosted there, Queen CDX will continue to be run. Those are inducements that make it attractive for them to be able to carry out that community good, which right now the city is subsidizing significantly. What's nice about this deal is that there's an off-ramp to those subsidies. So I don't know if there's some specifics that anyone else wishes to add in terms of.
That's good. No, that's good. And I think thank you as well through the chair and Mr. Jedlick for sort of reminding residents that what we're looking to sell is largely the commercial business at Real that was intended to help keep that organization self-sustainable, and it's not. And the public, I think, can take confidence that the majority of public use occurs in the buildings that we're retaining and that are in pretty good shape in younger buildings. And I think it's important to remind the public of that. So thank you for bringing that back up. Next question is on holdback. I've been asked this a little bit, so I want to make sure I understand it so I can accurately convey it. The holdback provision sees sale proceeds, 6.5, held back for a period of sort of, 2 years. And during that period, Brant can call on those funds for unforeseen facility condition items and or employee severance. One, am I correct is that a correct read? And two, what are kind of the best case scenario versus worst case scenario? As in, is there a scenario by where after a couple of years the city gets all that 6.5? And is there a scenario where things happen that we don't foresee and that 6.5 becomes zero?
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, and thanks for the question, Councillor. Yeah, during negotiations, obviously, there's risks on both sides, and so we were trying to find a common ground that we could get to. In terms of, the pricing of the deal. So the risk on the purchaser side is that we're the ones who created all of the values. It was our appraisers, we hired the VFA report. They were nice enough to say, okay, we're not going to demand we send people in, but give us some time then to ensure once we're in these buildings that if there's any material differences or deficiencies that aren't identified in the VFA report, then we can go back and adjust the purchase price, right? So we've said, okay, this is the process we use to determine the purchase price. We have an appraisal, we have an estimate of what we believe the deferred maintenance is. If there's something above and beyond that report that is found, it would obviously impact the value. So then we have a 2-year period where they can identify those. As well, when it came to severance. So it's normal in these types of transactions that, the current owner would be responsible for severance around changes. Now, we wanted to make sure, though, that we had an orderly transition for the employees. And I think you heard the delegate speak, the purchaser, around his desire for that as well. And so we said, okay, then where we can get to for common ground is that we will give a time period where you can identify the staff that won't fit and we'll cover the severances for that. Now, as a city, we said, well, we don't want to have an open-ended liability here. We have to be able to cap this. So we wanted to cap it by time, which we did, and as well by dollars. So we said the two of those combined cannot be greater than 6.5 million. So, we think that we'll get through and we will get the $6.5 million as the purchase price. We believe the VFA report is strong. There's always a risk that there will be adjustments there for sure. And then, what we said is to fund the severances that we would be responsible for, we will pay that out of the purchase price. And so it sort of caps our liability. So we felt that we got to a good spot there. And maybe I'll ask Mr. Jedlick, he has more to add.
Just to comment on the overall negotiations is that in a deal like this, there's always risk. And if one party simply says, we're not willing to take any of it and tries to push it to the other, it's generally not very constructive. And so there's a few areas in here where we basically both said, we're unsure. We don't know what this might look like. Let's share the risk. And in most instances, we were able to cap our exposure. And that's all, contemplated in there. But I would say that the spirit was, let's get to a spot where it's a good deal for both sides. And in a perfect world, the purchaser will be very successful out there.
Yeah.
And that is something that would be great for the community.
Agreed.
Just to let you know, Councillor Fro, you got about 1:45 left.
Okay, thanks for clarifying those terms. I guess just in closing, I don't believe that the government needs to be in the business commercially putting on events and concerts. I do believe that it's prudent to sell these buildings, and I see great potential in Brant's proposal. I'm grateful that they brought it forward. I don't own these buildings. The shareholders of Real are our neighbors, and that's for me why time and process is so important. Sometimes government moves slow for good reason. My constituents have asked for a little bit more time. Not a lot, but a little bit. Doing market sounding has risk. I believe Brant is a likely partner. They are a strong and committed partner. But when we sell this much land, testing the market is important. We're unlikely to find a better partner, but it's certain to help with public trust. I'm too excited about the vision, the renderings, and the potential. I intend to support it. I have absolute confidence in the expertise of our staff. I believe Brant has negotiated in good faith. In the long run, I do think we'll be better off if we took a little bit of time to engage our residents, test the terms, and celebrate the partnership. I made a commitment to my constituencies to try to get a little more time. The idea of an agenda package coming on a Friday afternoon and delegates needing to submit by Monday at noon, it doesn't sit right with me. And so I'm going to be voting no today because I believe taking a little bit of time will help public trust and help me do my job. I would have liked to have the time and a little bit of extra information to allow me to vote yes on this. I would. I cast no doubt on the deal. I wish everyone luck. I just simply need a little bit more time to fulfill my duty of care. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fro. Councillor Rastovich, please go ahead.
Through the chair. It's pretty nice to see that we've had, I guess, 3 mayors support this. It's good, hey, that's a pretty big deal. And these other mayors had quite a few years being mayor. So, I mean, I think that's a positive. And I said, you know what? I've been trying to win the lottery my whole life. So it's nice to see that I haven't won it personally, but I think the city has won it. I guess I just want to clarify, because we've had some numbers thrown around, like saving $150,000 a week, $300,000 a week. And I'm assuming the $150,000 a week is if we include just operating costs, which would be what, about 7.5 million? And if you divide that by 52, that's roughly, 144, 150,000 a week. Am I correct there?
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, we've looked at how to articulate this complexity to make sure that residents can understand. But yeah, the $150,000 a week number is roughly the operating subsidy that we're paying to Real today. And then when we got to the $300,000, that's including the expected capital outlays going into the future. So we're, given this form here, if you take the 97 million divided by the number of weeks, you get roughly 300,000.
Yep. I just want, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chadwick.
I'll just add one comment. Like on these numbers, it shows on the Real status quo operating for this year, it's 2027, 6.5. What we did do is, because some of the money that goes to Real right now is for debt service, and the debt is not transferring, in this deal. So we're keeping that on. So to really try to make it, an apple and orange both look like bananas, we wanted to try and standardize both things. And so that's why it goes from 8 to 6.5, is because it doesn't contain the debt service.
Yeah. But generally, citizens can go, you know what? For sure, it's 150,000 a week. For sure, it's 150, because we could decline and not fix these assets, and just let them crumble. We could do that, but if to fix them, we need 300,000 a week to fix them over 5 years, right? Okay. I just wanted to kind of clarify that for everybody. I think Councillor Fro asked the questions about the 6.5 million, and that 6.5 million is capped with severance and any other deficiencies that the VFA report. Yeah, so that's capped. And I guess one other thing, yeah, the ITC. I've had some questions about the ITC, and we're leasing it for $1, but we're getting 500,000 annually to go into reserve to repair that building. Correct?
Through the chair, so yes, that is correct. It's one of the, from a city standpoint, this is our first foray into what I would call the best practice for municipalities, which is to actually put away the proper amount. And maybe the first one is overstepping because we're doing it for Mosaic Stadium right now. But if we had, we put this building up in 2017, the ITC, it's a beautiful building. It's very high use. We had great partners in the provincial and federal governments that help us build that building, and we haven't saved $1 to date. Right now, Brant, as part of this deal, has agreed to put $550,000 a year into a reserve that the city will hold, and then work back so that we ensure that that building is well taken care of going into the future.
Thank you. And then, I look at the parking, for example, all the parking. Well, in terms of square footage, we're keeping probably 50% of the square footage of the grounds, and Brant is taking the other half. But at the end of the day, we need the parking lot too, because I've had some people ask, well, why are we paying to refurbish the parking lot? Well, I'm just kind of explaining in my viewpoint, and you correct me if I'm wrong. We're still using the parking lot for 50% of the square footage we're maintaining, correct?
Through the chair. So yes, correct. Very important for us in this, and maybe I'll flip back to our goals here, was we had to protect the buildings that we were keeping.
Yeah.
And so to your point, we have invested as taxpayers a lot of money into Mosaic Stadium. And so we had to ensure that we protected the parking for that facility. And so we believe we've done that. We also need to protect parking for ITC. So as part of this deal, we have protections. Our great legal team and Ms. Willoughby made sure, and we negotiated hard on this to make sure it goes on the title, because we didn't want it at any time in the future to be at risk. Those facilities that we're going to maintain and own are too important to risk the parking around.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. I just wanted to clarify some, people, if anybody's listening, and I think that I think it's a good deal. So I'll be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Rastovich. Councillor Turnbull, please go ahead.
All right. I guess my first comment would be about the process. So this is the process we have for most of our decisions. And I think about a year ago, I actually put forward a motion to get us more time, which didn't pass at council, for the executive and then city council. So it was not supported here, but we do have a committee report coming up, which hopefully will suggest otherwise. But this is the process we go through with all these decisions. Do I think it's enough? No. I put a motion through to try and change it. It failed. So hopefully that can be rectified now that we're in a year in, and hopefully when that committee report comes through, that can be acknowledged. I do want to actually highlight and go to administration to highlight again, and I think you already mentioned it, is the tax incentive to do with community events. That the tax exception is only, to clarify, the tax exception is only when they're actually, when the community events are happening. Can you just highlight that again?
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So the way the tax exemption works, so the first 5 years is a program that they qualify for around improvements. Going forward after that, they would pay full taxes, but we would give them a grant back equal to 95% of those taxes. And we said 5% is roughly the commercial portion of what we think they're taking. They can continue to get that as long as they continue to use the use as of today. So, right, we don't tax those facilities today. And so we've put stipulations that we need Canadian Western Agribition to be a user of these facilities, for Queen City X, etc., and those major public good events. And so as long as that is the case, then they will receive the grant back. If they transition into other commercial uses that are not in use today, they would become fully taxable. So again, the idea of a hotel that I know it was on the Real Strategy 2.0 or whatever becomes of this facility over time. This is just, we were sort of saying, you know what, if we're not collecting taxes today and we're asking a private business to take all this risk on the capital side and they continue to do what we're doing, we felt comfortable with that negotiation.
Okay, so my background is actually capital planning and design. So I'm very used to working with facility condition index. Up to about a year ago, I was using those to make recommendations. So what I want to do was ask administration to explain facility condition index a little bit further and how it's an industry standard used for making these decisions.
I'll maybe throw that over to Mr. Hansen.
Mr. Hansen, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. So I guess consistent with city process on our on the facility assets that we operate and maintain, we engaged a third-party condition assessment firm, VFA has been referred to as. They're experts in condition assessment of facilities. Their team of assessors, of architect and structural mechanical engineers, assess the facilities at Real, and they develop the total deferred maintenance. They evaluate all the building systems and provide a rating of all those systems and the cost to return those systems back to like new condition. So that develops the total deferred maintenance for a facility. They divide that by the replacement value for that facility. That provides a facility condition index. So if a $1 million building needs $100,000 worth of work, the facility condition index is 10% or 0.1. So we use that information in the capital planning for our facilities. We take that information, we develop a condition target that we believe is an acceptable or reasonable level of condition for our facilities, and applied that same thinking to the Real facilities. So our arenas have a condition target. We applied that same condition target to the Real facilities. So that is the amount of deferred maintenance that we are willing to live with and the amount of risk we're willing to live with on those facilities. So we aren't aiming to bring them back to like new condition, but to a reasonable condition going forward. So that discounted deferred maintenance amount was used as an input into the evaluation process for the sale value.
And when we're talking about an FCI, facility condition index, that's just to bring it up to what the building was. So like what it was in 1977. That does not actually acknowledge if you were to build it new or bring it to today's standards. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So the assessment looks at the current use of the facility and to bring it back to like new condition when it was constructed initially. So it wouldn't include accessibility improvements to meet today's accessibility standards or to align facilities to the energy and sustainability framework targets, for example.
Or some of the life safety and egress things as well as the National Building Code has evolved.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, so the Agrodome itself opened in 1977, and there was a big change in building code past that with egress. In fact, our human rights declaration was until 1982, so we didn't even have rights for a lot of people there. So a lot has changed since 1977, and we know better and we build better. And life safety, accessibility, and energy sustainability just haven't kept up, and that building hasn't kept up. And that building is considered sick if you were to look at the FCIs, and it doesn't have much lifespan left, and we can't afford to fix it. In our city, we use deferred maintenance, the FCI, an industry standard applied to all of our assets. And that was completed before the brand offer, and that's used for all of our facilities. And it was reviewed by our own third-party commercial real estate agent. And actually, the FCI understates the problem, in my opinion. And if you want to talk about new facilities, you can look at comparable facilities. You can even look at our indoor aquatic facility to see what our square footage is and the things are there. We know that if we were to build a brand new one, then you're looking at 150 million plus. That's my number. They didn't give it to me. So the other thing about the land does have value. That's true. But in order to get that value, you'd have to demolish the building. You'd have to decommission the building. That would be another probably $7 or $10 million before you could sell the land. And then you wouldn't even have the stadium, or not stadium, or arena. So of course it does. And so there's also the community cost of getting rid of it completely. And we can't afford to fix it. So keeping the SIG building open is costing us a lot. And for the last 2 budget cycles, the City of Regina has given the Real District over $12 million a year. And only $1 million of that went to capital costs. The rest just went to keep the lights on and to keep it operating. That's our tax dollars every year on buildings averaging 45 years old. In this deal, we get investment facilities, a renewed campus, a commitment to continued community events, and there's a business incentive to do so. And there's critical accessibility retrofits, which do reflect our community values, which wouldn't happen otherwise, which I've talked about. And it actually is building something that reflects the community who we are now, which is inclusive, diverse, equitable, accessible, and vibrant. This is a route to get there, and it's an opportunity that most cities don't have. We are lucky. And it does. And the administration has showed us the numbers, they've done their work. That's $79 million back to taxpayers, which is equivalent to 8% reduction in our mill rate, or 6 to 12 times our entire community grant budget, or 12 buses, or transit fare reductions, or a serious down payment on our aging water and pipe infrastructure, or 30 playgrounds. So, or reserves, whichever. The point is that it's a big deal. Those decisions obviously can't be made today. And it is an opportunity that is in front of us. And I understand that building assessments on buildings are hard to understand. I get that. And I understand wanting more time. I understand that too, but this is a good decision and we do have to move forward, and we have an asset we can't take care of that's gonna die, and we have an opportunity here to continue to have community events and have our assets taken care of on behalf of that. So
Councillor Turnbull, you're well past your time. If you wouldn't
I'm
mind
well
wrapping
past
up.
my time, so I'll talk more to you next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I'm going to ask you a question on the term sheet, section F, if you would mind turning to that. Stadium access. And the question is particularly around the commercial events licensing fee of $12 per ticket. In the event there's a stadium event, who gets that $12?
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So yeah, that $12 per ticket fee would come to the city, which would flow into our Mosaic Stadium Reserve to help cover the costs of the stadium. So we run all of our costs, our debt payments, all that stuff through that reserve, and that money would go directly into that reserve.
Okay, so we heard earlier that this whole site has 3 size of venues. We could have a potential in the kind of internally into the bar, which is about 1,500 people. Then we can go up to the next step, bring some Def Leppard in for 6,500 people, and then we can bring Garth Brooks back for 40,000 people. So I'm just hypothetically throwing this out there, a concert already booked up for next year, but the year after, if there is 2 concerts, and there's 40,000 people, help me with the math here, how much does that work into our coffers?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yeah. So for a sold out rider game, maybe because that's where we get around $400,000. So if a sold out concert where you could fit more people on the grounds, you could get $450,000 roughly with the ticket fee. So it's a significant amount, and part of the original, my understanding, I guess, of part of the original premise of the stadium was that these types of events would be brought in to help pay for it.
Thank you very much. So with essentially $450,000-ish per event, we could be looking at $900,000 per year if we have 2 major concerts in a year. That would probably be, I'm speculating here, more than the taxes that we would tax for that entire facility, considering the refinery doesn't even pay that much tax.
Through the chair, so we don't collect tax on Mosaic Stadium.
But I'm going to say in the ticket fee, the $12 ticket fee,
Oh,
that would be coming in.
Yeah, no, it's
Like that's an increased revenue stream that we would not have. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
we don't. Historically, we haven't charged real that when they hold events there.
Okay, thank you. So we have a potential of a major uptick and capitalizing on major events that goes directly into the city coffers and flows through into that stadium that you can use for debt upgrades, everything else. So through the chair, one last question. You mentioned about the stadium. What was the stadium built for?
Oh, cost-wise?
No. For events, what are we supposed to have in that? Concerts, maybe football?
Yeah, so it was to be a multi-purpose event. So obviously the home of the Rough Riders, but we use it for community events like high school football. The Rams use it, and then for concerts and those types of shows as well.
Great. I'm going to quote something from Mayor Fougere back in May 29 of 2019 when Garth Brooks was coming here. Garth Brooks came to the stadium for 2 sold-out shows. Quote, "This is why we built the stadium." Since 2019, we haven't had a major event at that stadium. We've had some football games. There's no doubt the stadium was built for that, but we have had nothing generate any kind of concerts at the stadium. Now we have the potential of generating some real entertainment coming to the stadium, which is real dollars coming into the city coffers. Is that correct, Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so yes, we will collect that $12 ticket fee for these 2 events. Yep.
Perfect. Now, last question. We've been kind of talking about the real estate deal on this aspect. Let's look at the business deal. Hypothetically saying we were to look at EBITDA and selling a business. What would we sell this business for if we were saying 5 times EBITDA? What would we sell this business for?
Through the chair, so yeah, the real, as a business, obviously requires around $14 million of taxpayer subsidies, including the provincial part. So it would be worth negative money. And that was the complexity of this deal, is that obviously when we got this unsolicited offer, we said, well, the only value is in the assets. There's no value in the operating company. So we sort of dismissed selling the operating company right away. But as you'll see in this list of all the goals that we had, we then went back and said, but we want you to do everything that operating company does that's losing money. And so that's where it got really tricky, is we said, well, we want you to pay top dollar for the assets, and we valued them at highest and best use, not what they're being used for today. But then also please continue to do all these events, but do it at a break even, because we haven't, as a government, haven't been able to do that. So that's where, I keep this slide up, because we accomplished a lot in these negotiations, and I understand delegates like Patrick Book, who was eloquent today, and being uncertain because they didn't have the privilege that I had, which was sitting in those negotiations for 5 months, making sure that we took care of all of these things. I'm going to take the opportunity to say, I hear you, councillors. I'm in the community. I believe my picture was on the front page of the paper yesterday
and just
around this deal. And so I do hear from many people, and this is a deal I will tell my kids I'm proud.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And through the chair, I'm going to say very good job, because if you look at the EBITDA on this company itself, you could not give this thing away. So when you look at the business behind this, people would run. When you look at the buildings behind this, they need a bulldozer. We're getting a significant investment and a significant lift by someone that wants to give back to the community. Obviously not doing this for a business case, but to give back to our community. Thank you very much for this deal.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. I see no further speakers, so I'll insert a couple comments of my own. I'm in favor of this deal. I've felt horrible as Real has struggled for these past number of years, especially through the pandemic, and I think that's a pretty proud property in our city, so the chance to bring it back and bring it to a prominence and to give the next generation an opportunity that probably I would have really liked, but I'm gray-haired now, so maybe not so much. Yeah, I think you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's kind of hard to fathom something as important to our city being valued at, $6.5 million, but I think that administration's done a great job of defining how that decision was brought about and using professionals outside brought in to make sure that it was a well-defined deal and well investigated. I'm in favor of this. So I guess with that, I don't have much more to add. It's been a pretty good debate. I guess once again, I got to let the mover close down debate, not myself. I'm pretty greedy here. Please go ahead, Mayor Brzezinski.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I understand the questions raised about the process and feeling this is moving fast. Commercial proposals of this nature are not reviewed or negotiated in public. 6 months ago, this council directed administration to review and proceed with negotiations on this unsolicited proposal. And that's exactly what administration has done under our direction. The process of bringing this to executive committee and then council next week is the normal process as it is today. And this is a unique proposal involving a unique relationship. Brandt is already the primary tenant of the Brandt Centre and investing in the new distillery, which creates the context and opportunity that does not exist with other third parties. The work that has been brought forward reflects that reality. I want to thank administration and our expert team for their work, Chad, Darren, and Cheryl specifically. I trust our experts. We did engage third party for both legal expertise and the facility condition assessment. And it's contradictory to say that we trust administration's work while simultaneously calling for further third party reviews once the recommendation is in front of us. They've been working on this for 6 months, which is not an abnormally long or short amount of time. It was the time it took to agree to these terms. It's not appropriate to pick and choose individual lines of a comprehensive agreement. This deal delivers value at the top end of assessed market value, as we heard, and the land value is included in the appraisal. The proposal substantially reduces the risk for the city. It eliminates nearly $80 million in infrastructure deficit related to deferred maintenance and underfunding, while creating a modern, welcoming facility for community events, concerts, sports, conferences, and major gatherings. The project will create jobs, both during construction and through ongoing campus operations, with a planned net increase in events that will require additional staffing. Delaying comes at a cost, at approximately $300,000 a week. Brandt is incentivized to be successful by selling tickets, renting space, attracting world-class events, and bringing world-class events to Regina. That success fills hotels, supports restaurants, and contributes to the broader local economy. So at a time when the city is facing limited debt capacity, strained reserves, and significant deferred maintenance, divesting these facilities redirects resources toward core city services and is another step towards stabilizing our finances. This agreement aligns with the steps we've already taken and focus area of mine to address Regina's infrastructure deficit, including securing $29 million for the South Trunk project and $14 million for Taylor Field redevelopment. So ultimately, we must ask ourselves, what problem are we trying to solve? What outcome are we trying to achieve? And what types of business does the city want to be in? Through this deal, we reduce risk, improve the campus, increase events, and remove almost $80 million in liability from the city's books, while honoring the purpose of this interconnected facility as a hub for sports, events, conferences, and concerts. The commitments we have heard are not only verbal, they are in writing, and delays will drag out uncertainty for employees. These are terms that work for both sides, which is exactly what we should expect from a successful agreement. Cities evolve. This investment is transformational, and it represents a responsible, forward-looking decision for Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wyszynski. You're lucky. You're running along on time there. Just about how to step in. Just joking. I guess with that, we'll call the vote and see where this ends up.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 7-4. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillor Rasevich, Sickles, Turnbull, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, and Mayor Wyszynski. Those voting against are Councillors Flores, Fro, Zakidniak, and Radins.
Thank you. With that, that's the end of the agenda. I do believe we have an item on private session to deal with yet. Can I have someone move a motion for private session? Councillor Sickles? I'll call the question. Any opposed? See no opposition. For a second, I'd like to call on the city manager before we disperse. I think he's got something he'd like to speak to.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The mayor has already acknowledged the hard work of administration and pointed out the significant amount of work that was done by Mr. Jedlick, Mr. Anderson, and Ms. Willoughby. I just want to take this opportunity to remind council that this is the last official committee meeting that you will have Mr. Anderson at, as his last day with the city is Friday, as he leaves to his new career opportunity. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge and thank Darren for the work. I think we've heard through the complexity of the discussion today and the negotiations that took place to get us to this point that Darren is a particularly talented individual, and we're going to miss him deeply. So with that, Darren, thank you.
And we'll take 15 minutes to organize and reconvene.